Take me on, make a wish and cross your fingers. Chance it all, throw it out. Make some room for what we're building. All my life I've searched for just this. I win!
It's a good read.
It's in your eyes. I'm the same. It's in your eyes. I'm the rising moon. It's in your eyes. I'm the ocean wind. It's in your eyes.
Hello and welcome to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. We're back in Monaco for the conclusion of our historic 10th season. Back inside La Salle des Etoiles. And this is day 2 of 9 days of live coverage right here on EPT Live. I hope you enjoyed our bonus cash game coverage last night. Obviously, going forward, it's mainly about tournaments. And certainly for the next 2 days, it's about the €100,000 buy-in super high roller event. But there's more going on in this room than that. I'm James Hartigan alongside Rick Dacey, staff writer at the PokerStars blog. Rick, most of the tables in this room right now are for the FPS, the France Poker Series event.
Yeah, we got some incredibly good numbers there, more than 850 runners, and I think it's very fair to say that's more than was expected. Obviously, most PokerStars events tend to get some big numbers, but maybe they were thinking closer to 600, maybe even hoping for 700, but 850 plus is quite incredible. So the whole festival should kick on very big from here.
And it's the first time we've had the local festival at the front end of the grand final. It's obviously worked. Great to see huge numbers inside this room. Over the far side and over by the TV stage, it's day 2 of the Super High Roller, and still too soon to confirm how many players we've got or how big the prize pool is. What we do know is it's huge. This is the biggest this tournament's ever been in Monaco.
Yeah, it's currently got a prize pool of close to 6 million because we've currently got 48 confirmed unique entries, 11 rebuys. I think Dan Coleman's rebought twice, but there's going to be, almost certainly you're going to get people reloading because you come back in today with almost 40 big blinds. That's about 3/4 of the average stack. So there's actually still a lot of value. It's not like you're paying 100 grand for 12 big blinds and hoping to get it in and double up. There's actually quite a lot of play left.
I mean, there's every possibility that all 48 players, plus some extra, could come in. We could actually have a bigger field at the start of day 2 than we had at the start of day 1.
That's the way the super high rollers like to roll. Yeah, it's going to be massive. But in terms of who's doing well at the moment, Philip Grissom's current chip leader, which should surprise no one because these German guys do really well. Ollie Shemian, of course, is also doing well. He's almost certainly locked up the player this series. I mean, incredible performance. But also Vanessa Selps, Daniel Negreanu are also doing incredibly well.
And of course, Ola Shemian actually satellited into this event, a €10,000 satellite that was run the day before, the first time we've ever had a satellite for this event. Great to see him on form, and he's pretty much locked up EPT Player of the Year. Of course, you can read Rick's work at PokerStarsBlog.com. You can follow them on Twitter at PokerStarsBlog. Let's get you to day 2 action of the 100K Super High Roller. Let me hand you over to the commentary teams.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Rick. And hello, my babies. I am Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton, and this is EPT Live from Monaco. Welcome to Super High Roller Country. EPT Live is available in a wide variety of languages. English coming into your ear holes right now, but if you want to listen to any of those other languages, you go ahead and do it. But we want you to stick here with us. You can also take us on the go. The PokerStars TV mobile app is available from the iOS and Android stores. Just watch those 3G charges, especially if you're in Monaco. Look out. Things can add up quickly. We are broadcasting every single day of this Monaco event. 8 days of live broadcasting for your ear pleasure. Super High Roller Day 2, that is today. Tomorrow's the final table with cards up coverage. Then cards up of the France Poker Series final table. Then EPT Grand Final main event all the way up until the final table of that for cards up once again. And we do want you guys to get in touch. You can be a part of the show. We can't do it without you. Lots of ways to get in touch. You can email us, but Twitter is the real way to do it. Tag your tweets, EPT Live. That's the best way to get in touch. We will use your tweets all throughout today's show. And let's take a look at our featured table. Lots of big names, tons of heroes at this table. Only 6 players, but there are 6 of the biggest names in poker.
One of the funniest things was being on the floor this morning, Joe, and actually seeing the fact that none of the players actually knew where their seat assignments were. They were wandering around the back of the room, searching for where the Super High Roller was taking place, not realizing that we have this massive table, this massive set on the main stage.
Guess what, guys? You are huge names, and Phil Ivey's at your table, so you're at our main feature table. This is our secondary feature table. 3 of those German hero high rollers. Let's go back to our main feature table, where action is about to get underway.
So the first level of day 2 of the Super High Roller is level 9 of the tournament. Blinds will be 3,000 and 6,000 with a 1,000 ante. And remember, the starting stack is 250,000 chips. So if you actually come in at the start of day 2, you will still have a playable stack, as Rick mentioned.
Yeah, what happens is, these guys who go broke on day 1, some of them can't afford to come in a second time. Some of them decide not to. Some decide, it's just not really worth it. But mostly these day 1s are just about juicing the prize pool. You're not really going to thin the field at all on day 1. And for a lot of these guys, it's just about surviving on one bullet trying to build a stack, like Olashemian has done with 847,000 starting today.
I think it's fair to say that Mike Timex McDonald had a pretty good 2014. I think Jason Mercier was very much the player of the 2013 Grand Final, winning the Open Face Chinese event, making the final table of the main event, and coming second in the Super High Roller. Justin Bonomo, of course, is a former winner of this event. He took it down at the end of Season 8. Now, Gus Hansen has just arrived. Looks like he is a late buy-in at the start of day 2, and some players prefer to do that. Wait until the beginning of day 2 before even rocking up.
I mean, that way you're guaranteed to only go off for one 100,000 euro buy-in. We haven't seen much of Jason on the European Tour of late. He spent a lot of time in Florida. But you can pretty much rest assured that when Phil Ivey is at your table and there's a TV table to be had, you will be at the TV table. Phil starts off today with just under starting stack, 234,000. And here comes Gus Hansen. Got his rack of chips. And it looks like there's only one brand new buy-in at our feature table today. David Peters has exactly 250K. So that might be our only fresh stack at this table. Looks like everybody's busy sending off their Watch Me on TV tweets. Justin Bonomo surveying the room, maybe sweating the FPS a little bit. Just thinking about what he's going to do with all that money when he wins again. Maybe contemplating the unbearable lightness of being. Who knows?
We see some of the outer tables there, many of the German high roller contingent, including Phil Gruesome, who comes into day 2 as the chip leader. The chip leader at our feature table, by the way, is Olashemian, who I believe starts the day 4th in chips overall. Jason Mercier, the second biggest stack at the table.
And who I believe was the guy who won the satellite. We ran a 10K satellite to win entry into this event. All beat, I believe, 12 other players. Small satellite, but he is in here for pennies on the dollar, if you will.
And as Joe said at the start of the show, we can't do it without you, and we do really appreciate your input. on Twitter. Make sure you tag your tweets EPT Live. Email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Particularly keen to hear from some of our new viewers who joined us in San Remo. Obviously a huge event there, not in terms of player numbers, but in terms of the result. Victoria Coren Mitchell becoming the first player to win 2 EPT main event titles. We know we had a lot of first-time poker fans joining us on Sunday, so it'll be interesting to see if any of you are hanging around to watch more action from EPT Live.
And if you're not, can some of the regular viewers just pretend that you are, because, you know, we like it.
Yeah, but other tables have different seats open.
It's like some discussion over who's going to end up with the button to start things off.
Just want to be sure.
25 in. 3 times as lucky. All right, Annie's guys.
A little early. Yeah.
You're going to be one of those guys who always antes the 5 pitches.
So we ignore the cameras, right? RFID?
They can say, we'll ask Chris. Chris.
I think they want both, but both.
Jason is correct. It's great to actually see those hole cards when players look at them on TV, but also for the purposes of recording that information for the future TV broadcast, there are RFID scanners in the table and small computer chips in each playing card.
That fisheye lens is a cool shot. Just ask Busta Rhymes.
13.
So first hand of the day. Action folded to Mike McDonald. He raises to 13,000. And it's a case of raise and take it for Timex.
You know, I wanted to go out onto the floor yesterday and watch some of the super high rollers so I could be up to speed as to what was happening, and I realized that I could potentially ruin the TV show, so I can't do that.
These cards have the diamond card back.
Cheers.
I had a final table where they were not fine. Pardon me? I had a final table where they were not fine.
Hey, Paul.
Hollywood Seminole thing.
All right, bit of a rush to get here.
Really?
We do have some tweets coming in.
I didn't notice it till I was heads up against Blair Hinkle, and I didn't like.
The backs are different on almost all cards.
Really?
Apologies for the graphics glitches there.
Dave says, OMG, what a feature table lineup. Thank you, EPT Live, for such a treat. Hello, all. Welcome back, J&J Bash. Ed Killer says, I'm a first-timer. I've never been here before. No way, Jose. Never seen me. Who are you guys again?
7 or something like that.
Welcome to the show, Ed.
Never thought like anything of it, and it's like, oh, that's cool. Didn't realize that good of an opportunity.
Philip Horatio Ivy.
Looks like we're going to a flop here on our feature table.
Ivy raised to 13K. David Peters defended his big blind.
With the bicycle backs, it'd be much harder to tell.
Players discussing the backs of the cards have no idea why that would be relevant. Looks like no betting action on the flop. Ace on the turn. Peters checks again. Ivy checks again. Deuce on the river. So no betting action since before the flop. David Peters checking again.
This is the delayed continuation bet from Phil Ivy.
It's as delayed as it can get. He would try to continuation bet tomorrow. Unfortunately, has to do it here on the river. Wins the pot.
Nice.
Adam says, Mike McDonald and Justin Bonomo sitting next to each other at the feature table. Awkward. Hashtag Stairgate. I think Bonomo's stare is more of a pensive stare, and McDonald's stare is more of an intentional stare. Paul Walsh has noticed there's another dealer sporting a fine beard. Michael Josem agrees.
Pass. Raise. 12,000.
Justin Bonomo raising this hand.
It's just me, or has Paul Newey lost a bit of weight?
Lost a bit of weight, and I'd say there's a slight improvement in his wardrobe.
Emphasis on the word slight. Phil Waterfield says, let's hope this gets off to a more exciting start than the cash game last night. Hashtag sent me to sleep.
Oh, yeah, those snooze of 100K pots. What a... that 300,000 euro pot barely even jostled me from my slumber.
By the way, we've heard from the official Jason Mercier News Twitter account.
Oh, wow.
Informing us that Jason is on the feature table with Ivy, Timex, Bonomo, Shemian, D. Peters, and Paul Newey.
Raise 12,000.
Remember, our ambition today is to play down to a final table. The tournament clock is currently showing a field of 41, 62 total entries.
That's a lot of euros.
So that's 50 unique players, 12 reloads.
It's a €6 million prize pool, ladies and germs.
And 41 remaining.
Check. Check.
King 10 deuce on the flop. Check, check. 3 on the turn. Wow. Walter's got a good question, which we'll get to after this.
So more just checking it down for these guys.
Paul Newey bubbled the last Super High Roller event at the PCA. You might remember that when they were 9-handed with 8 players getting paid, he and Mike McDonald had bled down to just a few antes. They were both eliminated on the last hand of the night, but because Timex had 4 antes and New only had 3, he was officially the bubble boy.
That's gross.
So Walter says, James and Joe, the question of the day is, will Mike McDonald attempt his stare down at Phil Ivey?
I think so. I think that Mike McDonald is just socially awkward enough that he doesn't care who it is.
Water, so nearby. How long's that drive? Hour.
Twix Poker says, if my Twitter memory serves me correctly, Bonomo has issues with Timex's stare.
Ooh.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, I can't wait then. I love me some drama.
Fight, fight, fight.
Yeah, it seems so much better to play like a series like that in like Canada than in Europe. Yeah, 10 times so much better.
This one folded around to the blinds.
Raise. Total 18.
Raise and take it for Ivy, widely regarded as the greatest on the scene. Still no number 1, but number 2 in Season 3.
Oh, my God. Just go ahead and squeeze all the juice you can out of that rep, because I am so glad it is gone.
25K at the World Series, right? I don't think so. No, the 10K is like very early. Like it's on like the 18th or something like that. If you get, I think if you're,
so then it's still during scoops.
I think it's right after Scoop. I think Scoop might end.
Scoop ends the 19th.
Scoop, it might be that maybe it's on. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I think they didn't set it. They tried to set it up so there's no conflict. So maybe it's on the 20th or something like that. And then, yeah, if you were to like final table the 3K, like the main event, I think it gets pretty close to the 25K at the series. I'm not sure exactly. Like I have like a wedding to go to that would be like day 3 of that 25K. So I'm definitely not playing it.
Re-raise. Total 40.
Under the gun raise from Shemian. And a 3-bet from Paul Newey. Stephen Tate says, just checking, do we know how many will get paid, or will that be announced later? Should be announced relatively soon. Obviously, registration closes at the start of day 2.
All in.
Timex moving all in. A cold 4-bet from the big blind. A 4-bet shove for 178,000. And Shemian, the original raiser, hasn't insta-folded.
Knew he did make kind of a big 3-bet for being in position.
You got 6 red chips behind?
188.
Obviously, Shemian has them both covered.
178. 3 back there. 178. Raise.
Shemian puts Nui all in.
Raise.
$625.
So Shemian's 5-bet is more than 600,000. 625,000.
What do we think puts Paul in a weird spot like this? A hand like jacks or tens?
All in. Call.
And Nui calls all in. So McDonald and Nui both at risk.
This is crazy. We could be losing 2 players very early today.
That's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Got the ace.
Well, let's see the 3 hands.
Kings for McDonald, ace king for Nui, queens for Shemian.
Massive cooler. So McDonald in a great spot here to triple up. Nui with 1 overcard to both the pocket pairs.
Eventually this year.
You owe me an ace from the PCA.
Nui's hair's gone a little redder
Kings
too. I
against
like
ace
it.
jack.
Yeah, I know. Been running good with that. Alright. I like Ollie's chances now.
Red queen.
Here comes the flop. No queen, no ace.
Spade though.
Turns out it would have been a good call with jacks.
Where is it?
So if McDonald's hand holds,
He triples up. And if Nui doesn't hit an ace, he's eliminated by Shemian, who wins the side pot.
that's what I was looking for.
And the river.
So kings hold. Mike McDonald gets a triple up.
Again, Paul.
And Paul Nui is eliminated with Shemian winning that side pot.
So McDonald nets 365,000 on the hand. Shemian loses 150K, but it could have been a lot worse.
And Paul Nui is out. Lost one of our first players of the day.
How much?
178.
So just to return to Stephen's question, the prize pool is in the region of 6 million euros, but a bit later on we will get confirmation on how many players will get paid and what those payouts are worth.
Oh, that's his.
Tom Hinchcliffe says, I'd love to see Paul Nui win one. Hashtag BritRail.
Whoops. Should we tell him?
Nice hand.
You?
Nah.
You too?
It's not really for him.
Can't fold.
Kirk Williams says this feature table is probably the toughest I've seen on the stream to date. Shemian still the table chip leader with 691,000. Mike McDonald now second in chips. Remember, these are just the players we're watching on the main stage. There are several outer tables in action today. It's day 2 of this 3-day tournament.
You know, to go back to Kirk's comment about being one of the toughest he's seen on the stream to date, I think that no matter what happens in a super high roller, you're going to see a ridiculously tough table.
Well, you saw Max Altegott taking the walk there. The reigning champ of this tournament, Busto, during the first level of day 2.
With every player that goes broke, everyone can breathe just a little bit easier.
12,000.
Yeah, I think every single table here is just going to be gross. There's no such thing as a good table draw in this tournament, I don't think. Raise and take it for Phil Ivey. Always pretty awesome to have Phil Ivey at a feature table. Doesn't spend a lot of time on camera. I actually got the, if I can we do a quick little cool story, bro? Am I allowed?
In a non-competition context, just to make it clear
Yes.
before people start tagging tweets, EPT Live, expecting card protectors and the like.
No competition in level 1. But I got the invite to go to the Cabo Phil Ivey Manor. Couldn't make it because I was probably doing EPT Live somewhere. So you're welcome, everyone.
Darren says, anyone else watching the live stream think that Queens was probably a fold there, and Ace King always a fold, ob. Michael Joseph weighs in. He says, you know it's a tough table when the weak spot, in inverted commas, is David Peters, who's got more than $4 million in lifetime winnings. So we've gone three-way to this flop. Ivy's raise called by Mike McDonald on the button and Jason Mercier in the big blind. We've got a 6-6-4 two-diamond flop.
Didn't Paul Newey have like 180K or something? He had 30 big blinds with Ace King suited. I don't know how you're ever really going to get away from that.
Flop was checked around. The turn gets checked around. Oh, hang on a second. Timex in position on the button.
And we're being told this is Ping San Chan joining us, and I don't know about you, but I'm a little reluctant to get that name wrong. That is not a name you want to get accidentally wrong. It sounds real bad.
So it does get checked to the river. 7 of diamonds. And Ivy now bets. Once again, the delayed C-bet from Ivy, which gets a fold from Mike. And a fold from Jason. A lot of people asking about the prizes in the Super High Roller. They've not yet been announced. Remember, registration stays open until the very start of play. So the tournament team right now will just be verifying exactly how many players, exactly how many entries we had, and then they'll announce the payouts a bit later on today. Lucas says, hi guys, tuning in a bit late from Brussels. Have I missed anything worth mentioning? If you've missed anything, you have two options. You can rewind the stream to the start of the day using the replay function available at PokerStars.tv, or you can review those live updates available via PokerStarsblog.com.
Don't forget, if you want to get in touch, you can email us nuts at PokerStars.tv, hashtag your tweets, EPT Live.
And again, Simon Baker saying, do you know how many people re-entered at the start of today's play? Again, we're just waiting for final confirmation. Obviously, people, even though we say noon, it's a flexible deadline. Someone turns up at 12:05. We're not going to hold it against them, so we'll just get final verification. And then you can expect the final facts and figures to be announced shortly. Jason says, knew he looked pretty sick as he called, that's for sure, but with 30 big blinds, it's not that bad. Vader Nader says, Ace-King suited is hardly a fold there. It's a lot easier to say Queens and Ace-King were bad calls after the hand has already played out. And Michael Joseph agrees, can't fold Ace-King. By the time you discover you're lightly behind, you put so much money in, the pot odds are outstanding. Kenny wants a shout out. He says, me and Dan are grinding out university work while listening to EPT Live in the library. Shout out, Stapes.
Kenny?
And Dan.
And Dan? And what do they want me to do? Just say their names? Like, be like, shout out to Kenny and Dan.
Yeah.
No.
Timex opens with a raise to 15,000. Called by Olashemian.
46. We raised to 46.
Here comes a squeeze from David Peters in the small blind.
Peters starts the hand with the shortest stack. It's the danger of a guy like Olashemian. He's a fantastic poker player, crazy aggressive, and then sometimes he has queens.
Shemian still one of the big stacks, but no longer the biggest stack at this table because Ping San Chan has sat down with close to $1 million, 957K. May well be the tournament chip leader at this point.
It looked like a fairly disciplined fold from Ola. A little frustrated having to kick that one in.
As you scratch that, Phil Gruesome has now moved up over the $1 million mark. He is playing 1,038,000. So Gruesome, #1 on the leaderboard. Ping San Chan, 2nd in chips. Negreanu, 3rd in the top 10 with 915K. With around 38 players remaining in this super high roller.
Andra wants to know, do you think that Timex would stop giving the stare down if I told him it gives me a... That might make him just stare harder. We don't know.
Well, Timex has tweeted, Kings beat Ace-King suited and Queens to triple up on the 3rd hand. Justice prevails again.
Well, that's a little cocky. Oh, he did have the best hand.
Also said firmly with his tongue in his cheek, and Mike is as humble as anyone about the amazing run he has had in 2014.
Now, we've just had my favorite lookalike in a long time. Samuel's fired off 2 lookalikes. Now, I don't care for one of them, but the second one is so good. He says Timex looks like Prince William.
Yeah.
They're both white dudes. Fine. But he says Jason Mercier looks like Woody from Toy Story. And I love that. If we put Jason Mercier in like the big hat, in the jeans, and the, what is it, like a checkered jacket he wears?
We need to find a Buzz Lightyear in the super high roller field now.
Raised 15,000.
He's got the pointy Woody nose. I think that is spot on. Well done, Samuel. Should we give Samuel a prize?
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to give Samuel one of these prizes. Where'd my bag of prizes go? Did you take them away? Could I not be trusted with them? Is that what happened? No? Okay. We've got a ridiculous set of prizes for you guys this week. It's just not the normal swag. We've got a gaming headset, like a high-quality gaming. They're going to bring them over. Good. I'm going to do what's known as a haul, James. Have you ever seen a haul video online where a girl comes home from shopping and she's like, look at the stuff I got?
I was thinking it'd be more like you'd be one of the glamorous hostesses on The Price is Right, showing off the prizes to the contestants.
Let me get a little skin going here. Let me unbutton these top couple buttons first. There we go.
Yeah, I mean,
that, James.
Just to clarify, by the way, that these are competitions we're going to be running over the course of the next 8 days.
8 days, that's right. So this is probably what I'm most excited about. A Sennheiser gaming headset.
So that's headphones with microphone, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What I like to refer to as a nerd helmet. So when you're playing your Halo, your Call of Duty, your online pokers, you don't have to get Cheeto dust
Raised to 14,000.
all over your microphone or your phone. You can just talk to people right through that. So we got one of those. We got 2 Duracell power mats, which are pretty sick. A portable backup battery for your smartphone. A pair of designer sunglasses from, I think it's Oakley. Right, is that what the O means?
That's the Oakley logo, yep.
We got, this is awesome. Some of these may disappear. Porsche sunglasses. We've got some Swarovski crystal products.
What?
Yeah. That's Swarovski right there. What's inside that box? It's like Christmas morning if
Hang on.
anyone ever gave me gifts.
It is a Swarovski crystal.
Don't touch it. Don't get your
I can't
grubby
see,
little fingerprints
I can't
on
see
it.
what it is unless I open the packaging.
All right, well, don't breathe on it either. What is it? It's a wallet. It's like a
purse.
credit card holder.
I'd say it's a purse. I think this is definitely a lady's purse.
What do you even put in this? This is a man's wallet who just is comfortable with himself. It's sparkly. Why does it have to be a lady this or a man that? Can't it just be for a human being, James?
It's very sparkly. In fact, it's blinding me. Can you give me those Porsche sunglasses?
Peter's raising. Shemian defending his big blind. Ace, 9, 10, 2 hearts. Plus, if you win this sparkly little purse, James has touched it. So,
It comes complete with some of my DNA.
ew. Not a ton of post-flop aggression in this game so far, eh, James?
Yeah, check on the flop. 6 on the turn. By the way, during the first tournament break of the day, I think what we should do is maybe tweet out some photographs of some of these prizes. If you follow at EPT Live on Twitter, we'll make sure that we give you a visualization of what we're talking about in the booth.
3-3.
We have to figure out what we're going to give Samuel. Let's give Samuel a card protector.
Yeah, we probably got quite a lot of EPT 10 card protectors, and this is the last event of EPT 10, so not saying we're going to be giving them out left, right, and center, but we will be giving out plenty of card protectors.
Plus, Samuel's a life winner. His last name is Horwood.
On the subject of lookalikes, by the way, Chris says that Jason Mercier looks a bit like Zachary Levy. And Raphael says he looks more like a hairy Stephen Chidwick.
So we actually had a bet on the turn. 33,000 called by Peters. Jack on the river.
Yeah, with no c-bet from Peters on the flop, Shemian took over the betting lead on the turn. Well, let's see if he fires again on the river.
75.
Answer is yes, 75,000, which is 3/4 of the pot.
Peters mucks it.
Shemian chipping up to 747,000, still down on the start of the day after losing that big three-way hand against Timex and Paul Newey.
Pedro says, I would love to see Phil Ivey winning this. Loving the live transmission from Portugal. Hi, Pedro. I just thought of having to do a winter interview with Phil Ivey, and my parts of my body got tight. They squinched up a little bit.
So there is the tournament chip leader, Phil Gruesome, sat next to another one of the German high roller contingent, Fabian Quass, who won the last super high roller event that we ran, which was at the PCA.
I love how this jib shot just goes totally across the room. It's getting a good cross section of the tournament.
By the way, those of you asking about the replay of yesterday's action, obviously we covered most of day one of the Super High Roller, and then we had that bonus coverage of the high stakes cash game. Because there were some technical difficulties at the venue, some power issues towards the end of play in the Super High Roller, it's taking us a little bit longer than usual to get that replay up there, but rest assured, sooner or later today, you will be able to rewatch all the action from day one of the EPT Grand Final Festival, both on PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
Twix Poker, who has a good memory and lots of time on his hand, has dug up an old Twitter conversation.
Is
Not
this
too old, I
is
guess.
this Bonomo's beef with Timex over the stare down?
It sure is.
So what's the rumpus?
So Mike McDonald sent a tweet saying something about, you know, I'm selling action. And Gavin Griffin tweets back a joke, can you pay in staring lesson? To which Justin Bonomo says, staring lesson number 1, learn to be unforgivably rude and unpleasant without caring.
Wow.
Hashtag staring is unsportsmanlike. Gavin Griffin says, looks like I stepped in the middle of something. Justin Bonomo says, haha.
Raise.
I just think it's super douchey
Total
and way
13,000.
worse than something like berating the fish.
Wow. As I said before, fight, fight, fight.
Call.
So this is the first hand we've seen Ping San Chan play at the table. He raises to 13,000, gets a call from David Peters, who elects to defend his big blind. It's a Jack 3 deuce 2 spade flop.
Check. Check.
Check, check. Third spade on the turn.
$26.
Peters leads the turn. Called. Ten of spades on the river. 3-card straight out there, 4-card flush out there.
Ken Peters fire again. Not a ton of chips left behind.
46. That's 46,000.
And it looks like he's put Ping San Chan to a decision. And that decision was made extremely all in.
Shoving on Peters, and Peters being asked to call off everything he's got.
And on that river bet, David Peters fired 8 big blinds out of 30 big blinds remaining. So if he folds here, he will not be left with much. But playing against a guy who's like a perceived amateur, you think they're rarely going to be doing this with much less than the nuts. The nuts on this board is a straight flush, but the ace-high flush is close enough.
Is this one of those horrible situations where we're seeing the ace of spades against the king of spades?
Well, Shemian studying Ping San Chan. Maybe hoping to learn something about his opponent. This pained expression from David Peters would certainly indicate some big spade that isn't the ace of spades. I think when you bet here and get shoved on, you have to consider, you have to fold pretty much anything that isn't a flush. Peter's in the tank for more than 2 minutes now. Understandable. 100,000 euros out of his pocket riding on this, and potentially much, much more.
Tournament clock has ticked down to 36, by the way. So we're seeing quite a few eliminations in the first half hour of play today. Peters lets it go.
That's a really tough call to make, and if San Chan had anything but the ace, I give him tons of credit.
And he now moves up the million mark, 1,036,000, so just behind Phil Gruesome on the leaderboard, with 36 players remaining in the 100k Super High Roller here in Monaco. Well, let's take a look around the room at some of the other players on the outer tables in this tournament. Mohsen Charania, who won the main event of the grand final a couple of seasons ago. Olivier Bousquet, a regular in these high buy-in events. Vanessa Selp, she's in for a couple of bullets. Dan Smith's got a super high roller title. Sir Olmutz, he didn't sleep very well last night. Daniel Negreanu's among the chip leaders at the start of day 2. John Juanda, Antonio Esfandiari. Gus Hansen, who bought in at the start of day 2.
Jungle Man.
The elimination of Herolbus Vulgaris.
Boy, I'm sad to see Bob go. Not so much because I'm pulling from as a poker player, but because now he's going to watch the live stream and probably troll us.
So back to the feature table. And let's address some of your tweets. Now, we gave a card protector for Samuel for saying that Jason Mercier was a good Woody from Toy Story lookalike. And I admire Paul's effort because he's had a bit of a go at photoshopping Jason Mercier to look like Woody.
He probably shouldn't have, though.
I think we could give a prize, and I'm not saying we need to give one of our really stellar prizes, but maybe either a card protector or maybe an all-in triangle. If someone can do a really good, a really spot-on Photoshop of Jason Mercier as Woody.
Okay, let's give everyone until the... Because it does take some time to do a good Photoshop.
Agreed. I don't need to rush into this. Quality rather than speed on this one.
So let's give them to the end of the next level, and we'll take all the submissions we get and give away a prize to the best Jason Mercier Woody Photoshop.
Let's pick up the action in this hand. Shemian open from the cutoff. Jason Mercier 3 bets from the button to 43,000. With the blinds folding, it's back on Shemian. He calls the 3 bet. Will play the flop out of position.
All right. 3 bet post flop play. 9-6 tray. No suits.
I don't know whether you saw on Twitter, Joe, just thinking about Ike Haxton taking out Herolbus Vulgaris there. Haxton, of course, played in that high-stakes cash game last night and celebrated the end of a 14-hour poker session with a burger.
I saw that. Good thing he won in the game, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to afford that burger.
So Mercier continues his flop for 39,000. I mentioned at the start of the day, Jason was the runner-up in last year's Super High Roller, just a few days after final tabling the main event, which came a few days after he won the Open Face Chinese event.
Yeah, big festival for Jason last year. Haven't seen too much C-betting, and this one is getting raised.
92,000.
Meanwhile, Twix Poker has dug out Mike McDonald's response to Justin Bonomo's assertion that the stare down is disrespectful and worse than calling players fish. He says, I guess we're all entitled to our own opinions and whatnot, but that one is outrageous. They seem to be quite civil with each other today.
People tend to be a little more passionate when there's a keyboard in front of them.
We raise all in.
So Shemian check raises to 92,000. Mercier shoves for over 400k and Shemian folds. Jason gets his stack up to 596,000, above average in chips. Shemian down to 606,000. Maximilian says, what happened to Ryan Reese? Has he quit poker? I haven't seen him play an EPT this year. Well, we saw Ryan Reese at the PCA this year. As we look at the chips of all 7 players on our feature table right now. Ryan Reese obviously doesn't come over to Europe much. We haven't seen him play any European Poker Tour events. We haven't seen him over this side of the Atlantic. But he did come to the PCA in January. He played the Super High Roller event. He was on our feature table on day 1 of that tournament. And you'll be able to see Ryan in action when those TV shows air a bit later this year. Right now, those of you following the EPT TV highlight shows will know that we're on the early stages of the EPT London main event. You want to watch the second show, the second half of day 1B. That show with Vicky Corrin, our first ever 2-time champ, on the feature table, is available to watch on PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
How many reds do you have? 200? No.
Jason Mercier's raise from the cutoff, flattered by Justin Bonomo in the big blind. 10-7-6 rainbow flop. And Graphical Nick is providing you with amusing chip denominations at the bottom of your screen right now. Sweets seem to be the theme.
It's not fair, Nick, because I already think the chips look delicious, and now you're giving them yummy little names to go with it. Can someone please bring me some Haribo so I don't go down there? Nom 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 all those chips.
Check on the turn. Let's get check to showdown.
You know what? I have a good mind of taking away Sam's card protector.
Yeah, Samuel, we gave you a prize, and then you start complaining about the fact that, quote, you didn't get enough credit for the Timex Prince William comparison. Now, we've already established that you can pretty much take 2 random pictures of people.
Yes.
And if they're the right pictures, there will be a resemblance between those 2. I personally would have accepted the credit for the Mercia Woody lookalike, said thank you for my prize, and then stopped.
Yes, agreed.
Instead, the fact that you're complaining means that your prize is now in jeopardy.
Things get lost in the mail all the time, I'm just saying. It's very unreliable.
Hello to Angelo. Back to the action. It's sunny, chilling in the backyard with a cold iced tea and the EPT Grand Final. Psyched!
Is he saying he's psyched, or he psyched us out like he's not excited and he's not chilling in the backyard? I'm chilling in the backyard, psych!
Raise to 18,000.
I'm in my parlor.
I think the former rather than the latter.
All right, just checking.
Still waiting for confirmation of the prize pool and the payouts in this event. Probably get that during the second session of the day. First tournament break will be after level 10, so in about an hour and 20 minutes' time.
Duracell Power Mats.
Raise and take it for Mike McDonald.
Official charging sponsor of the European Poker Tour. Other Power Mats aren't available. Use the Duracell one.
We have our first Jason Mercier Photoshop suggestion coming from one of the EPT producers, Brent, who says it's a slow day back at the office. Now, it's a good job, Brent. However, you are ineligible for the prize. Besides, I still maintain it's good. I'm pretty sure we can do better.
It's a good Photoshop. But if I were going to do it personally, I would just take the face part of Jason and put it on the face part. You know, leave off the hair and use Woody's hair. Personally, that's what I would do.
Average Joe asks, does Phil Lark ever play EPTs? One of the most entertaining poker players, in my opinion. We don't see a lot of Phil on this side of the Atlantic, but Phil is one of the contestants in the Shark Cage, a new TV show which will be airing towards the end of 2014. 2 more heats of the Shark Cage will be shot here in Monaco on Sunday. We can talk a bit later on about the lineup.
I couldn't agree more, by the way. I love Phil Lark. Absolute blast at the table.
A lot of people saying that they want Samuel's card protector instead. Well, that ain't going to work either. Number one,
boy.
You cannot ask specifically for prizes on EPT Live, and asking for somebody else's prizes, well, that's just...
It was 20.
That is a slap to the face.
One of these was...
Of all of us, of everyone on this production, honestly.
Bonomo's raise, called by Ping San Chan. Ace 10 deuce flop. Bonomo continues for 20,000. San Chan calls.
I keep thinking you're going to say Pink Sanchez. I love that name. San Chan checks. Bonomo checks. 9 in the river. Bonomo, the only aggressor this hand, pre-flop aggressor, continued to flop. Bonomo checks behind. Sanchez shows his hand. Bonomo mucks. Ping picks up that pot worth about 78K. Worth exactly 78K. Josh says no sight of Tom Dwan anywhere. Is he in Monte Carlo? We haven't seen him. I haven't seen. Has anyone here seen him? No one even looked at me, so I guess not. Luke says the absence of flop betting is odd. Do you think it's because of the high stakes and players are tightening up? I think that we can't really extrapolate anything yet from the few hands we've seen, but I would say that it is kind of a misconception to think these guys don't care about the money or that they are just such ballers that they can continue to, you know, always just play their crazy aggressive games no matter what their chip stack is, or, you know, if they're on the bubble and stuff like that. You know, if you recall, the bubble just went super, super long, the last super high roller. The money does mean something. So, yeah, I think that if the play is slightly more passive today, that would have something to do with it. You know, just stack sizes. These super high rollers play a lot faster than a main event. This is a 3-day tournament as opposed to a 5-day tournament. And so players, you know, it does change the dynamic quite a bit.
And the dynamic we frequently see, Joe, is that when we get close to the final table, which is normally where the money bubble is in this tournament, play tightens up, the blinds catch up with these guys, and the final table tends to play quite shallow and is quite fast and furious. As opposed to an EPT main event final table, which might last the better part of 12 hours, yeah. The super high roller can sometimes be done in 6 to 8 hours. So Ivy's raise.
And he's doing it.
Called by McDonald. And on the flop, with no continuation bet from Ivy, McDonald bets 20,000, and then he breaks out the stare. Ivy not interested. He calls the 20K. 5 of hearts on the turn.
This time it goes check, check.
7 of diamonds on the river.
Ivy checks for a 3rd time. Very passive play from Ivy so far today.
Check to showdown. Mike with the best hand.
Well, I hope for the audience's sake that Ivy starts to pick up some chips. He's down to 241K. Not the shortest stack at the table. He's only 3rd shortest. We want Phil to stay. Please stay, Phil. Please.
Alex tweets to say, internet is down at work, so I'm watching EPT Live on my phone. He's downloaded the PokerStars TV app. Good man, Alex. Ivy back in the action, raises to 12K.
I will not be held responsible for his 3G charges, however.
How much are you playing? About?
About 11 minutes left on this level.
More.
So Timex has flattered the raise in the cutoff. Olashemian with a decision in the small blind, asking Ivy how much he's playing behind.
Maybe wondering what the chances are that Ivy shoves over the top. if Shemian attempts a squeeze here. Ivy starts the hand with about 40 big blinds. Shemian just calls, not giving Ivy the option of shoving.
Jason Mercier getting a really good price in the big blind. Looks like he's coming along for the ride as well. We're going 4-way to this flop. Ten, 7-3. Shemian to act first.
And this is a donk lead from Shemian into the original razor. Ivy gets a quick fold from Mercier. Fold from Ivy. McDonald takes a brief break from staring to put his chip in. Resumes stare down. It's just so weird.
Bet 62,000.
Oh, there we go. Okay, he's in there. Oh, I wonder if he does this long enough if Bonomo will flip out.
Bonomo smash.
See ya.
Shemian wins this one, playing 663,000, second biggest stack at the feature table behind Ping San Chan with just over $1 million. 34 players remaining right now in the Super High Roller event. This is the penultimate day of the tournament. They will play down to a final table today, so it could be a long one. News reached us that Eric Seidel has just been eliminated by Johannes Strassman. Phil Gruesome, still the chip leader, just ahead of Ping San Chan. A reminder, you can follow the chip counts and follow the live updates from the outer tables on the live update section of the PokerStars blog. Rutger says so much respect for Ivy in the Super High Roller. Love his game and the way he handled the McDonald stare down, which is to blatantly ignore Mike McDonald and pretend he's not even at the table.
Got some folks coming in with some Jason Mercier Woody photoshops.
A reminder that you've got another 77 minutes to submit those photoshops. We're giving you time because we want you to do a good job, and I do feel that, as funny as some of these are, Joe, that if people spent more time on them, they would be even better. So don't rush them. This is a blind-on-blind confrontation, an unraised pot. A King 9-4 flop with 2 hearts.
I like to call this the Stevie Wonder versus Ray Charles. And somehow they didn't see a turn.
A lot of people very entertained by the stare back from Shemian in that hand against Timex. Mariana says, it reminded me of Top Gun. Adam thinks it was the funniest Timex stare down to date, with Ola's cheerful look back at him. Ha 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 ha.
Kind of what it was like. Mariana says the stare down between Timex and Shemian reminds her of Top Gun. Agreed. Don't know how I missed that. I definitely agree. All it needs is a little butt slap on the end. Little beach volleyball. Shirtless, who wouldn't be into that?
Would Shemian be Timex's wingman or vice versa?
You know, I don't want to start another fight. I'm just going to stay out of that one.
Raise to 14,000.
Maybe Bonomo is the Val Kilmer character who starts off as...
Iceman.
Yes.
You're unsafe. He thinks Timex's stare down is reckless.
Shemian's raise called by Ivy. 10-6-5 on the flop. Ivy playing in flow.
Bet 17,000.
And Ivy folds the C-bet from Shemian.
So other than that three-way all-in we had, no crazy confrontations, no big showdowns yet. Everyone appears to be playing fairly straightforward and fairly snug.
And just to recap some of the eliminations we've had today, the reigning champ, Max Altegott, went out in one of the first few hands of the day. Gus Hansen was a late arrival. He bought in at the start of play and busted Tobias Reinkemeyer. Mikhail Smirnov is out. We saw Herobert Voulgaris taken out by Ike Haxton, and confirmation of that news from a short while ago that Eric Seidel has hit the rail, eliminated by Johannes Strassmann, who made the final table of the Super High Roller event in London.
Look at that Ola Shemian there. Kate says, Ola Shemian makes me go all Cougar Town. Kate, I couldn't agree more.
I'll wait until Peters is out. He doesn't seem to like.
Last time we saw Ola Shemian on the EPT, it was less than a week ago in San Remo when he won the High Roller event, the 10K buy-in tournament, in record time, just blew through that final table.
Bulldozer.
And he's pretty much locked up EPT Player of the Year, or Player of the Season, if you like.
He and Ivy toe-to-toe in this pot. Again, no betting action on the flop.
And despite Ola Shemian's accomplishments, Joe, do you think Ivy knows who he is?
Yes, I think he knows who he is, but it's always an interesting question.
Raise it to 60,000.
There was a super high roller here where he didn't know who Jonathan Duhamel was.
To be fair, that was when Ivy had been off the scene for a while. He has been more involved in the poker industry in the last couple of years. So the check raise from Ivy on the turn gets the job done. He's playing a stack of 259,000, so a bit above starting stack. Average stack right now around 456k. Still 34 players remaining as we play down to the final table of 8 on day 2 of this €100,000 buy-in event.
And while we mentioned that the final table of a super high roller can sometimes go kind of quickly, this day usually doesn't.
Inevitably, we're going to see a huge money bubble at some point today. And confirmation, we're still waiting for how many players will get paid. Normally, it's the final table, it's the top 8, but with the number of entries we've had here in Monaco, it'll be interesting to see if they decide to pay 9 or even 10 players.
I mean, we've seen them pay as few as 6 before.
Re-raise all in.
Mercier opens to 12,000. David Peters shoves for 118,000.
Yes, 118,000.
Action on Justin Bonomo in the small blind. Quick hello to Mr. Ed. He says, watching from Shanghai. Great job, guys. Hope the internet stays stable. Is he talking about ours or theirs?
Re-raise all in.
And Justin Bonomo
probably full.
Reshoves. Everyone else folds. So Peters is the player at risk. Ace Queen against sevens. So a classic race underway at the feature table. Peters with the overcards, Bonomo with the pocket pair.
Like Michael Scott versus David Brent, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Pocket pair holding. Peters needs to hit to survive.
He's got 4 immediate outs, and that 4 does not bring any additional counterfeit outs.
Peters needs an ace or a queen on the river. And it's a deuce, so we lose David Peters.
That is 100,000 euros. Gone. Well, he's handling it well, and by well, I mean not vomiting all over the stage. Hopefully he can at least make it back to the room.
So we are down to 33 players now.
Shemian raising under the gun. Remember, blinds are up.
This is level 10 of the tournament. 4,000, 8,000, the 1,000 ante.
How much you got in total? 500, 520.
Mike McDonald just flatting out of the small blind.
Queen 10 deuce with 2 spades.
Mike's out of position. He'll likely check this. He does, and all it checks behind. Four diamonds on the turn. Now Mike decides to take the lead in the hand. Shemian sticking around, calls the bet of 35,000.
6 on the river. Quick hello to Rob. Great to have EPT Live to fill my empty, meaningless days. Only kidding. I have so much to do, but won't because I am watching. And we love having you here. So Mike bet turn, he's betting river as well, and Shemian quickly folds. Mike now playing 584,000, just behind Shemian, who's playing 592,000. Ping San Chan, big chip leader at this table with just over $1 million. Quickly checking on the live updates on the blog. Looks like Phil Gruesome and Ping San Chan are pretty much tied for the chip lead at the moment. And news of another elimination from one of the outer tables. Mohsen Charania, who we saw earlier on today, who won the main event at the Season 8 Grand Final, is gone. Eliminated by Talal Shakerchi. So these are the chip counts of the 6 players we've got on the main stage. Around 30 players remaining in total.
$55 more minutes to get in your submissions for the Jason Mercier Woody Photoshop contest, where we'll be giving away, what do we decide, a card protector?
No, I think
better than that, a triangle.
We will decide, based on the quality of the best Photoshop provided, what the quality of the prize will be.
That's right, that's fine. That's good.
I kind of like the guy who did this.
That's you? It's coming from an email
half-naked
address.
Woody
Yeah.
Jason Mercier Photoshop. It's a good Photoshop, and really
I was wondering.
That's how you save money.
sort of
I was wondering.
proves
what
why
email
Jason looks like him.
address Texted me, said call me. I
Oh,
was just like, okay.
It came from an email address. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, email address says call me. I don't really know how. I'm like, okay, bud, whoever you are.
Why don't you just respond and say, who are you?
I think I forgot. It's probably doing something.
Yeah, probably doing something real important.
Yeah.
Down there in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Bonomo gets 3-bet by Ping San Chan and folds. San Chan boosts his chip lead.
Conv gets in touch.
The Conv
Says it'd be interesting to see 9 get paid. 2 tables of 5 on the bubble will bring about all sorts of different dynamics compared to the PCA Super High Roller bubble.
And as we've been saying, we expect the final prize pool and the payouts to be confirmed probably when we come back from the first break of the day. I'd be surprised if at the start of level 11 we didn't have that information.
The Koozie says, I don't want to say Timex's stare down is intense, but I just started a fire by holding a magnifying glass in front of it.
Mariana says, please make a montage of Timex and Shemian set to Danger Zone, or better, Take My Breath Away. Sadly, we're not allowed to use commercial music on EPT Live.
I used to hum Take My Breath Away every time Mike did the stare down, but yeah, apparently they can't afford that.
Yeah, Giorgio Moroder's lawyers got in touch. So Shemian limped the small blind. Jason raises from the big blind.
You don't see too many limp folds from these guys, blind on blind.
78,000.
Oh. 3-bet from Shemian.
I'd say you even see the limp 3-bet more often than you see the limp fold. And this is where things can get real dicey. These blind on blind battles. Very hard to put people on ranges. Very difficult to know where you're at without a monster. The good news is at least the big blind's in position. Bad news is Jason's facing a fold here or getting a not so great price. Looks like he is going to see a flop.
No, that's
no,
a fallback.
sure isn't.
Jason Mercier re-raises.
When you read behind.
He makes it 168,000 out of a stack of 561,000. So roughly 400k behind. It looks like we're down to 32 players. The table's just broken, so 2 new players will be coming to our feature table after this hand.
How many more bets will we see before the flop here?
Will we see a flop?
All in.
Shemian shoves.
This is all in, Nicole.
And Mercier calls. So blind on blind. Aces against ace-king.
What a cooler. Wow.
Shemian with the aces, and he has Jason Mercier covered by 21k. Shemian a massive favorite.
The Merce dog, a huge dog.
Highly unlikely
Counting it out for him.
that Jason Mercier will be making back-to-back grand final super high roller final table appearances.
Maybe not.
It's down to running straight outs, running kings.
You have more, right?
2% equity for Jason, likely to be drawing dead on the turn.
Game. Good luck.
And that's it, it's over. Jason Mercier eliminated. And Ola Shemian will take the chip lead. Not just at this feature table, but also in the tournament.
How much was it there?
Ola Shemian will lead this field of 31 players with a stack of close to 1.2 million, 1.128 million.
Damn. These two had very similar stacks. Shemian had Mercier barely covered. Poor Greg has the unfortunate job of recollecting these microphones from people after they've lost minimum 100,000 euros.
Domagoy says, oh my, OMG, what an amazing play by Ole. I actually thought the hand was played pretty standard. I don't think either player could really have done anything differently. I think to limp 3-bet with aces, blind on blind, is pretty standard. Anytime it's a blind on blind confrontation and you've got aces against someone's ace-king, with those stacks, it's all going in pre-flop.
Yeah, I think that if he somehow gets Jason to put it all in pre-flop with like threes or 6-7, then you know, that's a little tougher to do. But the hand's going to happen like that most of the time, I think, anyway.
And as many people pointed out, he'd made the same move with ace-queen against Steve O'Dwyer yesterday. So 2 new players at the feature table. Johannes Strassman, who was an EPT regular for several seasons, then took a bit of a break from the term. Then we saw him play the Super High Roller in London earlier this season, and he final tabled that event. And the other player is Ike Haxton.
These are RFID cards, so they just go here and get scanned, or whole cards? Or you're supposed to show it to the camera and put it here? Okay. Thank you.
If you want to save some time, just flip the cards face up.
Oh, that's an idea. Are we going to all do that, or only me?
He'd still have an advantage.
I think the game would be it'd be pretty fun for a little bit if we all did that. Yeah.
Ike brings 687,000 to the table.
Very fun.
Strassman's paying 328,000.
If the blinds were a lot higher, it could be decent. But no, that's not how it works.
Ivy's raised under the gun. Mike McDonald is called. We're now playing 7-handed. Has Ike been taking fashion tips from Paul Newey?
Maybe Paul knew he played the huge cash game and literally lost his shirt. It looks like Ike belongs in the opening titles of The Cosby Show in that shirt.
Jack 10 with 2 clubs. Jack says, can you guys tell me what's happening? Because I think Ike's shirt just blinded me.
We see Ivy not c-betting again. Have he continued once?
We've seen the delayed continuation bet,
Yeah,
but I
that
don't think
doesn't
I've
count.
ever seen him fire the flop. So it's McDonald who bets 25,000. Ivy calls. Queen of Spades on the turn. Several people have just joined us. Christopher Adams says, late to the party, super high roller coverage, and this table lineup is sick. Chris Day asks, how long does play go today? Down to the final table, Chris, down to the final 8.
Now Ivy is going to bet.
Leads the turn for 60,000.
And this time I think the stare is a little warranted. This is a weird line. And Mike quickly for him gives it up.
Steven says, I am loving Ike's shirt. Really want him to win this. His analysis when he's on the stream is amazing as well. Agreed. Takuzi says, I don't want to say Ike Haxton's shirt is loud, but my neighbors just hid in their nuclear shelter. Liam's got a good one. Ike auditioning for the Happy Mondays. Twisting my melon, man. It's a 7-handed action on the feature table with 43 minutes left to run on the 4,000, 8,000, 1,000 blind level. Shemian and Ping San Chan, the 2 big stacks with more than $1 million each. Shemian, the current tournament chip leader, and a player who's in this tournament for 10,000 euros. For the first time ever, they held a live satellite for the Super High Roller, which I believe attracted 12 runners.
12. Well, maybe 13, because I think he beat 12 players.
And Shemian was the player who won the seat. Straight off the back of his high roller victory in San Remo. Which is straight off the back of his last big win, which is probably a couple of days before that.
Which is straight off the back of a huge online win, and then another live win, and then several more online wins.
18,000.
The kid is good at pokers.
Action folded to Strassman on the button. He's raised. Jason has a theory that Haxton wore that shirt to avoid the Mike McDonald stare down. Ryan describes it as Ike and the amazing Technicolor Dream shirt. Hashtag do not adjust your TV. Ike has flattered Strassman's raise. Ivy's in as well, so we're going 3-way to this flop. There's a Jack 8-3. Rainbow flop.
Ike checks.
That's 24,000.
With the action check to him, Strassman continues into both players for 24,000. A short while ago, we were talking about some of the amazing prizes that we're going to have on offer on EPT Live over the next few days. Both Haxton and Ivy folding there. Check out at EPT Live on Twitter to see a photograph of some of those great prizes, including the sparkly purse. That's the blinding thing to the left of the picture.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
So we've got the Swarovski purse,
I don't have any of the right ones.
the Porsche sunglasses, the Oakley sunglasses, the Duracell power mat, the Sennheiser headset,
Nerd helmet.
plus some EPT 10 card protectors at the front.
Who's the picture of the babe? What is that? Like a photo frame?
I think it is. I think it's a Swarovski photo
Finally,
frame.
the cards are big enough that I can see them.
And the great thing is, if you don't have a photograph of your own to put in there, you can just keep the babe in there and pretend that she's yours.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm going to do.
Raise 20,000.
It's the Ola.
Yes, Vlad pointing out that Ola did also final table the Super Tuesday this week. This is Bonomo versus Ping San Chan. San Chan was the pre-flop aggressor. Looks like he'll continue the 6-4-3-2 club flop.
That's 33,000.
Bonomo calls. King of spades on the turn. Puts a second flush draw out there. Vader Nader says, gotta say, the sparkling purse does look fetching, but I think everyone's disappointed that Ike's shirt isn't in there as a prize.
You guys, he needs his shirt, because as distracting as it is, it's not as distracting as him playing topless. San Chan wins that one with a double barrel.
50,000 on the turn gets the job done. Kyle says, loving the coverage today on EPT Live, but that Mike McDonald stare is going straight to my soul.
That's the point.
Now, Joe, what does it mean when the tournament clock's offline?
Oh, that means that they're figuring out how much money everybody's going to get. By everybody, I mean probably 6 to 9 people.
We can expect the announcement very soon on how many players will get paid in the Super High Roller and what they will get paid. There's the announcement. Hopefully we can hear it.
More than 6 million euros. The first 8 players will get prize money to be paid. From the 8th place, from
8 players paid.
Up to the winner will get 1,804,000 euros.
1.8 million for the winner.
The final table of the last 8 players will be paid. Good luck to the remaining players.
So confirmation from tournament director Thomas Lamach that it will be the final table who gets paid. 8 players will cash in the Super High Roller. A min cash, 8th place, 241,000 euros. 7-figure scores for the top 2, 1.3 million euros for the runner-up, 1.8 million euros for the winner. So today we play down to the money, we play down to the final 8.
And with us playing down to a final 8, that could make for a very, very long final table money bubble. Very long. Longer than the Wolf of Wall Street. Ugh.
Michael Torpy says, anybody know how my boy Vogelsang is doing? Remember, if you want to check on specific players, want action from the outer tables, do check out the live updates on the PokerStarsblog.com. Obviously, when major stuff happens on the outer table, we are able to bring you the details. We are able to bring you the action. A short while ago on the outer tables, we lost.
Not cards up, right?
Vladimir
The live
Troianovsky.
stream is not cards up.
Eliminated by Daniel Coleman. Coleman, who I believe is in for 3 bullets in this tournament.
And Troianovsky had a pair in the second nut flush draw. Coleman had the nut flush, which is going to be good.
So Coleman takes out Troianovsky, and we're down to around 31 players, 30 or 31 right now.
It's so funny, Dan Coleman played the super high roller in the PCA, and Daniel didn't recognize him, didn't know who he was.
You mean Daniel Negreanu?
Excuse me, yes, sorry. It's just only one Daniel in poker, but apparently there's two. Daniel Coleman. Daniel Negreanu didn't know who he was, and in the commentary, I give Daniel Negreanu a hard time about it. Then I run into Dan Coleman in the gym a couple days ago, and I don't recognize him. But it worked out, because the last time I played the Sunday Million, I was at Dan Coleman's table, and he was railing against me, calling for a 3-outer when I got it in good, and his wish was granted. He apologized yesterday, said, "I'm sorry, I'm kind of a troll." And I was like, that's okay, me too.
We'll pick up the action on this hand in a moment. We've had a poem from Michael Josem, who, by the way, has updated his Twitter avatar. He's now got the bearded look going.
Josem's Posems.
Absolutely. Official poet of the EPT says, "I want to be like Ike, sending players on their bike, refusing to play topless because his strategy is peerless." So Shemian's under the gun raise, called in 2 spots. Action on this queen high flop, check to Phil Ivey, and he bets.
I think Ping San Chan would be awesome as the lead singer in an Asian Rolling Stones cover band.
If that ever becomes a thing, I'll make sure his agent gets the call.
He's a spitting image of Mick Jagger. Look at this guy.
Well, Sanchan called Ivey's bet. Shemi got out of the way. Heads up to the turn, which is the 8 of diamonds, pairing the board.
San Chan, I gotta give him credit. When he plays, he just keeps on firing. Now maybe he's always got it, but he seems relatively fearless against a table full of players who certainly have a bigger name than he does. I mean, not longer. Ping San Chan's literally a bigger name, but you know what I mean.
Ivey calls the 50K. King of diamonds on the river.
If we were going to go by character count, Johannes Straussman has the biggest name.
How much are you playing for? Okay.
Just pot it. Put him in. Well, that is a teeny tiny bet.
50K on the turn and now 55,000 on the river. Ivey calls. Ace, 8 of hearts for trip 8 and Ivey mucks. So he check called flop with second pair and then led when he improved the trips on the turn and extracted some value on the river.
Yeah, got decent value on the turn. And made a teeny tiny little bet on the river that Ivey just couldn't resist. Wonder if he could have gotten more. Maybe not, though. Maybe it was a perfect bet size for what Ivey's holding was.
Andy Gibbons asks, would San Chan's cover band be the Slow Rolling Stones? It's a confirmation that 31 players remain in the tournament. 62 total entries. Remember, that includes the 12 reloads that we saw on day 1 and at the start of day 2. And confirmation from tournament director Thomas Lamache in the last couple of minutes that 8 players will get paid. A prize pool of just over 6 million euros. 241,000 euros for 8th place. 1.8 million euros for the champion. And the final table will be played tomorrow. And a reminder that being a final table, it means we'll have whole cards up coverage here on EPT Live. Make sure you join us at 1 p.m. Central European Time tomorrow.
Bonomo raising from the cutoff.
How much did you start with, Bob?
Just has all Shemmy and the big blind to get through. Michael writes in to say, can I be a poker commentator next EPT? If not, then how do I become one? Michael, all you have to do is tweet in asking. That's how I got my job.
Joe's tweet was picked at random from the 257 tweets we received at the end of Season 7.
A little bit of run good.
Kyle says Phil Ivey must have had at least 2 pair on that last hand. He looked sick seeing trip 8s.
Shemian does defend.
So heads up to this flop, which is Jack 7-3 with 2 hearts.
Bottom of the second shortest stack of this table after Phil Ivey. No betting on the flop. Board double pairs on the river after yet still no betting.
$20,000.
Call.
20,000.
Call.
And a call.
Bonomo's bet of 20,000. Snap called by Shemian. Bonomo shows ace high. Shemian with ace high. They're both playing jacks and 7s with an ace kicker, which means this is a chop pot. And you know what they say, Joe? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Enjoy that, everyone. Enjoy that.
By the way, just a quick correction on tomorrow's start time. I forget, we can't expect super high rollers to show up at noon.
No.
They're going to kick off the final table at 1, which means our coverage on a 1-hour delay with hole cards will start at 2 p.m. Central European Time. Join us on PokerStars.tv and the PokerStars YouTube channel. Let's check on some of the players at the outer tables. Remember, there are 4 tables in total now, including the table on the main stage. So we've got Vogelsang here in the 1 seat alongside Gus Hansen, Antonio Sfandiari. Let's just go around the table. Richard Young.
Got Tim Adams over at this table. Mad Dog, Mike Watson, Igor Kurganov, Phil Gruesome. Got Signore Diaz at this table and Fabian, excuse me. Jungle Man, Dan Smith, Daniel Negreanu, Tilal Shakurchi, Olivier Busquet, Jeff Rossiter.
All the heroes have turned out in Monaco for this event.
Back to our main feature table where Mike McDonald has raised.
We raised to 60.
And San Chan is 3-betting. 60,000. Three-bet good. 3-bet good.
Michael Joseph has a suggestion for a new EPT Live competition. First prize is becoming a webcast commentator for 1 season. Second prize is doing it for 2 seasons. Well, as you know, we have got some amazing prizes over the course of the next few days. So we're going to work on some competition ideas. Bear in mind, we're in this for the long haul. We've got the Super High Rollers to play out today and tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we've got something special for you. We talked at the start of the day about this huge France Poker Series event, the €1,000 buy-in event, which had a field of close to 850 players. And remember, they were estimating this would get around 600 players, and it got 600 on day 1B alone. So we're going to have the final table of that tournament for you on Sunday. And then on Monday, we're going to switch our focus to the main event here at the EPT Grand Final, the €10,000 buy-in event, following that tournament from day 2 through to its conclusion on final table day when we crown the final main event winner of EPT Season 10.
So 3 days of cards up from this stop, huh?
Absolutely.
Love it.
Final table of the Super High Roller, final table of the FPS, final table of the EPT main.
Fantastic. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. Ping San Chan to win this whole thing. Done. Book it. I think he's playing super swell right now. His raise, called by Haxton from the big blind.
King 10-3 on the flop. Haxton checks to the razor. Sanchan continues for 30,000.
Haxton coming along, going nowhere. Really good chance with a big blind defense that he's caught some piece of that, or at the very least has a draw. Sanchan firing again, which seems like his MO. His post-flop aggression has been pretty high, I would guess. Like, still going nowhere. Flush draw out there now, too. And that flush draw does come in.
Check. Isaac checks.
Does Sanchan empty the clip? He gets a free showdown now if he wants it.
Check.
Sanchan does take the free showdown. Like tables queen jack for the flop open ender. 2 pair for Sanchan, who gets a little scared of those hearts in the end, it looks like.
Well, he's now playing close to 1.5 million. He's the tournament chip leader right now. Rashid says, what's Daniel Negreanu's stack right now? Remember, you can check on the players at the outer tables via the live update on the PokerStars blog. We think Daniel Negreanu is around 5th in chips at the moment with 915,000.
James, did you see this Woody Photoshop from Magnifier?
Now, who is that as Buzz Lightyear?
I don't know. I'm afraid to say.
We've had a couple of really good ones, which I've noted down. At the end of this level, we will decide what prizes to award the best Woody/Jason Mercier photoshops.
Daniel Astral, apparently, according to Magnifier.
Ashley says, after lots and lots of sleep, I'm back for another week of EPT. Some huge names at this table. I will enjoy this. Enjoy.
Hey, Ashley, welcome to the broadcast. Always like having girls tune in.
It's the guy who doesn't sleep.
Oh, it's the fake out Ashley. Happy to have you with us, Ashley.
Action folded to Johannes Strassman on the button. He raises. Phil Ivey shoves from the big blind. Strassman calls. Phil Ivey is at risk. Ace-Jack of diamonds, the hand for Strassman. Ivey with ace-queen. He's got Strassman dominated. So Ivey in a commanding position here to double up through the German.
Domination Nation. Advantage, Ivey. Phil shoved for fewer than 20 bigs. I'm assuming ace-jack suited is a call.
All clubs, which just make things better for Ivey. He's got the queen of clubs in his hand.
I feel like ace-jack is right on the line. Well, we've got some chop possibilities now.
A few chop opportunities emerge on the turn with the board pairing. But that's not one of them. It is the queen high flush for Ivy, and he doubles up.
And Ivy and Strassman flip-flop chip spots. Strassman now with just over 20 big blinds.
And 20 minutes left on this level. When we come back from the first break of the day, the blinds will be up to 5,000 and 10,000 with a 1,000 ante.
James Mank has written in saying, Stapes, can you ring my work so I can have all of next week to watch? Okay, I'll do it. Send me your work's number. I'll call them live on the air. I need to know the name of your boss and your name, and I will try to get you out of work next week. Everyone at home, I'm sure, is excited that Phil Ivey just doubled up. I am.
I mean, Ivy doubles up, but he's still got roughly half the tournament average. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but...
No, it's good. People need real talk, James.
So now, Strassman, who was left short by that hand against Ivy, moves all in, coming over the top of McDonald's opening raise, and Mike raised under the gun.
All in for 195,000. 195.
Timex going with the Star Wars t-shirt today.
Mike may be a little troubled by how light we've seen Strassman get it in the past. Those shows haven't aired yet, but
So Mike calls, and I like the way Strassman attempted the stare down and just couldn't keep it up and broke into laughter. So classic race underway at the feature table. Strassman with the fours, McDonald with the ace-queen.
like Halo versus Call of Duty, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Fours holding for now.
One heart. Not too much chance of a counterfeit for fours with the board pairing deuces. One more heart on the turn. So Mike picks up a bunch of outs.
Any ace, any queen, any heart.
Just not the four of hearts.
Strassman does not double up because it's a heart on the river. Strassman is sent to the rail. And we lose another player from the super high roller. Crippled by Ivy, eliminated by Timex.
There's like a 20K heads up.
And hello to Lyle, who says, I am on holiday. EPT Live for the next week. Holla.
Ricky says, are you nuts, Stapes? Ace-Jack suited is such a monster against Ivy in that spot. I would rather cut off my... than fold there. Well, Ricky, that makes one of us.
Start 11 in the morning, like Eastern. 11 Eastern?
You are more than welcome to cut off whatever you like.
Start like late at night.
And it would start 11 at night. Okay.
Yeah.
There's the current stacks
the
at our
later
feature
ones
table.
More like 4
you
or
notice
6 in the morning.
Johannes Strassman no longer listed. He's out of here. Justin Bonomo now the short stack, 31 big blinds.
Yeah, I would guess
followed by Ivy, who's also in the 30 big blind range.
Probably the only one
everyone else doing quite all right.
Like 300 or 400, I would guess.
And obviously we're not going to continue playing six-handed for long. A new player will be coming onto the main stage in just a moment.
It's good practice for the World Series.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's pretty much the only online tournaments here that are like well structured. Even W coop is like often like worse than scoop highs.
Well, there are a lot of 2-day tournaments, right?
Pardon me?
A lot of 2-day tournaments.
A ton of 2-day events.
Players discussing the Spring Championship of Online Poker coming soon to
Yeah, I've played
PokerStars.
some tournaments from that time zone. Like, tournament ends around 4 p.m. or something.
You get on the schedule, it's kind of a miserable schedule to be on.
My sleep is so fucked anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I just like live on 30-hour days.
Really bad for you.
Sorel Mitzi is the player who's coming to our feature table.
Cool. Love me some Sorel.
Was it last year that Sorel was trying to get backing for this event, and Tony Esfandiari said, oh yeah, I'll buy a piece, and then backed out at the last minute?
Yeah.
But Sorel managed to scrape the buy-in together and made the final table, and I believe finished third.
Big score for Sorel. Cinderella story.
Well, this is a 3-bet pot. Ping San Chan opened under the gun, got 3-bet by Shemi, and he calls, checks this queen high flop.
I got
But Sorel takes his seat on the main stage. Shemian checks behind. Jack on the turn.
Check.
Needling's okay though, right?
Yes.
Delayed C-bet from Shemian.
Real easy to have a draw here. Or a piece and a draw.
Jay Hacker enjoying the action. Tweets to say, watching a great feature table on my commute to work. Remember, if you want to get in touch with the booth, tag your tweets EPT Live, email nuts@pokerstars.tv.
Oh.
Sanchan calls the 88K. The river card is a 9. 4 cards straight on the board.
And also, you know, to go with that 4-card straight, it's that the open-ender is what got there.
That goes for me, you know, I'm not.
If you're calling with an ace, that did not get there.
Oh, I thought you were okay. I'm asking. Check. Fours, so I would call any pair fours or higher.
Check to Shemian.
5 off and higher.
You need to try again on that.
I would call ace queen and hearts.
Jack 6 is looking good.
5 deuce, real good.
Yeah. You look happy about something, Sorel. Did you just double up before you moved over here?
No, it's nice to me. There's not a lot of sporting events where you get the best in the world. Get a front row.
That line yesterday.
I know.
Sanchan must have some kind of showdown value here. When he calls the turn.
That's what you're into. You should join the NBA.
You just sign up.
I don't think I
That's
know
how
what
that
it
works.
takes.
And he's going to bet at 260,000 total.
Shemian bombs this river, 260 into a pot of 310. This is one of the more polarizing moves we've seen today. Sanchan folds.
I could be the best cricket player in the world, I just don't know it because I've never played. You can just go into it
Shemian
being
narrowing the gap between them.
Who knows?
Ping San Chan still the chip leader with 1.33 million. Shemian playing 1.29 million.
Dan had just about the worst possible situation happen yesterday with you, like at 600 and him 3 bullets in. You booked yourself, right?
Pardon me?
You booked yourself
I
against
forgot I
Coleman?
booked myself against.
Yeah. So that means like you probably didn't sell action then, right? Like
Pardon me?
if you booked yourself, you probably didn't.
He's probably
sell.
just going to disappear after this week. I'll never hear from him again.
He might.
Yeah.
It might be a little too big.
Yeah, that's why I need to try to come like 4th or something. Like.
What is it?
How much of you did he book?
Only 5%.
Oh, okay.
He's not actually going to disappear.
That's good.
10 minutes left on the level.
5%?
Yeah, it's not nothing. Yeah, but I mean, it's.
Not gonna go broke on
he's
that.
good for it.
Yeah.
Unlike when he wins the Supersonic and we're all actually going to have to disappear.
Yeah. That'll be sweet. We can just take that million we saved, go like buy an island together.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I think Ike's shirt should become the official flag of that island.
Ivy raising in late position.
I feel like if he does bink for like $1 million, the next week we're gonna get like 100K in action or something like that.
Probably.
Yeah. It's like already like there are probably weeks where the total action between everyone's like 40K or something like that.
Easily.
Yeah. What's the most you've taken in the most like bets you've accepted in a week?
Sounds like bad TV conversation.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Let's just say I gave him a big one last week.
Is like trying to think of a number, or is he trying to think of whether he wants to say it on the stream or not?
It could have been yours too.
I know, I fucked up. I just figured I needed to, out of principle, keep the vig. Like I don't want to get into like a vig bidding war and get it down to like 0.5% vig or something. So.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was getting in a bidding war with you, Timex.
I know. He's like, what vig would you want? I'm like, 10% vig, and then he counted with 5, and I took 5 2 weeks ago.
He starts with 10.
I mean, it's like with Dan, we're probably getting 20.
But there's a possibility of him overestimating himself. That's very different.
Yeah, I mean, it's super. Like if you take like long odds bets in like sports and stuff, it'll be like, they're like, I don't know what you call it. They're like, if you were to book all the bets, like average ROI would be like -15 or something like that on a lot of these like long odds things.
I'm just going to interrupt these guys for a second to say, nerd alert!
Well, I guess I shouldn't have done it for 2 then.
I mean, it's. Oh, it was 2. I thought you did 3. Shit.
I did 2.
Oh wow. Yeah, I think you got this one. I'm gonna get it.
I've cornered that market.
Yeah.
That was just the introductory rate too. He's gonna go lower next week.
I'm not going lower.
He insta took it too. He said, I can't not take that."
That's not true.
Yeah, you said.
I waited like an hour between you messaging me and getting back to you and saying I couldn't.
It was more the comment rather than the timing.
20 players?
30.
30 players?
30 at 200%.
Okay. That's a good chunk.
Just blast it off. I had 2 small caches, 2 min caches.
78,000.
Those KJs are terrible.
No C-bet from Bonomo, so Shemian leads the turn and now gets raised by Bonomo.
James, don't talk over this highly accessible conversation.
I would have bought out pre-tournament.
Oh, really? I had good players, you mean?
Yeah.
I didn't even look. I had a RDS. No, wait. What was the letters again? It was RZ.
I think RZ.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a couple good guys.
Okay, well, back to the hand.
Bonomo made it 16,000 pre-flop. Went check on the flop. Shemian leads for 25K, and Bonomo's now made it 78K.
Oh yeah, he was asking.
And Shemian folds.
Me?
So we're down to 29 players in the 100K Super High Roll here in Monaco because we've just lost another player from the outer tables.
Yeah, definitely.
A couple of hands ago, we lost Vanessa Selbst, all in with 7s against the King Jack of Antonio Esfandiari. He rivered a king, and Vanessa is busto.
Gross races. 100,000 euro races. Blah.
So down to 29 players. There will be a redraw when we get down to 24, when we get down to the final 3 tables, and another redraw when we get down to 16, when we get to the final 2 tables. And of course, Vanessa was in this tournament for 200,000 euros.
Oh, sorry.
It might be like
200,000
the
euro.
Australia events are going to be
flip.
small fields.
I won't make the Australia this year, though. Something I have to do. But
So we have to lose 21 more players before we end for today?
Correct.
I won't make it.
Are we calling time on this competition within the last few moments of the level?
I think we announce the winners when we come back from the break.
Okay, I'm cool with that. I've got 3 people on the shortlist right now.
Oh, that's so funny. I have the exact same 3 names on my shortlist.
Usually it starts small, like the 1K accumulators, so the good events will be at the end anyway. Yeah,
Crazy how that worked out.
Like 70 runners or something. The main will probably get like 400, and there's a 5K PLO and a 5K mix, and that's probably each get like 80 runners or something. Or I don't know exactly what it'd be like.
25K is the biggest?
Or 120, yeah. Yeah, it's like less exciting of a schedule than I was thinking. Like I was originally thinking.
There's no chance I'm going to that.
No. And it's at the exact same week as EPT London.
Yeah.
What month is it in? October.
I'm doing London or nothing. Yeah. Definitely not going to Australia for a series where 25 is the
It
biggest.
is kind of nice that like a few days later, there's the Macau series where they're going to have 100K.
100K US?
Yeah. Or maybe $1 million Hong Kong. It's either.
Wait, when is there a Macau series with $1 million Hong Kong buy-in?
This will be the first time they've done it. But
where was that announced? Is it a Stars thing?
Pardon me? It's a Stars thing. It's like their ACOP. Last time they just did
ACOP has $1 million Hong Kong now?
It's either $1 million Hong Kong or 800 Hong Kong. But like I got told by one of the guys at Stars.
Oh, that is very exciting.
Yeah. Sounds like time to spend 2 months in Asia. I don't think the full schedule's been announced, so it's possible that they were like wrong. But like one of the guys involved messaged me.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Yeah.
Well, he might have to tell you twice if he's not correct.
Just very quickly, want to leap in with news of another elimination. Gus Hansen is out, taken out by Dan Coleman.
It was a short trip, though, right?
About a week.
Dan Coleman must be a
So
force
you're
right
gonna go
now.
back already?
Yeah, I'd go back. Duwanda is like the world's greatest tour guide.
Daniel Coleman has around $1 million in chips at the moment. He's certainly up in the top 3. Let me work this out. Daniel Coleman will need to finish 7th or better to make a profit in this tournament. If he were to finish 7th, he'd make a €7,000 profit on his €300,000 investment.
I mean, that's a really, really good return on
I'm
investment.
going back after or before.
Oh, before?
This year, yeah. Either.
Yeah, I haven't been back for like 2 years.
I thought you were in Montreal or something.
Not, yeah, Toronto I haven't been back in 2 years. Montreal.
You were in Montreal. You like Montreal.
I should have went to Toronto to see my parents. But
Everybody who's been writing in asking about results of last night's cash game, stay tuned during the break because we'll be showing you highlights from that cash game.
Not changing. You want an exact amount?
I do.
Just 2.5 minutes to go until that break.
James, can you go through and disqualify all the people that submitted their Jason Mercier or Buzz Lightyear, excuse me, Woody pictures more than once?
Sucks.
Yeah.
Weird, huh?
New ownership.
Luckily, no one on the shortlist has done that, so they're all still eligible for a prize.
Because they're smart.
It's just I get such a satisfying reaction when I look at yours. Other people just sort of look their hand out of the way. I see it. You give me the stare down.
No, I don't give you the stare down. It's just this is like your 6th time looking at it in like the last like 8 minutes.
The break.
That can't be true. What you playing?
27 players remaining, 3 eliminations away from the next redraw.
I knew there was a... Was Ike asking Justin how much he's playing, or Phil? Must have been Justin.
So we know that Gus Hansen went out in 29th place. The 28th place finisher, Timothy Adams.
265 more.
Thank you, Phil.
You're welcome.
So 3 weight to the flop. Both blinds calling Bonomo's under the gun raise. King, Queen, 9, 2 diamonds.
Nice sloppy wet board.
Check.
Checks around, no continuation bet. Again. 10 on the turn gets even juicier out there. We got hearts, we got diamonds, we got straights, we got Broadway.
This like to be the last hand of the level, the last hand before we go on the first break of the day.
You have 20 seconds to get in your Woody pictures. Sorry, Woody from Toy Story. Boy, that could have been disastrous.
Jack on the river. So there is a 5-card straight on the board. Anyone got an ace? Maybe more than one player's got an ace. Of course, if you've got ace-8, you get the Pai Gow Dragon bonus for a 7-card straight.
Yes.
Axton leads 20,000. Ivy's folded. He's out of here. He wants that full 20-minute break time. Bonomo folds as well. So Haxton wins the last hand of the level. The player's going on a 15-minute break. So 15 minutes of cash game highlights to keep you entertained. Some of the best hands from last night's high-stakes cash game coverage. Here are the current chip counts at our feature table in the Super High Roller. Ping San Chan is the current tournament boss with 1.3 million. Olashemi not far behind him. When we come back from the break, the blinds will be up to 5,000 and 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. 27 players remain, and today we need to play down to the final table of 8. The 8 players who will get paid in this event. The action continues after the break here on EPT Live on the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
Honestly, don't have a clue what went through his brain, because obviously he's calling and obviously he's not raising. I mean, it's one of those hands that should take a second. To be fair to him, he apologized for the delay, and it happens.
My poker's not always honest. I'll be honest about that fact.
Under the gun run, sorry, under the gun raise from Jungle Man, aka Dan Cates.
Sometimes your range.
He's been around a while now. I kind of remember when that was the new name to keep an eye on. That seems like quite a long while ago now.
For 1 year in the poker industry is like 5 years in real life.
And we got our first 3-bet.
Hello. Small blind versus the under the gun. 7-5 Queen Rainbow. Vogelsang, as one of our viewers pointed out, who has been on fire.
I'll explain more after this hand.
Alright.
Do you think we're going to see many 3-bet bluffs pre-flop in a cash game like this?
Yes. I would. Well, if you consider 6-4 suited being a bluff, yes. I consider, I would think that later on in the evening I'm expecting a lot of 3-bets pre-flop just to have the upper hand.
So to be the aggressor in the hand, to be able to take the sort of betting lead going to any flop. So after 3-betting out of the small blind, Vogelsang continued for 13,000. Kate's called both times.
This is where we're all expecting Vogelsang to check.
Soul read.
That was a soul. Well, it's fairly like he's telling us a story about he's got ace queen, stuff like that, and he can't really continue on that one. And let's say Vogelsang has a decent hand. He doesn't want to lose 250K here on ace queen, does he? So if he has a solid hand, he's gonna call Mr. Jungle Man's bet right now, and then maybe lay it down on the river.
Happy to pot control, but it also shows the difficulty of playing a hand out position.
Exactly, and what are the difficulties here with the way they play that deep? We can't really put Jungle Man on a hand right now. Was he on a draw? Well, yeah, he was not on a draw on a 6-9, but maybe he was on a draw on a 6-4. Maybe he had a small set. That's a strong call. And that's a very interesting call. Now we know FocalSang has a hand. So does Jungle Man. Now the question is just whether does Jungle Man want to go. Obviously he's going to check at it here. And then the question is just what does Jungle Man want to do? The pot is already 112,000. This is what we came to see, guys.
This is the first six-figure pot, and it's only taken us about 15 minutes.
That didn't come as a surprise. Now the question is, Jungle Man knows FocalSang has a solid hand. He's not just calling with ace there. Most likely, he could be calling. My guess is ace queen. What does Jungle Man want to do? Does he really have the kahunis to go through with that bluff, if it's a bluff that he wants to tell? Because it's a very, very strong bet. Let's say he bets out 80,000 here. What do you do with ace queen there? What do you guys want to do with ace queen? Do you want to call with ace queen?
I'd a crying call with ace queen, maybe.
I
do you
don't
think
know.
it's even a bluff catcher, ace queen at this point?
Bluff? Ace queen. I'm not going to feel comfortable with ace queen. Jungle Man knows that, so maybe it might turn into a bluff. 97,000.
Welcome to the cash game, boys and girls.
Here we go. That's why it potentially could be a great bluff.
And I think he called.
Seat 7 called.
Wow. Pocket jacks was that? Wow. Set of 7s turned into a full house for Kate.
What did he call with?
I got a feeling I saw pocket jacks flashed, but
Yeah,
I might be wrong.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Well, like, and that's the interesting thing, because from our perspective, that doesn't, especially now that we know the hand, it doesn't really look like the greatest call ever. But maybe these guys has a history, which we don't know about, which makes it so obviously for FocalSang to call. Yeah. Considering how little he thought about it, there has to be something going on there, because
yeah, this could just be an extension of a game that they've been playing online the other day.
FocalSang knows the only thing he can beat right now is a bluff. But in my head, yeah, it could have been a bluff.
Don't forget, noon tomorrow Central European time, we kick off again with the second day of the Super High Roller coverage. 1 day down, 8 days to go. Plenty of poker coming your way in the next few days. Plenty of opportunities to win card protectors. For those still bemoaning not winning it in the recent competitions, lots and lots of opportunities.
Well, Matt, some people were literally seconds away from winning.
I know, I've been seeing some of the guys going, I can't believe it, I was two comments off the stream from winning.
Well, you know what, them the breaks. Life's not easy. Winning prizes on EPT Live isn't easy. You don't want to know what Frank had to do just to get in it.
Exactly.
Got an under the gun raise here from Kate. Haxton's the only caller from the next seat. Heads up. Queen 10, 2 diamonds, 5 spades. Haxton seriously studying Kate. Kate's, I think, when he first broke through to the live cash game arena, he was kind of awkward, had some physical tells. I think he's been working on them, but maybe
he has been working on his charisma. I still think he's kind of awkward, to be honest, but
But if you're a millionaire, they call it eccentric, I believe so.
Deuce of diamonds. Ordinarily, a bit of a brick, but third diamond, so all good. 17.5 in the pot because of the ante. 12,500. Not sure you're going to get any more six-figure pots tonight, Mark.
No, there's going to be a big one about 7 minutes past 2.
Well, that's the thing with cash games, you know, you never know.
You never know. Are you going to hang around and watch tonight after we go off air?
I think I'm not allowed. It's basically just like any other cash game, and I don't think they appreciate it if I hover around the cash game area all day.
Don't they know who you are?
I mean, that's what I said, but no, I can imagine. I mean,
look at this. We've got a raise here. Sorry to interrupt you, Frank. A river check raise. Love it. Raises to 49,000. Thinks Haxton. Is he regretting going for thin value on the river?
Yeah, he raised it up pre, then it was check, post flop. Then Jungle Man check called. And now check raise. It sort of gradually got more funky as the hand went on.
and Cates was the initial raiser. Right, yeah. It's a pretty sizable raise as well. He is creative. Well, Hexton has a real decision. This isn't Hollywooding anymore. Third diamond hit, but would he check if he had flopped the flush to himself?
You check back the flop.
And Cates checked first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I gotta say, my money is on Ike getting this right, whatever he does. If he comes to the conclusion, whatever decision he makes. He's either gonna make himself some money or save himself some money, one of the two.
Decisionatron approaching 3 minutes.
He does do look relaxed though, Cates, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly if any of this time was Ike waiting to see if he might get any information out of Cates, I think that's not gonna happen.
Okay, I call.
He calls. Cates looks happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I take it back. I had great faith in Ike there, getting it right, whatever happened.
Wow,
okay,
wow, he flopped a monster. He flopped the flush draw and the pair, and he reversed the flush.
Yeah, turn the open-ended. Oh no, just the pair, yeah. That's right. You know what, guys? We just had a 6-figure pot. All right.
And Cates is happy about it.
So this is the first heat of 8. I think it's fair to say, Joe, that our qualifier, Gareth Coles, is starting to settle in now.
It's got to be nerve-wracking sitting next to all these big stars. And George Costanza.
Gareth, is that... You're wearing a PokerStars watch, right?
Yeah.
Is that because you want a scoop or because you have 5 million VPPs?
Scoop.
Okay, good.
Get that read. Get that read.
He only has 4.8 million.
Why, what's better?
Well, if it's for 5 million VPP, it means he plays like millions and millions and millions of hands online. So.
Oh, okay.
And the other one is if you won a tournament.
Anybody can win a tournament.
Maybe he left the watch for 5 million VPPs at home, and this one's just for scoop.
No, you should JG that shit. Just put both on.
Raise from Jen. Speculative call from Phil.
He's a speculative guy.
That was a very reluctant call there, Phil. Quiet little call.
We don't know if he's thinking about raising or if he's thinking about...
Everybody's got a decent hand or was getting good odds.
4 ways?
4 players.
Gareth flops best. He now has a pair of queens.
Check.
Check.
Everyone checks to Phil.
And if I know Phil, and I'd like to think I do, he is going to bet this in position, even though he's got absolutely nothing.
30,000.
Garrett's got a good hand, but it's a scary board.
I think I know what you have, Phil.
Guaranteed you don't.
Jason and Jen
I'm
fold,
pretty
and
sure.
we go heads up to the turn.
Pair of queens, still good.
Phil had to have known he was going to have to bet this more than once he got called on the flop.
60,000.
I mean, there's always a chance 8 high is good.
Undeterred.
Heads up to the river. Gentlemen, please remember to signal for any aggressive action on the river.
Is Phil going to attempt to bluff a third time? The King of Clubs is a bit of a scare card for Gareth. Oh, he's going for the bluff button. Phil is about to bluff the river. If Gareth folds the best hand, he'll go in the shark cage. Phil needs to act soon.
Love that shot clock.
If Gareth calls the bluff, Phil goes in the cage. He's betting big.
I'm not all in, by the way.
3 chips behind.
But the time chips are.
Time chips are in.
It's still enough to put Gareth all in, which means this is for his tournament life.
We have paused his shot clock while we count the wager.
The 30-second countdown will start shortly.
I must be ahead, but...
67?
But...
9, 40, 60,
Don't worry.
67.
He folds!
967,000. Garrett says he folds.
See ya! The bluff gets through!
And he didn't push
I'm kidding.
the button.
Look at it.
He did push the button.
Oh, in the cage! I knew you were bluffing.
Oh my
I did.
God.
I said, but I can't call it. Damn it.
Gareth, I love you, kid, but that was too much fun. I couldn't help myself.
Gareth has to miss an orbit.
And you get a shark chip out of it, Phil. Damn.
Phil's going to get our first bluff chip.
That was so much fun. Oh, my God. I was hoping it would work out, too. Like, I have to just jam the hell out of it.
It's your big blind. It's your big blind. You want to take it or not?
Oh, that's cool.
Call the needle!
The club was the only card I'm calling you, otherwise.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Cool story, bro.
Poker School Online is the place to get your poker career going. It's free to join and free to play. If you dream of being a poker pro, but don't have a bankroll or don't know how to improve, Poker School Online is the place for you. PSO Leagues offer prizes every month, along with a host of Premier League promotions, where you can challenge yourself against the best people in the PSO community. Improve your game in minutes with Poker Bites, short videos that break down advanced poker concepts. Or watch full-length PSO session videos with pros like Nanonoko and Lex Veldhaus. Get your poker career started today at Poker School Online. Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final, the conclusion of Season 10. It's day 2 of 9 days of live coverage of the final festival of EPT 10. And this is the first big event, the €100,000 buy-in super high roller. Day 2 of the tournament with 26 players remaining, which means, Joe Stapleton, we are 2 eliminations away from the next redraw.
Redraw, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's something that the players in a tournament like this is very important, because sometimes you can be in a really bad spot depending on your chip stack and who's to your left and who's to your right. So some of these players will really love the redraw and some of them will really hate it.
So at our feature table, we've got a couple of the big stacks in the tournament, Ping San Chan and Ala Shemian, plus a few of the guys who need to get something going with the blinds now up to 5,000 and 10,000 with a 1,000 ante.
Now, James, Danny had a little problem during the break. He says, please stop playing the same Shark Cage promo the same Shark Cage hand every day. Well, James, Danny must be paying massive subscription fees.
How much do you have, Phil?
To be watching EPT Live. And I think we should send him a refund.
Your refund for $0.00 is in the post. Action folded to Ivy in the small blind. He raises. But we do welcome your comments, by the way. Tag your tweets, EPT Live. Email nuts@pokerstars.tv. And we're going to announce our competition winners, by the way, because we had that suggestion from Samuel that Jason Mercier looks a little bit like Woody from Toy Story. Jason sadly has now departed the Super High Roller. And we set you the challenge to do a really creative Photoshop merging Jason Mercier's face with Woody the Cowboy from the Toy Story movies. I want to tip my hat to the 2 runners-up in this competition, and I think both these guys
he's really tipping it.
Are
Look
deserving of EPT 10 card protectors. So congratulations to Jazz Vecina and Colby's hat. Both you guys are going to get EPT 10 card protectors, but it's Mark D at Ninja Bread Mark who will win an all-in triangle for his awesome work.
You know what I like best about Mark's is that he thought outside the box, and rather than taking Jason's face and putting it on Woody's body, he took Woody's face and put it on Jason's body. And it looks awesome.
And what I would say to all 3 of these guys, to Jazz Vecina, Colby's hat, and Ninja Bread Mark, is that if you follow at EPT Live on Twitter, we'll follow you back. We'll get your details via direct message, and we will ship you your prizes. Card protectors for Jazz and Colby. And Mark, you win yourself an all-in triangle. Congratulations. Great work.
Last 2 hands went raise and take it Ivy, raise and take it Haxton this time.
After these 2 hours, you're going to go 6-12-2.
Dina tweets to say, oh, big hello to the commentators from Sydney. Big kiss.
Hello, Dina. Must be how they do it down under.
Oh, can I have a double coffee? Double coffee?
Ivy's made it 20,000. Mike McDonald re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 55,000. By the way, those of you interested in today's EPT Live free roll, registration not even open yet. As soon as registration opens, we will give you today's free roll password.
Can we have a clue on the password? You know I like my clues.
260 more.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a clue.
Okay. It's a series of letters and or numbers.
No, it's something you might admire if you were to walk the streets of Monaco.
Is it MILF?
The password to the free roll is not MILF.
Okay.
Ivy responds to the 3-bet with a shove, and Mike McDonald calls. So once again, Phil Ivey is at risk. Last time he got it in a dominating situation. And once again, he gets it in good. Pocket queens for Ivy, ace queen for Mike McDonald. Mike with just one overcard.
Now, there are a lot of people on Twitter today saying that Mike runs real good.
If I had to pick a number? Pick one number. Probably 21.
I'll take 20.
20 against 21.
Oh, wait a second. Let's see what happens here.
It kind of matters what
No
happens.
ace on the flop. Ivy set for another double up.
I was going to launch her into a Mike McDonald anecdote, but I want you guys to hear Phil Ivey. He speaks so infrequently.
Club's not a factor. Ivy just has to fade an ace on the river. And he will double up to a near enough average stack. So Ivy now playing 575,000. Mike McDonald down to 424,000.
Anything else to push?
Yeah.
And all I was about to say is if this hand doesn't hold up, then I think the people who say Mike McDonald runs, excuse me, if the queens do hold up, everyone who says Mike McDonald just runs super good, I think can shh a little bit. Because I think Mike is a tremendous player, and I don't think he runs particularly well. Wouldn't say he runs badly, but I can't attribute his recent success to luck.
So based on the conversation we had before that big coup, Joe, Stefan tweets to say, I'm guessing Ferrari is the free roll password. Stefan, you are wrong, but you are close. You are thinking along the right lines.
Is it yacht?
Colder.
Okay. Is it boat?
Getting even colder. And increasing your chances of getting a slap.
What would the slap be from one of the MILFs?
What are you going to bet? What are you going to bet? A couple thousand?
Yeah.
You should be so lucky.
Okay, how much do you want to bet? All right.
I should be saying, I'm sorry, attractive older ladies who may or may not be mothers.
So you have 20 out, 21. We are booked. Everything else is pushed.
So if you have just joined us on EPT Live, this is day 2 of a 3-day tournament.
I think your favorite.
A record field in the €100,000 buy-in super high roller with 62 total entries. 12 of those were rebuys. 2 of those rebuys coming from one player, Daniel Coleman.
Thinking I was going to change my mind to 20.
And today we're playing down to the final table, playing down to the money. 8th place pays €241,000. The winner gets 1.8 million.
Blind on blind, Sanchan Shemian.
More free roll password guesses coming in. And guys, you're all being too specific. You're certainly thinking along the right lines, but you're being far too specific.
I don't think we'd ever make it like a brand name of a car, so I'm going to eliminate that.
And even if you do manage to work out the free roll password, and we haven't exactly made it difficult for you, it's not open for registration yet, so calm down.
Sanchan bet this flop. This was a limped pot. Sanchan betting a second time.
So 15,000 on the flop, 31,000 on the turn. Shemian is in.
Interesting. You'd expect Shemian to fold most of his floats by the second barrel.
What's the most likely result?
Ping checks.
I would say win.
I'd say push. I'll take the field.
Someone, and I'm not going to say who, someone has correctly guessed the free roll password.
Wow, all right.
A lot of people have got it wrong. A lot of people who've tweeted the same thing are all wrong. One person has got it right.
That might help. That's 20 and 21, right?
We're down to 25 players, by the way. Alex Torelli's just busted from the outer tables.
You think somebody getting knocked out is bad for the field winning? Or it being something other than 20 and 21?
So this time it's
Someone knocked out is bad for the field.
Shemian who fired into San Chan.
You think 22 is more likely than 19?
Maybe not, but 24 is a lot more likely than 18. I'll take 18 if you take 24. I'll probably do that.
All sorts of action here.
It has to be 23 now because
Sanchez calls.
So was that a total airball for Shemian?
Shemian tables Queen 8. San Chan with 5-7, so he heroes with a 7 on the river.
Nice call. And Shemian did not fold his float.
Good luck, boys.
Ping San Chan up to 1.5 million. So reminder, Alex Torelli's out, 25 players in the Super High Roller. Meanwhile, an update on the FPS event, the France Poker Series 1K. Jake Cody's just tweeted a very rude word. Somehow alarm didn't go off and I overslept for the start of day 2. Luckily, didn't blind off too much and going to spin it up.
Wow, I've been on every single table.
Okay, I'll take 18.
I got a 23.
That is a rude word.
5,000 full tilt.
Yeah.
Quick look at the outer tables.
You gotta play at your normal pace.
One elimination away from the next redraw.
You have to play at a normal pace.
Oh, yeah, no stalling. Nobody's going to stall the 100K to win a 5K side bet.
How many chips do you have, like?
Physical chips is 20, 40, 60, 80.
Would you take 15? Yeah, I'm going to need counts from every player at every table, not just this one. Would you take 15 or 25?
Oh, and Jeffrey, you're wrong.
Would you take 16 or 25?
16.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
It's Shemian's turn to limp in the small blind. Ike checking his option. 8-6-4 on the flop. Few people very surprised to see that Sam Trickett didn't return for the start of day 2. Sam Trickett deciding not to fire a second bullet in this tournament.
It's a very tough field, even if you have the dough. Maybe not the smartest bet to come back in.
So check on the flop. Ola Shemian betting the minimum on the turn.
Ooh. That's one way to lose chips.
Obviously, Shemian and Haxton endured many battles on our feature table yesterday.
Ike puts in a raise here, which is interesting because he can rep tons of hands. Shemian not a believer.
The river card is the king of spades. So the turn flush draw gets there. And it goes check, check.
The ace queen. I hit the king.
Shemian with ace queen. King 3, the hand for Ike.
He raises with a total air ball on that turn.
And then gets there on the river and checks it to showdown.
No value bet?
No value bet.
Well, during the break, we spoke to Ike Haxton and asked him about how the super high roller has gone so far for him.
Oh, the tournament's going well. I've got around 600K, which is a little above the average at this point. I've had a bit of an up and down day today. I came in high 500s, lost a big pot to Gus right away, and have been building back up since. The cash game last night was great. It was a little slow by high-stakes cash game standards. I think mostly just a function of the hands that were dealt. There weren't really any situations for people to play big pots. But it was a fun group and had a good time.
Got an update on Twitter from Daniel Negron, who says he lost a million chip flip to Magic Antonio, Ace King versus Jacks. He's still got 850K, though, which is well above average.
I really don't know.
Mr. Whiteman, you are wrong. Stefan, you are right. It is a little sad that people are trying to guess a password for a free roll they will all get later on.
Well, I think it's not so sad to guess, because guessing is fun, but it's sad to argue about it.
I think I'd take field, but I'm not too confident in that.
Chip denominations on your screen right now. Sanchan opens to 25K from the cutoff. Shemian 3 bets from the button to 75,000.
I mean, I definitely think it's close. I'll take the other side at like 1.2 to 1.
I do think it is close enough that I feel the same way. Definitely take either side at 1.2.
And the 3-bet gets through for Shemian.
Shemian back up over $1 million.
Well, I got 5K on the field if anyone wants to bet it.
Ping Sanchan, the big stack at this table with 1.5 million. A reminder that you can follow live updates from the Super High Roller on the PokerStarsblog.com. The live updates guys covering the outer tables and providing chip counts on all the remaining players in this tournament. Well, they've still got Negreanu out in front. Of course, we had that update from Daniel's Twitter that he lost that massive flip, which would probably make Antonio Svendiari the current chip leader.
I got 2120, you got the rest of the numbers.
Oh, but hang on, the pot was $1 million, right? So they probably had 500 apiece?
Yeah.
Okay, in which case, Ping Sanchan is back on top in the tournament then, with 1.5 million. With 25 players remaining now.
Shemian Bonomo going heads up to this flop. Jack 10-10, 2 clubs.
James Cole has just joined us. Afternoon, guys. Tuning in as always. I really need a life. Pleasure as always. Are you guys covering the UK IPT at dusk till dawn? No, James. That'll be Nick Wellfall and Mark Convey covering the last 2 days of that tournament. But Joe and I will be in Montreal at the end of May for 4 days of live streaming from the Canada Cup. So make sure you're watching that one on PokerStars.tv.
Watch them both.
Or even better, try and satellite into either of those tournaments. Either that £1,000 event at DTD in Nottingham or the $3,000 event, the main event at the Canada Cup. Satellite's running right now on PokerStars.
If we weren't doing voiceover that week, I would definitely try to satellite into the Nottingham event.
So Shemian's pre-flop raise was called by Bonomo in the big blind. Check, check on the flop. Bonomo leads the turn, gets called by Shemian, and the river brings a 9. It's straighty, it's flushy, it's paired, it's soggy.
I know you kids like 'em sloppy. Bonomo nearly pots this river.
I don't know if you heard that PA announcement in the background there, Joe, but there's been another elimination from the outer tables.
Aha.
We're down to 24, so it is redraw time in the super high roller. Bonomo's bet of 100,000 on the river gets it done. Shemian folds. And time for the remaining 24 players to draw for seats around the final 3 tables. It was Adrian Mateos Diaz who busted in 25th place. Nice with words asks a practical question. How do I even enter this free roll when the password is released? And obviously we often assume, Joe, that people have the PokerStars client on their computers. But that's the thing to say. It's completely free to anyone to play. And if you aren't already a PokerStars customer, you can download the PokerStars software for free for your PC or Mac. You can open an account without having to make a deposit, and then you can play the free roll. And we'll give you instructions when we release the password of where you'll find that tournament in the PokerStars lobby.
But for now, you got time to download the client, sign up, totally free, no bank details needed to play for free money, nothing like that.
Well, the reason James Cole asked about the event at DTD, he says, I'm playing at my local casino in a satellite for that event. We'll now look at the other sats available on PokerStars. Chances are the satellites on Stars are going to be a lot cheaper, James, than the live satellites, purely because the fields are going to be so much bigger.
Or no.
This table's breaking?
Yeah. Well, complete redraw.
I love the fact these guys play all the super high rollers and they still don't know there's a redraw at 24.
James, they got better things to think about, like 1.2 to 1 to the field times 5 and a 20 to 1 parlay over bet. Merge. RDZ 6 and stuff like that.
The Dyer confirming on Twitter that we are probably in for a long day today, and it's inevitable. Day 2 of a super high roller is always very long because we do have to get down from 40-odd players to 8, and when we get to 9, it can be excruciatingly painful. No one wants to bubble a tournament where 9th place goes away with nothing and 8th place pays nearly €250,000.
My sides right now is 24.
24?
Yeah.
24 is not very good.
Anyway. You have 24 against 18? Or no, I have 23 against 18. Okay, gotcha. And then the field versus 20 and 21?
23 does not look very good right now.
How's it going to get to 18?
What do you think
yeah, 18 doesn't seem very likely either. 18 doesn't seem very likely either. Gotta be more likely than 23, but...
We've got something for you guys to bet on.
Yeah. Regular viewers of EPT Live will be familiar with Challenge Stapes, which made its debut in Deauville this season. That was when Joe had to run around the venue 4 times.
Correct.
Then we took Challenge Stapes to Vienna, where we had Stapes' Hug Hunt, where Joe had to dispense hugs to people in the casino. And most recently in San Remo, Joe joined the massage team for a day and earned €170 in tips from poker players.
And thank God Challenge Stapes is... What? I thought we were done with this.
No, Challenge Stapes is back for the EPT 10 Grand Final. And these are your options. Which challenge would you like to see Joe Stapleton face here in Monaco? You're able to vote via the European Poker Tour Facebook page. Option A would see Joe complete the Monaco Grand Prix route on a bicycle.
Oh, boy. Downhill or up?
There's uphill, there's downhill, left ways, right ways. It would be an example of physical exertion. The infamous hairpin bend. Option B would see Joe dressed as a princess. We do have a princess costume with us, as many of you will have seen on Twitter. And Joe will be trying to get tourists to pose with him to have their photographs taken.
Well, if we do that, I'm going to earn some money at least.
And option C will see Joe working on the help desk here at the venue for a day. So which challenge do you want to set Stapes? Go to facebook.com/European Poker Tour, click on the EPT Live tab and make your selection, and you'll have 6 hours to vote.
Oh my
You've
God.
got till 9 p.m. Central European time. Joe's going to head to that Facebook page right now and monitor the voting and try and vote as many times as possible for the least offensive option.
Oh my God, I really don't want to go work at the help desk. I sure hope that no one votes for that, because that would be really embarrassing to me and probably also quite physically exerting.
Now, I believe in democracy, so I don't want to try and sway your vote. I want to be objective as Cycle. But if you want a recommendation, Cycle, of what to vote for, I really couldn't do that. Cycle. You vote with your heads, with your hearts. Cycle.
I don't think that anything stands a chance against me wearing a dress. But, yeah, if you guys really want to see me upset, better put me behind that old help desk in the air-conditioned, well-lit, non-dress-wearing portion of the building.
Wow, early votes coming in. And remember, we can only monitor the English language Facebook page. The other languages will be voting as well. But Princess has taken a very small lead with 49%. The F1 track, 45%. The help desk, only 6%.
Well, that's good, because I really don't want to do that help desk job. Thank God it's losing. Whew. Dodging a bullet. Thanks, audience.
While the players are taking their new seat assignments, let's handle some questions on Twitter, Joe. Severin says, is the EPT planning to reduce its number of stops for next season to 6? Or are we likely to see additions to the yet published stops? Season 11 has provisionally been released with a big gap, you'll notice. So we've announced that we'll be starting in Barcelona before going to London and then Prague. Those events pretty much where they were in 2013. Then after the PCA, we go to Deauville. There's then a gap in the schedule until the grand final in April. Suffice to say, that gap will probably be filled, but we're not able to yet confirm where we will be going and when. So this is the first few stops announced. Stand by for further information on where else the European Poker Tour will be going in Season 11.
Tournament director Luca Vivaldi, cross-referencing Fabian's chips.
Sorry, 817, 5, 6, 7, 7, 7.
Making sure we've got it all straight.
That's 800.
We don't want anyone getting their wires crossed.
So we've still got Justin Bonomo on the feature table. Talal Shakurchi and Fabian Quas, our most recent Super High Roller winner, among the other players taking seats on the main stage. Which means Phil Ivey is now out in the field, along with Igor Kurganov and Philip Grusom. How much do you reckon that salad cost, Phil?
I'll have to count the number of pieces of lettuce before I can make a true determination. Average is like 4 or 5 euros per leaf in these parts.
I want to say hello to Ingo Meyer, who says, watching EPT live while grinding on stars. Great work, guys, using the 5-minute MTT break for my first tweet ever. Hope this works. It has worked. Thank you for getting in touch. Hope to hear from you again soon. And good luck with your grind.
Poker Pro,
Ingo getting it in.
Mostly tournaments.
See, a few people observing, Joe, that having you working on the help desk is more of a challenge for the PokerStars players who would need help, and less of a challenge to you.
That is outrageous. I can Google things just as quickly as anyone else on the help desk.
I think it's more. This sit and goes a bit too like single table. Sit and goes. You know, once you've learnt the charts and those, it's not very fun. I'm only playing for fun, so it's not much fun for me. I like tournaments where you have more players, more complexity, you've got the bubble, there's more factors to take into account. It's just more interesting. And then when you win, it's more interesting. That's for sure.
Talal Shakurchi, the investment fund manager,
Where are you from again?
taking his seat.
London. I haven't seen you play live tournaments, Rich, unless not high rollers. Like you weren't here last year.
Well, I was here, but I didn't play.
You didn't play this one, no?
Olashemian was here last year. He won about 6 tournaments.
Okay. How did you get on?
I was big chip leader at the final table, and then I got 6th place or 7th or something like this.
You mean that you chip lead at the start of the final table?
Yeah.
The all-in stock has gone up this year. It's done very well.
Yeah.
Won the satellite.
Oh, okay. So this is your first year you've done high rollers, but you've been doing live tournaments for previous years. Yeah. I haven't
Like
seen
the
you.
super high rollers. I played high rollers before.
Yeah. Yeah, I just haven't seen you very much in it. Most players I recognise.
We played before, for sure.
I think Talal needs to watch the EPT on Channel 4 on Tuesday nights to get a better idea of the players he's competing against in these super high rollers. Those shows, of course, then get archived to PokerStars.tv and the PokerStars YouTube channel.
It's a crap site anyway, so might as well cover it up.
One of the PD people usually has one.
Oh, Shemian. Handsome for a man. Tall, too, by the way. You wouldn't know it to just look at him here at the table. There's my boy, Fabian Koss. I don't know what he's got going on there, but it's kind of working. Pretty soon he won't need that scarf. He'll just have the beard to cover up his neck pulse. It's beard year.
Meanwhile, an update from Jake Cody, who, of course, showed up late for day 2 of the France Poker Series main event after oversleeping. Just shoved King-Jack suited into kings and found a way to win. Didn't deserve it, but I'll take it. So these are the players we'll be watching right now. We've still got the tournament chip leader, Ping San Chan, playing 1.5 million. Ola Shemian is the other player at the table with a 7-figure stack. Let's look at the lineup on the secondary feature table. Daniel Coleman leading this field with 1.3 million, and Esfandiari after that big double up through Daniel Negreanu playing 1.1 million. Negreanu's still above average with 924k, sorry, 824.
This tournament.
2 days of work for
Remember, there is a third table out there as well. And the next redraw will occur when we get down to our final 2 tables, when we get to 16 players.
2 more redraws today. Half this day is just going to be redrawing.
Willie says, as much as I enjoy the ritual humiliation of my chimp-like buddy Stapes,
what?
I feel there's a gap in the market for Challenge Hartigan.
This tweet upsets me.
Le singe américain. Raise and take it for Shemian.
Shows ace king.
His average stack right now is 645,000. With 24 remaining, and updates from the outer tables will continue to be posted on the PokerStars blog.
Usually.
Couple of people pointing out something about challenge safes, and I'm glad they didn't think of cycling the F1 track in a princess dress. Dodged a bullet there.
Is it too late to do a range merge?
I feel like that might be kind of dangerous.
I was going to say, cycling the Formula 1 track alone, it's going to be difficult.
Just anything where there's any amount of height that I could fall from is dangerous, because I am not a coordinated man.
I see, now that would have been an awesome combination. In the princess dress, work the help desk for half a day, and then do the Formula 1 track. We combine all 3 elements, scrap the vote, not needed.
Oh, well, too bad there's a vote. Oh, darn. Let's check in on the vote, see where things are at.
Early days, still 5 hours and 55 minutes for people to have their say in Challenge Stapes Monaco edition.
Doesn't look like I'm going to be riding a bike anytime soon.
Wow. The princess has taken a commanding lead with 2/3 of the vote.
Raised 20 23,000.
Let's focus on the poker.
See, I've already seen you dressed as a princess on this trip. It's really not worth it. Cycle.
There's something just so empowering to me about dressing like a woman. Like, I get it. I just get the whole thing.
In which case it's not a challenge, which is why people should vote cycle.
All I can say is, well, there goes my political career. Really had a shot until now.
Joe Selwyn believes that the word nut, as in nut flush, should be changed to nugget. How much better does that sound? I rivered the nuggets, bro.
Nuggets is good, but I think nut still sounds good. It's one of the only ways I can it's like one of the only ways I can get away with saying the word nuts.
Under the gun raise from Dan Smith, one of our former super high roller champs. Won the event in Barcelona at the start of season 9. He has been re-raised by Zhou Chenlei. Smith started the hand reasonably short with a round starting stack.
On.
And he shoves. And gets a fold. I'm a bit concerned by Phil Cooper's tweet. Phil says, I'm training as an air traffic controller, but you guys are distracting me with this awesome coverage. Can't study. Now, we have had this conversation before when people have said, is it wrong to work on my dissertation while watching EPT Live? And we have a very simple rule. If you're doing something useful in life, if you're studying for a proper career, something that's going to help society, then please focus on that. If you're doing some worthless media studies dissertation or some piece of research that no one is ever going to read other than academics, then yes, you are allowed to watch EPT Live.
Yeah, but if you're like, curing cancer or flying airplanes across the sky or
I think if you're
helping the homeless,
if you're actually training to make sure that planes don't crash above us, I would rather you focus on that.
This is mostly computers, I think, really.
Raise 23.
Like a quass. Fabian coming alive here.
Under the gun +1, he makes it 23,000. And everyone else folds.
Where do they expect people to eat on a 75-minute break?
Here.
Food.
Room service?
Here at the coffee restaurant.
Is it fast enough for that?
Sometimes. It's your best shot. Maybe pre-order room service.
Yeah.
When's the break?
Is that really the most pressing concern in Justin Bonomo's life?
Yeah, what is a bigger concern than that? Figuring out, you need food to live. Playing a poker tournament hungry is not fun.
It's a long time.
That's the great thing about being a poker player. It literally is the biggest problem in his life right now.
22,000.
Jack Wright says, may have to turn off then, as I'm currently trying to learn not to kill patience. Yes, Jack, I'm sorry, but as much as we don't like losing viewers, losing human beings from the planet will be a worse thing. Jack Lovegrove says, I guess film and theatre is a useless degree then?
Happy to have you with us, Jack.
Triplo Espresso says, surely training to be an air traffic controller just involves watching Die Hard 2 over and over. I wonder if an air traffic controller really has had to run down a moving walkway being shot at with guns while putting an emergency beacon in the snow.
Only once this year. Last year 3 times.
Sam says, what's your stance on blowing off a library revision session to watch EPT Live? Is this allowed? Again, Sam, it comes down to what you are revising. If it's something that's going to make the world a better place, I would rather you focus on that. Well, this has gone to the river. Shemian's pre-flop raise called by Pink Sanchan in the big blind. Sanchan check called the flop for 25,000. Went check check on the turn. Shemian fires the river 52,000. And a new article has just been published on the PokerStars blog. Remember, if you follow them on Twitter at PokerStars blog, you'll always see links. Can anyone stop Ola Shemian? The German is topping off an incredible season with a deep run in the 100k super high roller. Now playing a stack of 1.1 million. You'll find that article. If you click on the link, just follow the guys at PokerStars blog. Well, we're down to 23 players. We've lost a player from the outer tables. So what? Mike Watson KO'd by Xing Feng Lo. There is Lo. Cheeky.
Yeah, probably.
And 23 now remain as we play down to the final 8, the final table, as we play through the bubble today.
Yeah.
Well, there's another all-in, this one at the secondary feature table.
I think some people managed to charge markup on the 12.5 big blind.
The shove has come from seat 2. Who's that set next to Antonio Esfandiari?
That was after a lot of people bought in at 12.
Which one's Antonio Esfandiari? That's the dealer sitting next to him.
Ridiculous hyper turbo. 2-day turn? Yeah.
Oh, you meant the other guy.
It was a shit show, is what it was, dude. Yeah. It was a shit show.
What was?
Way Foix.
In Australia.
It was like
I was wondering why so many people did it. That
So
makes
Foix
more sense.
has moved in for 486,000.
It worked out for one.
Yo, what do you mean shit show? Just super turbo?
It was 40.
Over the top of Mike McDonald's flop bet
250K buy-in.
of 45,000.
250K turbo. Yeah.
Oh, you did it too?
No.
No, you had a stack going in. I had a stack going in today. Yeah.
You could buy in going into day 2?
2.
How many big blinds was that? 12, yeah.
I did it.
And I think Swell did too. Yeah.
Lots of conversation going on here while Mike makes a huge decision.
6 in the 100 and so you bought in with 12.5 bigs in cash. Yeah.
Cool stories, bros. Oh, look, everyone's finally.
Maybe Fabian too.
Oh, no, never mind.
What is more annoying than that? After you fold your hand, I have to put it back on the box. You fold it,
Yeah.
So the all-in gets through. Meanwhile, it's time for Ike Haxton to be rewired.
So that's how he does it. He's a machine.
Take that big one, please.
Thank you.
Still water. Still water. And then espresso, please.
I'll take a green tea as well.
Did you bring a double coffee for a gentleman that was here earlier?
Oh, good. We come back to the feature table in time for the drinks order. Chase is worried. Where's Ivy gone? Had a bath and he's gone. Don't worry, he's still in the tournament, Chase. But we had the redraw when we got to 24, so Phil's now one of the outer tables.
This guy sees Phil Ivey on TV. His first instinct is he needs to go take a bath.
High pressure situation.
You know, different horses, different courses.
Best thing to do is like put hot chocolate in a cup of ice. That's like the nut way to make chocolate milk.
Don't you grab my card, Justin.
Action folded around to Dan Smith. He passes. Ping San Chan starts the hand as the tournament boss with 1.4 million. He raises to 23k. And gets folds from everyone else.
San Chan, good old Saint Chan.
Vector asks how many left and is D-Neg still alive? Daniel Negreanu is at the secondary feature table right now. 3 tables in total, 23 players.
The gentleman in the colorful shirt down there, Isaac. Yeah, but I wanted that to go to the gentleman in the colorful shirt down there. Thank you.
Gentlemen, why is he using such strong language?
True friend.
I think Ike should actually update his Twitter profile. At Ike Poker, the gentleman in the colourful shirt.
If I didn't have a swap with him, I would have sabotaged the drink order.
Yeah, makes sense.
Sam says, I'll stick with EPT Live. No way a maths degree will improve the world in any way. Not necessarily. You might become a rocket scientist and create weapons, which, yeah, keep watching the live stream.
Isn't math pretty much, you know, figured out anyway? Doesn't everyone know what, like, everything added together equals already?
23.
Right? So, I don't know what the point is. We already know all the answers. James, I want to help you. I need your help with something after this hand.
Okay. You sound a little bit desperate.
Well, you know, like James and I, it's my old partner came up with this, but James is very good at it. It's called crushing dissent on the internet. And I need you to help me craft a response to someone. All in from Justin Bonomo.
Quas open to 23k. Bonomo shove is for 293k.
293.
You see how much it is. Don't question him.
Yep.
Peanuts, but no chicken. 93.
This could cost Bonomo his tournament life. He must have some kind of quasi-good hand.
You look so wise and learned with that facial fuzz. Quas faults. Bonomo's shove gets through. Well, it was 2012 at the Season 8 Grand Final when Justin Bonomo won this tournament.
Come on. I call.
Tobias Reinkemeyer has now been a runner-up in 2 high roller, 2 super high roller events rather.
Ugh.
Justin Bonomo, one of the handful of players to have lifted an SHR trophy on the European Poker Tour.
So James, last Sunday,
yes,
I tweeted,
yes,
holy bleep, Vicky Corin, first ever 2-time European Poker Tour champion and my hero for making the EPT wrap completely obsolete. Tim tweets at me today, cheers, man, totally ruined it for me. It's on my hard drive, ready to watch.
What is on Tim's hard drive? The wrap?
Tim, I am so sorry that I ruined the EPT wrap for you. I apologize because,
I don't like the bets.
man, I feel really bad about that. Maybe we should give Tim something.
There's an instrumental version if you prefer that.
I think Tim thinks that Vicky Corin won on the televised show, and he has it on his DVR. Is anyone really recording the live stream to their hard drive to watch?
To be fair, he's not alone in thinking that every single tournament on the European Poker Tour is televised and that somehow we've ruined it for people for when San Remo appears on TV. But wait, San Remo is a non-televised event. There are no TV shows from San Remo.
And so what really irks me about this tweet is that he's kind of lying because he doesn't have it on his HD.
But what's weird, Joe, is that I'm sure you and I have in the past tweeted the results of tournaments that we've covered, be it Barcelona last year, London last year, the PCA. I mean, spoiler alert, Mike McDonald did not win the PCA, and we talked about that.
Has that aired yet?
Nope. Sorel Mitzi's turn to move all in over the top of Shemian's open. He gets it through. 20 minutes left on this level. Then the blind's going to 612 and the ante doubling to 2,000.
Nick wants to know who our picks are to win the Super High Roller. I rarely like to make a pick, but I got to tell you, I love this Ping San Chan guy. You know why I love Ping San Chan? Because it's a name, but also a command. Ping San Chan now. Get him up here to my office. Ping him. I don't care, whatever you're using. Get him on link.
A quick update from Rick Dacey from the PokerStars blog team, who was by my side at the start of today's show. I'll read this tweet in the style of Rick Dacey.
Yes.
It's a big week. Lucy and I had our 3-month scan on baby Dacey, which went well. And it's my last EPT for the PokerStars blog.
Wow, congratulations.
Double congratulations.
And he's having a baby.
To the Daceys. Yes, we talked about it in San Remo. Rick is moving up the corporate ladder at PokerStars, so sadly will not be joining us on tour for Season 11. Who will be the Rick Dacey of EPT 11? Maybe we should have a competition.
That could be a good challenge, Stapes.
There's another all-in on the secondary feature table. Tens against ace-king, tens hold. And Olivier Bousquet doubles up through Daniel Coleman.
158, yes.
I should have called the shove. call just to try to get to 18.
Olivier had a deep run in the EPT San Remo main event. And still alive with 23 remaining in the super high roller here in Monaco.
And he has a high roller win on the EPT?
A second place finish in a high roller.
Oh, so sorry. I meant to say second place. Boy, that's awkward.
I have 21 against 20 against Ivy. For what? Ivy got 20. Number of players left at the next break. That's what I was thinking. That guy's good.
Yeah, he's good. We're just like, Ivy got 20? He's good.
Yeah, he's good.
He got it right at the beginning of level when there were 26.
Peter tweets and say, ping request could not find host San. Please check the name and try again. Thank you, Peter.
Olashemian has finished eating.
Raise 20,000.
Yes, Sohail, who says, maybe that guy thought you were spoiling the EPT London coverage. Wasn't Vicky on the TV tables for that event? Yes, Sohail, that's my theory as well.
It's obviously very difficult. I mean, we talked about this before. I mean, there's obviously post-production time that goes into making those TV shows. Plus, of course, the broadcasters then have them on their shelves for about 6 months before they go out. And there's nothing we can do to control that. I mean, the events happen. The news is going to be out there. And I know there are some people who are able to watch those TV shows without knowing the outcome, and that's great. But I would argue those aren't the people who are genuinely following the coverage on EPT Live or following the events on the PokerStars blog.
Here's my advice. Drink heavily, because you will forget most things. I mean, that's how I completely blacked out most of my childhood. And if I can forget ages 1 through 19,
Pardon?
you can certainly forget reading that tweet.
311.
Just be aware there are some side effects associated with that strategy.
Yeah.
Liver damage may apply.
Fun. Kissing.
Looks like we've gotten all in here.
Call.
Chun-Li opened. Dan Smith 3-bet.
No.
Chun-Li 4-bet enough to put Dan Smith all in, and he calls. Looks like pocket nines for Dan.
360.
And I have less than that.
Yeah, Dan Smith is covered here. He's the player at risk.
Well, I... Pardon? No. I have 250, 280.
It's good. All right, we're good. I want to play a show with 9 times.
We got your classic race here. Like My Little Pony versus Care Bears.
To whom?
One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Smith needs nines to hold.
Well, that means Star's rooting against me.
Dan takes all my chips, so I'm rooting against Dan.
So far, so good.
No. The other one, mate. I wouldn't be winning this.
King on the turn.
Thanks, Ollie.
And now Dan Smith needs a 9 on the river to survive. It's a 3.
Good luck, guys.
So Dan Smith exits in 23rd place. We're down to 22.
Eliminated by the Chun-Li lightning kick.
I will enjoy my shrimp full.
Paul Walsh says, going to miss Dick Racy on EPT Live, but he is now one step closer to the PokerStars Fat Cat. So that's a good point, actually. We need to stay in with Dacey because
I would say their rate of getting it right is like...
he's going to have influence. He's going to have power.
I think it's like 30% of the time they mess something up. What was that for?
You're sponsored pro now.
Everybody see around.
Cheers, Dan.
Liam says, what? A 2-time winner? I'm still getting through EPT Season 1. Thanks, guys.
That is my bad. I'm sorry. Should I tell him, should we spoil it and tell him who wins Barcelona Season 11? Dan Muriario. You're Romania.
Don't see him anymore.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Yeah, buddy, you stacked those chips.
Chase says, you never read out my tweets. I always watch and tweet, and I'm feeling unloved. I definitely read one of your tweets earlier on, Chase.
And right now.
So you need to clean out your ears.
In the words of Johnny Brennan from the Jerky Boys. Listen up, Flapjack.
Raise and take it for Talal Shikirchi. Talal a regular in all these super high roller events, and indeed in the high roller tournaments as well. I think it was Season 9 when he won the high roller event in London. Minutes remain on level 11. Take a look at the two outer tables in just a moment. Whose clown horn was that?
Somebody's ringtone.
For a moment, I thought we'd finally been gifted a soundboard on EPT Live.
Contract negotiations are coming up for me. Don't think a soundboard isn't going to be requested.
This is what the contract negotiations will be like. Can I have a soundboard? No. Okay.
Can I still get paid? We'll think about it.
Shemian has raised under the gun. Xiao Chunlei defends his big blind. So heads up to the flop. Which is 6-4 deuce with 2 hearts.
Colm wants to know, where did Ping Sung come from? Well, I think you're referring to
Ping San Chan, right?
Ping San Chan, and my guess is probably dinner and a movie and a couple of bottles of wine.
Victor asks, when does the main event start? Hashtag stoked. Tomorrow is day 1A. Sunday is day 1B, but we kick off our coverage on EPT Live of the main event on Monday. It's all about the super high roller for today and tomorrow. We'll cover the final table on Saturday, but of course right now there are 3 tables still in action. So let's take a look at our outer tables. Antonio Sfindiari, Daniel Coleman, Richard Young, Olivier Busquet among the players at the secondary feature table. Obviously a fair number of hands played at this table will make the TV edit. Negreanu, Mike McDonald, Ike Haxton also there. Other players in the field on the third and outer table include Phil Gruesome, Phil Ivey, Igor Kurganov, Christoph Vogelsang, Jungle Man, John Juanda. So still plenty of big names still alive with 22 remaining in the super high roller.
Oh, Sammy.
It's going to make me laugh every time.
Raised to 23,000.
Casey says, how in today's day and age do you expect to avoid poker news, especially when you follow Stapes? To be honest, I would expect to avoid poker news if I followed Stapes.
That's when you said, like, do you ever tweet winners? I very rarely tweet winners.
Totally.
Typically only if it's someone that I consider a friend and I think that they deserve congratulations. In general, I just don't like to clog up my timeline with a bunch of poker nonsense. Shemi and San Chan.
Lisa says, yes, I'm not working today, and the EPT is on PokerStars.tv. Enjoy the coverage. Hopefully you can watch over the course of the next few days as well, Lisa. We're here till next Friday. This is day 2 of 9 from the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final.
You have chicken. There, maybe a little bit. Another leaf.
Ping San Chan, still the tournament chip leader right now with close to 1.5 million.
Chicken salad, no chicken.
First we had San Remo, now we have San Chan.
These are the stacks and our 7-handed feature table. Wally asks, what is the bubble position for this high roller event? 9th. So it's not just the final table bubble, it's also the pure money bubble as well. A min cash, 8th place, worth 241 grand. Tomorrow, we'll pay all the players at the final table, including the winner, who will receive 1.8 million euros.
Great way to kick off the festival.
Most of the tables in the room right now are that FPS main event. For the first time ever, we've got the local tour at the front of the EPT Grand Final. The France Poker Series has come to Monaco, exceeding all expectations. We were hoping to get around 600 runners in the 1K event. More than 850. That's pretty impressive.
People love their Call of Duty. Can I say? FPS is very popular these days.
Raised to 22.
Quas in action. Raises to 22,000. It's Sorel Mitzi's big blind, and he folds.
Like a quas. Boy, that is some beard. Big red over here.
Quas just over tournament average right now. He's playing 789,000. The average is around 705,000.
He has quassed the 750,000 chip mark.
Zach Smith says, give me a shout on the EPT live stream. I've watched every single stream this season while grinding some cheeky tourneys. Zach Smith deserving of a shout out for being with us since the beginning of the season?
Zach Smith. No, no shout out.
23.
23.
Sorel raises small to big. Gets a fold.
Don't you think it's weird that as human beings we haven't developed a better way to get salad into our mouths than just shoveling it in with a fork?
You were a beast at the gym today, Ole. Like in that 14-minute mark, the last minute of your running on the treadmill, you were a beast. You went like, you're going pretty fast.
16.
I thought you were going to fall. I was like, man, it's an accident waiting to happen.
You didn't run so fast.
I was going on an incline.
Incline?
Like this way, yeah.
Race.
Raise 25.
Vader says, I wonder how much money it would take to get Fabian to legally change his first name to Quiz.
Even Chris would be good. Chris Quass? What an amazing name.
He'd make you jump.
You guys have bingo in the UK, obviously.
Yes.
So there's, you can get the up and down, a quass, or the quiz quass.
Michael Josem's back with another poem. The official EPT poet offers this
Josem's Possums.
Ode to Fabian Quass. Always beware the player with a beard. You know that they must be feared. The facial hair is the best. Quass puts others to the test.
Does Michael Josem have any say as to whether or not I get hired or fired or anything like that? Great poem. Really enjoyed that one. One of his best.
Great, 40,000.
Look at Matt Broughton flexing his muscles in the background there.
He truly is Batman.
This year's Broughton and Convey will be taking things over at the start of level 13, which means you have 61 more minutes of myself and Mr. Stapleton.
61 more minutes full of gems like this. Skylar writes in to say, while you're dishing out shout-outs, send one my way to the lonely part of Nebraska. Need a map? No, I don't need a map to know where Nebraska is. I love the Deep South.
Come on. Nebraska's one of the good ones.
One of the good ones.
Justin defended his big blind to Sorrell's opening raise. Checks this 10-7-4 flop.
22. That's 22,000
EPT Grand Final. Monaco Super High Roller starts today at 12 Central European Time.
Broadcasting
shortly.
HM.
Raise. 250 total.
It's the ghost of the pre-titles graphic slate. Ooh.
Bonomo check raises the flop, and Sorrell Mitzi finds himself all in. 10-3 for Bonomo, Queen 10 for Sorrell.
Playing top pair pretty fast there, Mr. Bonomo.
Sorrell just has to fade a 3 on the river. So Sorrell doubles up on the last hand of the level, and that won't leave Justin with much. Bonomo now playing 137,000. The blinds are up. We are now entering level 12 of the Super High Roller. Blinds are now 6,000, 12,000 with a 2,000 ante.
Let's give me 3 reds back.
Yeah.
Cooler. It's nice to be on the right side of the cooler. Vamos a la playa.
2, 6, and 12. You got Charlotte coming in.
This is my high point. It's my high point chip-wise of the tournament.
That high point he's talking about, 406K.
I don't think I got over 250. I got 270 at my high point.
Just over half average for Sorrell Mitzi.
I'm very
It's not just against you that I take the bigger
just
size.
happy to be here in your presence.
I don't know, it's more than pot. Okay, it's a big raise. By most standards, at least.
Blinds now 612,000 with a 2K ante. 22 players remain. There will be another redraw at 16 before the final redraw at 9. Play ends when we reach 8 players today, which is the final table and the money bubble. 9th place gets 0, a big fat bagel. 8th place, 241,000 euro, and some of these guys aren't going to make much profit if they make that min cash. Shakurchi kicking things off here with a raise.
Thank you.
Sanchez flatted in the cutoff. Fabian thinking about it on the button. Maybe time for a little squeeze-o-rama. Just a call. So we're 3 ways to this flop. Shakurchi first to act with the pre-flop betting lead. Jack 9-7, 2 hearts. Shakurchi doesn't continue. It is going to connect a lot with late position calling ranges.
Talal among the shorter stacked players right now, and there are quite a lot of them.
And Sanchez bet here on the flop. Gets rid of his opponents, shifts the pot his direction.
Justin says, these guys are great and all, but remember when Phil Ivey was at the feature table? I feel like reminiscing. Well, if he makes it to the final table or he makes it to the redraw of 16, maybe you'll see him on the feature table again. Ping Sanchan now playing 1.55 million. He is the tournament chip leader with 22 players remaining.
And my pick to win it all. Action on Sanchan.
Bonomo now down to around 10 big blinds. Decides to give up the button. Shemian will defend his big blind, so it's the 2 big stacks at the table going heads up to the flop. Six deuce.
We used to call 6 deuce deuce Bigelow because there was really no other thing you could call it. Sanchan continues. Exactly half pot.
Takes another pot down, now up to 1.6 million. Victor asks, what kind of adjustments do the players make playing a super high roller compared to a main event tournament? I mean, I think you drew attention earlier on, Joe, to the fact that this runs at a faster pace. Obviously has 1 hour levels. It's a 3-day tournament rather than a 6-day tournament. So there is a kind of turbo nature to it in that regard. And that's really...
It's turbo-ish.
Well, it's turbo-ish, and the reason for that, because some people think that's an interesting contradiction, that a tournament which costs 100,000 euros to play would have a faster structure than a tournament that costs 5 or 10k to play. But you've got people in this field, players like Talal Shakurchi, for example, who don't want to invest 6 days of their valuable time in a poker tournament. They want to be in, play that event, and then be gone.
Right, so when you're talking about a massive buy-in tournament like this, you wonder what is the appeal to to wager this much money, 100,000 euros, to play against a field that's going to be full of the best players in the world. And one of the things that makes it worth it is you do have the occasional player who comes in who isn't one of the best players in the world. And I'm not saying that they're bad players, but they're not top-ranked poker players. They're businessmen. They want to come in and take a shot. In order to do that, you need to make the tournament short because they're not professional poker players. They have other real jobs, other commitments in the world. So we got to make these tournaments short. But that, in turn, makes it appealing for the good players. So it brings a great mix of people, the better players, I should say, the more experienced players. And that's why we have to have shorter tournaments. These guys are very important businessmen. They cannot be gone from their businesses for 6 days. Also, they understand that some of the more seasoned vets have a bit of an edge, and that by playing a shorter tournament, it sort of levels the playing field a bit too.
So again, it's a battle of the big stacks. Ping Sanchan opening to 30,000. 3-bet by Shemian to 91,000. Sanchan calls. The flop is 4-4 deuce. And Justin, who was bemoaning the lack of Ivy on the main stage, says, I retract that last tweet. Sanchan is highly entertaining. I'm not sure why I haven't seen him before, but he seems legit.
Yeah, I like this kid. He's going to go places.
That star's going to hit Broughton. Oh. $100,000 apiece. And a 3 on the turn.
Got any big cards in this deck? What the heck's going on?
Quite a lot of people asking on Twitter about the replay from yesterday. A reminder that there were some technical issues towards the end of play in the Super High Roller yesterday, so it's going to take us a bit longer than usual to upload the replay of yesterday's Super High Roller and Cash Game coverage.
They lost power in here yesterday, but there was some really great cave drawings that were done, some crude renderings of what poker action happened that you guys missed, and we will try to photograph those and tweet them out later because there were some hands. I mean, I don't know who that is. It just looks like a stick.
Nothing will ever beat the blog's crude paint drawing of Sean Deeb from EPT Villamura a few years ago. So Shemian continued for 100K on the flop. He now barrels the turn for 255,000, more than half the pot. And now Sanchan folds. Shemian chips up to 1.3 million, just 100K between him and Ping Sanchan. We were talking earlier on about the schedule for EPT Season 11. A reminder that it's an incomplete schedule that's been published. There is a gap between Deauville and Monaco that will no doubt be filled by other events, which will be announced further down the line. Christian says, what about Tenerife? It's a great location, nice weather, great views. Hashtag suggestion. I'm sure there are many suggestions that will be offered.
I'm thinking, you know, it's better than Tenerife. 11erife. This one goes to 11.
And as it would be EPT Season 11, it would be very apt.
We'd have to rename it 11erife, for sure. Erica says, no better way to wake up than listening to Stapes and Hardigan. Erica, I can think of many, 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 many other ladies who disagree with you.
Raised to 24,000.
Shemian's button and he raises. Talal Shakurchi moves all in and Shemian quickly folds.
Let's check in on the challenge Stapes voting.
Oh, a reminder, yes, that you should be voting for the challenge you want Joe to undertake here in Monaco. 3 options. 1, for Joe to complete the Monaco Grand Prix route on a bicycle. Option 2, for Joe to dress as a princess and have his photograph taken with tourists. Or option C, Joe work on the help desk here at the venue. You've got till 9 o'clock this evening to vote, so you've got another 5 hours to vote. Go to facebook.com/European Poker Tour and click on the EPT Live tab. Yeah, people really want to see you wearing a dress, Joe, which I think speaks volumes about our audience.
I mean, look, it might be a treat for those folks. For me, that's just Thursday. And I love Thursday. So wearing a dress, no big deal for me. Ashelina wrote in saying that she voted for the princess as well. Ashelina won a ticket to an online tournament from last Friday's Friday giveaway from Stars, and I would like her to let us know what ends up happening. If she's played the tournament already or what her result is, I'd love to be able to tell the audience what a member of our EPT Live community has done with her tournament ticket.
More suggestions for EPT11 on Twitter. Nick says EPT has to come to the Netherlands. Lots of great players, good casinos, and a unique set of laws. And it's the laws that currently prevent us from bringing the EPT to Amsterdam. And those of you who've listened when we've had Neil Johnson, head of live poker operations for PokerStars Europe, in the booth, will know that first chance we get, we will take the EPT to Amsterdam. But there are some issues regarding the legislation of casinos in Holland, which need to be sorted out first before we can bring the EPT there.
Justin Bonomo all in. I want to revisit that after this hand. We've got a call from Zhu Chunlei. And Chunlei must be pretty strong to just snap.
And this is an under-the-gun shove and an under-the-gun +1 call. Fair enough, Bonomo's shove is only for 10 big blinds, but even so.
So Bonomo looks like ace-6.
Against ace-king.
Domination Nation. This is like a Transformers versus the GoBots type of situation. You think they're similar, but no. One is a clear domination.
Bonomo won the Super High Roller title here in Monaco back in Season 8. Back in the spring of 2012. He's on the verge of elimination here. Looking for a 6 or some spades. Well,
opportunities.
Indeed, there are opportunities on that flop. 12% chance of a split. As things stand, Bonomo set for the exit. Picks up the flush draw on the turn.
More outs. Be happy with a 4 or an ace.
He'll take the chop.
Yeah, 4 ace, chop.
I'm not greedy. I'm not rooting for the spade, just the 4 the ace.
Instead, it's the king.
Nice.
So we lose Justin Bonomo in 22nd place.
So the former winners not faring super hot.
Fabian Quas still going reasonably strong.
This former winner, sorry. Should know better than to try to extrapolate.
You wanted to return to the subject of Amsterdam, Joseph?
Yes, so Amsterdam, the Netherlands,
yes,
as it's called, has a queen, right? Or a king, or something, a prince or a princess?
I believe they have a royal family of sorts.
I'm thinking, why don't I get the princess costume on, go to Amsterdam, have a little chat with the prince and see what I can do for poker.
Probably get it outlawed there.
Altogether?
I think that will be the net result, yes. Yeah, we tried to negotiate with the Dutch government over bringing the EPT there. Yeah, we sent a hairy American guy in a dress. Yeah, they've decided that we can never come to Holland ever.
Maybe the president of the EPT, Edgar Stuckley, could send me off in like one of those Game of Thrones prearranged wedding type of deals, and I could marry the princess of Amsterdam, thereby joining poker and the Netherlands.
Do you have any ideas that aren't horrific? Whether you go as a special envoy...
I think it was... I mean, I'm the only one trying to help this situation. You know, I'm the only one trying to solve this Netherlands poker situation, and you're just shooting down all of my ideas, and you're not being helpful. You're just saying no. And
you know where I'm placing my faith? I'm placing my faith in the whole Pope. Kiss the ring. Daniel Negreanu is coming up to the main stage.
You're lucky Daniel's coming to the main stage because it's the only thing that can talk me down right now. Furious, livid with you.
Which suit?
Livid.
I will get you a count.
Hello, Mr. Nuts. Come here. Mr. Strange.
Mulching is back, by the way.
Yeah.
The gardener, who first joined us in EPT Vienna. He says took a bad beat off Len in the allotment poker tournament. If it wasn't for muck, I'd win all the time, but I definitely have a hedge.
Hello, I got 1 million. You lost a million.
1,027,000.
Those tweets are all dirty, rooted in sarcasm.
$1 million pot, you still have a million.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, you're on the Daniel already? I did. So 127 will be on.
That's mine, right?
Yeah. 21 remain in the tournament. 41 minutes left on this level. 41 minutes until the next break. Glenn has decided to share his fantasies on Twitter.
Ooh.
He says, I'd love to wake up beside Stapes wearing a dress.
Does he mean him wearing a dress or me wearing a dress?
Yeah, unclear. Maybe both options are valid.
Phrasing.
Me and you? Good luck, kid.
You too, buddy.
Don't just bluff all 3 streets like you do. I know you like to do that.
That's my thing.
Don't be stupid.
Daniel's going to be
Think
pretty
smart.
strong when he
Focus. Oh,
just
look at that.
flats in this
If you have a
position
9, you're in
most
good
of the
shape.
time.
Which one is my water? This one here. Is that your water here, boss?
Yeah.
Okay. No, you're good.
I guess it wasn't that early. I thought Sorrel was under the gun.
Just,
Sorrel was
this is too sexy. You put it right on the button. Too sexy. What do you want? 24?
23.
23, less. He
Very
knows I'm not going to fold for that price.
very
That's
small
kinda-
bet.
You know I'm never folding for 23. He knows. For
Daniel
sure, I never
loves
fold
calling like a
less
fat
than
kid
a
loves
bet
cake.
Before the flop on a 997. Never. That's not my water. Never, 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 never would I fold for 23. Even with Queen Jack offsuit, I would call. You would too.
Check.
I'm good with check.
Daniel's here. I'm going to take a break.
I have to try. I have to try. I have to. Have to try. I have to do it. 57.
What was that?
Daniel choking on his own BS.
I got good cards, man.
Casey believes Daniel has a 9.
Jacks.
Yeah, I was going to say kings, but jacks for Daniel.
And they're good.
Told you, 2 good cards.
We're telling the truth. Go listen to you.
I had to do it. I had to do it. But I had to do it can mean 2 things, right? And it's like I missed, so I have to do it. Yeah. See? Big mouth tricky.
Daniel chips up to 1.2 million.
Which is pretty good considering he was down to 850 last tweet we saw.
Yum, yum, yum.
Not money yet.
Yeah.
They're gonna see.
Money coming.
Glenn's got back to you on the dress issue, Stapes. He says maybe we could both fit into the dress.
Well, that sounds like an ideal relationship. We can just both let ourselves go, wear a giant
Make it
dress.
27.
Raise to 27.
They have to? I choose to. I choose to.
Only
I
one
get to.
tiara.
I
Mine.
get to. I get to raise with this hand. Uh-oh. This guy's good. He's good, man. So good. He knows. You don't have position. That sucks for you.
That's true.
Okay, but you know I don't fold. Free bet, shmee bet. How much does he want? All right. Take my money. I love poker.
Daniel?
Okay, flop me a set. One time. Boom. Very unlikely to have a set on that board.
Here we go.
Three overcards, bro. 3 overcards. Fold.
Good fold.
Yeah. Had a pair.
We know.
I believe you.
Good fold for you or good fold for me?
Good fold.
Glenn's come back with an alternative suggestion. Joe, maybe we could wear nothing but a smile. I think Glenn really likes you.
I think at least one of us would be grimacing.
Fabian made a comeback.
How much was it you have?
Huh?
How much was it you have?
A little over $1 million. I get to raise to 27.
Raise to 27.
You're in a good mood today.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm having fun. Most of the time I'm in a good mood. Yeah.
Today especially good.
Yeah.
Only good mood I fold.
Yeah. Wow, the button. I had a pair again. Bigger than the last one.
Nice.
5s this time.
Oh, you still had 2 overcards.
You did, yeah.
Because it was. Oh, you're heavy.
4s.
I'm all over the place. Checks out.
I bluffed Isaac Axton. I just want to share that I bluffed Isaac Axton.
Did you really?
Yep.
And it worked?
It was funny.
Cool
I
story,
raised the
bro.
Jack 7 of spades. He called in the button. Another guy called. Came ace, king, 4, 2 clubs and a cart. Had nothing. But I bet. He called. Turn is like a 7. I bet again. Screw it. Queen on the river. Fire. He folded. And then he said, show a bluff. I said, okay.
Oh, drinks? No. And then you showed it?
Yeah.
Daniel, didn't you want a water?
I have one now. Thank you.
Good job, Daniel.
It's fun. I never do stuff like that. You do it all the time, right? Yeah, I never do that, but it's fun to do sometimes.
Especially against someone like Ike.
Yeah. Once in a while, I just lose my mind. Go, whatever. I'm just going to keep betting.
Yeah.
Right? Whatever. What's the worst thing that happens?
Yeah. You should do it more now.
I'm gonna.
Now you know how.
Yeah, but it's scary.
Yeah, do it more.
Like, what if they call? You're just dead.
Raise to 28,000.
You went all in, or?
No, I bet like 175 on the river.
Ah, okay. That's
So I still
cheap.
had
That's cheap.
cheap. I bet 85 on the turn, 36, 85, and 185. I did. And yeah.
I mean, if you get called, it's
He didn't re-raise me. He was on the button. I thought he never has a big hand. Probably has a king, or maybe an ace. So let's keep going. Bet, bet, bet.
Would you bet another time?
Of another card game? I have to. Can't win if I check. I was told that because I made that one bluff against him, I get 2 years of calls from him. This is worth it.
That's worth it.
Now
That's
I
like a
get
solid investment.
2 years of calls?
Yeah.
Pretty
That's
solid.
a good reward.
Yeah. One bluff, 2 years of calls.
Actions on Shemian.
Raise to 29,000.
Makes it 29 to go. Sorrel on the button. Starts the hand with just under 300,000. He and Talal Shakurchi are the two table short stacks. Sorrel just calls. Daniel's out.
270 behind.
Ping San Chan folds as well, so heads up to the flop.
I think if you'd gone with Shable Torch stacks, you probably would have created a new phrase.
It's a Jack 10-4 flop. And a reminder that we will give you the free roll password a bit later on. Registration not open for that tournament yet. So check, check. Ace of spades on the turn.
Somebody posted your picture on Facebook yesterday.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, yeah. Back in the day. Yeah.
Back in the day.
Steve G, you remember?
Remember Steve G, yep.
Steve G, yeah.
Queen of spades on the river. It went check, check again on the turn.
He was in Hong Kong for a while. Yeah, he was in Hong Kong.
Cooper. Chop it up. Nice hand. Hit the back door.
Check to showdown. Both players with Queen 10, which means this is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Nice free roll.
Andrew says, this Glenn guy is making us all jealous. Glenn says, this is not your average Friday. Flirting with stakes via the live stream. It must be love.
Pretty average Friday for me.
Putting too many hours in?
Oh, it's fine.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I like it.
Should be an average Saturday too, waking up alone.
Yeah. This one? Yeah. You still play online?
Not so much.
You love poker, Daniel?
Yeah.
Do you? Really?
Like
After all these years?
Yeah, but sometimes I don't. Like small stakes, boring.
Yeah.
I don't. But this is fun.
Yeah. During the World Series 2 years ago, you did not love poker.
No.
I remember being at your table just like
miserable.
non-stop. Yeah. That was pre-choice though. So.
Yeah, yeah. So now I'm like,
now you get to be
responsible.
here.
I get to play poker.
That's right, James. I get to do commentary. I get to be on EPT
I love it
Live.
right now. At this exact moment, I love it. But there have been times where I did not love it.
Daniel raising his button.
Love is a strong word. Man, it's that the first time when you first start playing poker and you like win your first tournament, that's like the peak. It doesn't get better than that. And you're just like so much bliss. And then you win some more, it's still amazing. And then now it's like I mean, I won like $100 tournament on Stars for like 13,000 or something. That was like the best feeling I've ever had from poker. Yeah. I don't think I'd get the same feeling from winning like the one drop.
Yeah, same for me. I won like a $3 tournament or something like for 1.5K at one point. It was huge. Like,
it was so huge, right?
Both blinds called. It's a Queen Jack Deuce 2-spade flop.
These guys are right, though. Winning your first tournament is amazing.
White flag.
I assume.
That means check.
Yeah, Patouche was definitely not the best moment for me.
You won Partouche, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't the best? The $3 was, feeling-wise?
No, probably like when I run up the second chance one time.
Yeah.
That was
Check, check on the flop. Check, check, check on the turn. Now, Ping San Chan leads for 50,000 on the river. Most of the questions and comments we get come on Twitter, but Danny has emailed nuts@pokerstars.tv asking, do the players ever make a bubble deal? Never seen it in a super high roller, don't expect to see it in a super high roller.
In better tournaments they join. Yeah.
San Chan is just an unstoppable rebel force today.
Wow, top pair on the flop, flush draw on the turn, trips on the river.
Saved his money earned.
Nice.
When did you like your hand, sir?
What, 45,000 I would have bet?
Sorry, did we ask Danny's question?
I answered Danny's question. I said it's never happened in a super high roller, highly unlikely to happen in a super high
So
roller.
when you grow up, are you going to get a job or are you just going to play poker? When you grow up.
He's still growing.
Are you gonna? I know. That's why I said when he grows up. Are you gonna get a job or just keep playing?
Thank you,
poker?
Fabian.
Probably gonna do something different at some point.
Did you finish high school?
Huh?
You finished high school?
Yeah.
That makes one of them. Doing like a bubble saver is something that's pretty common in low stakes tournaments, but it does actually change the dynamic of bubble play a lot, so the pros don't like to do
I
it.
was already playing poker then.
Yeah, me too.
And I was making more than my teacher, so I was like, why would I listen to him?
We went to the same high school.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
It wasn't even a big high school.
And also Gary Wise, Jeffrey Hawks.
Registration is now open for the EPT Live free roll, and those of you who are clever enough to guess the password from the clues we gave earlier on are in. 3 players have registered so far.
You know how long I played poker with him? I played poker with him over 20 years ago.
20 years ago?
Yeah, in Toronto.
I've known him for about 8 years. I thought I was the one who knew him more than
I played with him in Ace Casino.
The
Played 10, 20 limit hold'em. Yeah.
I was born about 20 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
I was 6.
So that's how long you play poker with each other.
Yeah.
Long time.
10, 20 limit hold'em.
That was the game.
I wonder if when Ola
first
Shemin
month I
was born,
played
they had like a
in this
weird
casino,
feeling at the
You
table.
never played charity?
No.
We played 11-handed, right?
Before my time.
11-handed?
Yeah.
For 1 month, I was the only person who ever folded before the flop.
True
For the
story.
first
True
month.
story.
For the first month, playing limit hold'em, 11-handed, I was the only person for a month to fold before the flop, ever. Nobody folded.
No hand.
You're obviously exaggerating.
No, but no. Basic.
Everybody wants to see
And when some like white people would come that were like had played a little bit, they would. But basically the regulars, no one ever folded.
Right.
Why?
Oh, what
Because
a
they
game.
just were like, well, you never know what comes.
Yeah, it's a post-flop game.
Right. How do you know what comes? They would laugh at me actually. They would laugh like, how you fold? You don't know what comes. I was like, I don't know. They would laugh. My friend Tony Chow, I like this kid. He was funny. He laughed at me all the time.
He's not kidding. I learned to play in a card room in Southern California, and this guy pulled me aside once and goes, "Little word of advice: always see a flop."
Omaha?
Limit Omaha, yeah.
Really?
That's what they play now.
Omaha low or just high?
Just high. Stupid.
Where?
Another Pop Harry. You heard about it?
So
Yeah,
where
Pop Harry.
came that great idea from to fold pre-flop?
What's that?
Where came that great idea from?
I read a book.
You read a book?
No, I played poker already, in private clubs before, so I knew how to play a little bit.
So
I played
there were
guys.
people who could play.
Yeah, but not in those casinos. Like I played with people in a private club, and they knew how to play a little bit. But in those games, it was new, so they opened it up, and it's like, whoa. Every day I would make $1,000 playing 10-20 limit hold.
It was good money back then.
Yeah, $1,000 a day.
Crazy.
Flush draw, raise. 7-way action. And then we had a funny story. It was in a private club. We played 11-handed, right? 2 games going. One game was like 2 o'clock in the morning. One game was 8-handed, the other was 7-handed. So everybody started complaining. It was short-handed, so they made one table.
Oh, yeah, you told me this. I think.
Imagine under the gun, ace-queen. 14 people to act. Unless it's suited. Then you limp.
Yeah, sure.
Because everybody limp.
Yeah, every suited days, I guess.
Yeah, anything suited almost.
Yeah?
Well, because they play so bad after the flop that it's worth it to play that. You're going to get 7-way action, 8-way action.
So those of you who didn't work out the free roll password, here it comes. 8:15 this evening, Central European time. 4 hours from now, you can play this tournament on PokerStars. Head for the EPT section of the PokerStars tournament lobby. Sports car, all one word, all lowercase, is the password for today's free roll.
I thought for sure it was going to be boob job when you said it was something I admired and it was
You want to play
expensive.
suited hands because it's going to wrap around and limp, and sometimes
What a game. How did I not think sports car?
People cap it, it's fine.
Yeah.
And then you flop anything. See at the river.
But it's still not so good if you are 7-handed action, right? I mean, you should probably still fold like bad hands.
Yeah, bad hands.
Even if you know, like...
But hands that play well multi-way, play them all.
Yeah, but 9-2 suited or something?
No, that's a little extreme.
But you don't know what the flop's going to bring.
5 suited.
You limp under the gun?
In a 15-handed game, probably not.
There's higher suits as well. There are higher suits.
Yeah, exactly. 15-handed, I probably wouldn't. But if I was late position, bunch of limpers, I would.
Raise to 25.
Every suited connector, probably, from 4-5.
Good reason for that.
Raise and take it for Quas.
No good tens.
Why did they shut those down? That was such a brilliant idea. You know, have a charity casino.
Yeah.
Why would they? What was the controversy around that? Because it was illegal, then they made it legal, then they made
I don't know. I don't know what the controversy is.
Now,
It's not too bad, they're not legal anymore.
Right.
Then every tournament
That's where
I play,
Peter
They do
and I
well, too.
used to have, both of us used to have like an underground poker club, Peter and I. We used to go to each other's.
Oh, yeah?
That's how we met like 8 years ago.
Sorrel, if you talk about illegal stuff on the stream,
Have you
the
ever
mic's
played
gonna pick it up.
underground?
Yeah.
Even if you sort of whisper.
Check and Raise was the place I started. The Bridge Club, Check and Raise, River Room.
You know Evelyn deals up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I went to
played at
Zvi's
that
club the other day.
Which one?
Say hello. Zvi? Remember
Oh.
Zvi? Zvi Gorsman?
Just the one time I had it.
Doesn't ring a bell.
He has a club in Bathurst and Lawrence now. Yeah, they got, $25 rake per hand. 5-10, no limit.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Another email, this one from Vincent Jenkins. Great coverage, guys. Wasn't a hard choice between watching EPT Live or useless film studies coursework. You made the correct decision, Vincent. Well done.
Don't you and I both have useless film studies degrees?
Correct.
Oh, and our producer. And probably half this room. Yep. The rest of the people have no degrees. School of Hard Knocks, that's where I went.
Brilliant though, like the idea behind charity casinos, like punish the DNs
Mhm.
and give to charity.
Yeah.
That's
Although
what it
the
was.
problem with, I mean, I know one thing for sure about them is the way the law was is you didn't have to give anything hardly at all to charity.
Oh really?
You could basically at the end of the year, like have a spaghetti dinner for a group of like veterans, and that counted.
Wow.
Yeah, it was very liberal in terms of like what you had to give them. So it was kind of a scam.
Spaghetti dinner.
If they did it proper though, that would be
Sure.
That would be a great idea.
Are you saying we shouldn't
I'm
do
not saying all
spaghetti
casinos
dinners
did
for
that, I know
veterans?
one
Because
for
that's
sure
messed
that
up.
did. Year-end spaghetti dinner.
And half the guys weren't even veteran movies.
Yeah. Loose suit. Wow.
Wow.
So
This
good.
thing you've seen all day.
Good folds, guys.
Raise and take it, all Shemian.
That's good. Pink is good, huh?
Huh?
It's a good color on her. Pink.
Oh yeah, it is a nice color.
I like that outfit.
Ah, Sarah Grant from Poker News.
You're right, you're just saying.
Pink is a good color on her.
In court.
I like your dress. Oh, 1.2. Yeah.
Stefan wants to know if his education is worth anything. Does a theology degree count as worthwhile?
No comment.
This isn't live streamed, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Whoops.
Daniel, nothing you could say could beat trying to buy African babies in Barcelona.
But I think it's streaming now.
Where is it? EPTlive.com?
Or PokerStars.tv, one of those.
Both are correct. Send them each a card protector.
Card protector for @SorelMitzi and @RealKidPoker. Guys, you need to follow us at EPT Live. We'll follow you back.
Does
If
anyone
we're not
know?
already, that's
EPTlive.com
disgusting.
or PokerStars. What is? Anyone? What is it streaming on?
Stars TV.
PokerStars.tv?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I'm going to tweet that.
Thank you, Daniel. We appreciate the publicity.
Please do. Earn my paycheck.
And to answer Paul Walsh's question, yes, there is a bonus if the stream is shared today. Instructions at the bottom of your screen right now. If we get 2,000 or more shares before the time the free rolls starts at 8:15 this evening, we will boost the prize pool Instead of playing for a share of
When I'm playing a
$1,500,
tournament
you'll be
more,
playing for a share of $2,000.
Sick.
Over the year, I would
One a
say
day, two a day?
probably 1.5 to 2. Yeah, on average.
You like it?
I like Twitter, yeah. I like learn about it. I get news updates. I can see what's happening in the world.
Some of the information's accurate.
Distractions.
Yeah.
Distractions from stuff you really want to do.
No, it's really what I want to do. If I didn't want to do it, then I wouldn't be doing it. We always do what we really want to do. At the core. We always end up doing that. Because otherwise we wouldn't be doing it.
Here we go. Welcome to Mindhead.
Takuzi says, got to go to bed soon. Before I go, I hope to hear somebody's in the danger zone. Well, Cyril Mitzi's kind of creeping his way towards the danger zone.
Danger zone!
You can go to bed now, sir.
62 total.
Well, that's blingy.
That looks a bit like the wallet, the little purse that we're giving away.
It does.
Profitable, right?
What did he rob, a rapper?
Nearly twice my age.
60 minutes left on the level. Then there'll be a short break. On the other side of that break, Mark Convey and Matt Broughton will be with you for the rest of the day. Joe and I will be back tomorrow, calling the action at the final table of the Super High Roller as the final 8 play down to a champion. And a reminder that it's whole cards up on a delay for the final table. 2 p.m. Central European time is when the fun begins.
Raise. Oh, almost a misclick. Nope.
Yeah, we know you don't misclick. You just
Put that one
pretend
right
to
back where
misclick.
it belongs.
Oh, can the commentators be quiet? I can't hear Daniel's tapping.
Mildly confused by this tweet from Herman. I know we get a lot of bad lookalikes on EPT Live, but Herman asks, who put James Franco in seat 2?
Is that one of the Asian guys?
Well, no, Talal Shakurchi's in seat 2.
Aha.
Hey, what the hell is he doing? How much more do you want?
Herman, are you from the future?
I mean, I really don't like when people 3-bet me. How much money?
This is how much he doesn't like it.
86? Oh, I hate it so much. So rude. Okay.
Daniel loves calling like a girlfriend loves reading your emails.
Right. I got position. I could catch one of those funky flops and maybe get it all. Okay, I'm going for all of it. If I catch my card. No. Come on! If I catch my card. Ooh.
Queen 4-3 with 2 spades.
How much? No! No. 91. All right, winner. One what? One card? Oh. They're both the same. Yeah, exactly. So what year? Oh, what year were you born?
86.
So you went to Jackson 12 years after me. Did you finish there?
I did.
Trying again,
Wow.
so.
Trying again, yeah. What is going on? What?
Good job. You're on the ball there.
Third time lucky.
Yeah, it's funny when you look at like the graduation pictures, how like the makeup of the school changes. Like it went from like 80 predominantly white. And then
yeah. By the time you went, it was all Asian, right?
Yeah, it was like 70, 80%.
They had the report cards in Cantonese. For real?
Did they really?
I heard, yeah, the back. But eventually they put them in Cantonese because over 80% was from Hong Kong. Yeah, when I went, it was mostly Jewish.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Wow. It's a Jewish area.
It was,
I mean,
and then it became Chinese.
Right. I mean, more like Newton Brook area would be, I guess, yeah. When I was growing up, it was like if you go a little further, what was it? Which direction? Like towards Newton Brook, that was where the Jewish area was. But I guess before it was
or Thornhill.
Thornhill, and then
Blind on blind, unraised
Did
pot.
you play any varsity sports in high school?
Played volleyball at Zion, and then I was, you know what I didn't do, I was pissed at Jackson, tried out for the basketball team, and I actually was the first, I got affirmative action, for real. Like, you know, I was good enough to be on the team.
We're closing in on the African baby conversation, by the way.
On the team, they put this, like, this Asian kid who was terrible. They didn't have anything.
Fade down Negreanu's mic. Fade down Negreanu's mic.
I think they're on it.
Meanwhile, there's been a bet of 16,000. Raised by Olashemian, who's made it 36,000.
I mean, wouldn't you challenge the guy who?
No, I know. But I was like, I was pissed at him. Because you know, in practice, I made every shot.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, well, just because my form, I still made it. I was like making all the shots, doing all the right things.
Shemian. This is an unraised pot, huh? Okay. Not a ton of hands Shemian's going to be raising for value. Another 3 on the turn.
I lived right next to River Crescent.
I know River. I lived on Pine Lake. Mandel Crescent.
Yeah, River by the hydro.
Check, check on the turn. Queen of spades on the river.
I think most often when Shemian raises the flop, it's going to be with hands that he just doesn't want to call with.
Well, this gets checked to showdown. Well, Shemian's got the best hand. 7 deuce.
That hand.
So he raised the flop with second pair, which was good all along.
Yeah, so kind of a weird raise because it's not really a raise you can get value from a lot. Although he did, he managed to get value from the raise.
Yeah. He was retiring.
Shemian, by the way, is sitting just behind Ping San Chan on the leaderboard. And it's been a while since we checked in on the live updates on the PokerStars blog and got an overview of the tournament as a
I showed
whole.
up for that class.
Yeah.
Yeah, San Chan and Shemian, 2 biggest stacks in the tournament. 1.5 and 1.4 million respectively. Interesting how we saw a flurry of eliminations. And that continued after the redraw at 24, but we've been at 21 players, 3 tables of 7 for quite some time now.
You know, in terms of like my game and stuff. I was good from down low, despite being short, because I had a lot of. Because when I started playing, I played American 21, which is like 15 guys, just all want to, you know. So it was like me against all these taller guys. So I always had to develop these shots that were like
creative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Grani's
Crucial pot
raised.
for you. You don't have a lot of chips.
Called by Talal.
Just saying.
10-7-4.
Okay.
Check, check. Queen on the turn.
Talal, fewer than 20 big blinds. Just over.
Board pairs on the river, plus it's a 3rd spade.
Check.
Check to showdown.
Oh, I have 2 pair. But you have 2 better pair. I think you win. I was for sure I won.
Kings are good.
Talal playing that super slow.
I don't have anything yet.
Very, very slow. And from the sound of things, he maybe
I'm
missed
glad I
out on
didn't
a little value.
Good instinct.
Four, 5 suited.
That's your hand, right?
I like it. It's fun. They're fun to play.
Bill's
Thought I
comment
had-
was great that you make more straights than anyone in poker.
Yeah.
Very true.
And I said, I go for more.
Yeah,
than anybody
exactly.
else. You know.
Did you have Mr. Fennell at all?
Mr. Fennell.
Fennell. French? No?
Nope.
What do you like more, straights or flushes?
Straights, man. Because they're just like ugly and hidden, you know. Flushes, everyone sees it, you know. Straight, you're like, no. He doesn't have a straight. No one puts you on a straight. Flushes, they do. Straights, never.
He's got a good point. It's
They
much
both
easier
are
to
good.
spot a flush.
But flushes are good too.
Yeah, having a flush is good.
Yeah, it's always nice.
Raise 26, so we probably lose raise 36,000.
One 8 update from the outer tables is that Olivier Busquet doubled up through Ike Caxton. Which means Ike's pretty short right now with 260k. Busquet playing around 660,000. Sorrell calling Fabian Cross's race.
What do you need? I don't get it. What do you need?
Getting Sorrell some change.
Queen Jack 10 with 2 clubs.
This is a board you sometimes wouldn't continue if you have some kind of small piece.
Check, check, and another 10 on the turn.
Kloss might start betting now that it's been checked to him twice.
Nope. 4 on the river.
Ooh, it's hotter up here.
Sorrell going to check it a third time. No, sir. Or ma'am.
It's 53,000. So that's 53,000.
Maybe Fabian's trying to dress up like a Viking because he's a big fan of quass play. Fabian must have caught some small piece of this board that he is considering calling with here. He knows that he played it passively. He's probably trying to get to cheap showdown. And Sorrell's made a bet here, a big bet relative to the size of this pot. There was 72,000 in the middle. Sorrell bet 53,000.
Fabian folds.
No hero call.
Now we've heard quite a lot of active negotiations at the outer tables as a few players, namely Ike Caxton, Phil Ivey and Antonio Esfandiari, talk about how many players will be left when we get to the break, which is in 3.5 minutes time. Ivey has 20 players, Haxton has 21 players, and right now 21 remain.
Well, depending on how much they're betting, it might be worth it for Ivey to just go broke here in one of the last hands of the level.
I'm sure they're just playing for funsies, Joe.
Oh, right, yeah, of course.
I'm sure that no one would ever gamble for real money on something so trivial. So the sweat Ike hoping that we'll come back into level 13 with a field of 21. Ivy hoping that someone goes broke before the end of the level and 20 players will remain.
I mean, that's going to be 2 hands tops, so time is running out.
Problem with his too is like, you could have said, you know, 3s.
Yeah.
He's like,
it would have been a good jam.
28.
Coming up in the break in 2.5 minutes, a behind-the-scenes look at the making of the new EPT titles, a feature on Mickey Peterson, Mehmet Mori from Team Online, and some of our skits from EPT London.
That's fun.
9-7 suited. I would have loved to play with him.
Yeah. When I get good cards, I play. That's my strategy.
Yeah,
I
mine
get
too.
good cards, I play. Bad
Will
cards,
says, okay, I'm back from a fire alarm in the library. What did I miss? You know what to do, Will. Use the replay function or check out the live updates on the PokerStars blog.
Yeah.
Like a boy.
Like a boy, yeah. Good cards, play. Bad cards, no
Okay.
play.
What do you call every re-raise?
That's right. Because I don't like it. I don't like people re-raise, so I always call.
Okay, me too.
Makes me mad.
Or did you have a good hand?
Huh?
Or did you have a good hand?
Well, whatever. Kind of both.
Cool to re-raise the...
Oh, with the 4-5 of clubs? Yeah, you didn't have enough money, though. That's why. Yeah. If you had more money...
Pretty obvious if I re-raise it.
Yeah, you were not getting called.
I'm going to lose you.
Yeah.
Raise 27.
Under the gun raise from Kwas. Fold it around to the big blind. Ping San Chan.
It's a milli.
Free roll password, by the way, in the top corner of your screen. Get registered for that game, which starts at 8:15 this evening, Central European time. Jack 8-6 on the flop. This likely to be the last hand of the level.
Good. You played those 2 hands good. Dodged one and then...
It had it loaded too, like locked in.
Yeah, oh, and you had the 7-8 on the one where you had the straight draw. When the 9-9-6 board, you turned the draw. That kind of screwed you in a way, 'cause it's like you probably wouldn't, you might not have bet if you didn't pick up the outs.
Right.
Check, check, and a 4 on the turn.
Might have just gave up. It looked like you wanted to bet that river so bad.
I did. I had it right in front of
Yeah.
Delayed C-bet from Kwas. Nope, he checks behind.
You would have just called. You would have got the bad news.
And another jack on the river.
You check? I'll check. Oh, sorry.
One more check to go.
Delayed C-bet from Fabian.
35.
A little under half a pot.
35,000. And there's the fold from Ping San Chan, who still has the tournament lead of 1.46 million with 21 players remaining as we reach the end of that level. The players are taking a 15-minute break. We are going to do the same. And remember, when we come back from that break, the blinds go up to 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. As we continue to play down to the final 8, continue to play down to the money on day 2 of the Super High Roller. Coming up after the break, Matt Broughton and Mark Convey will take you through the rest of day 2. Joe and I will be back tomorrow for the final table. 2 p.m. Central European time, whole cards up coverage, but keep watching today. Who will make the final table? Who will make the money? You'll find out very soon here on EPT Live. This is the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final from Monaco.
PokerStars has more players than any other site, creating the biggest tournaments with the greatest prize pools. We are the richest online tournaments in the world. We are poker.
Really?
Yeah, man, now that the EPT's in London, I want to see all the sights.
But Joe, you've lived here for 9 months.
Today I am a tourist. I want to see the London Bridge.
It's just London Bridge.
I want to see the Piccadilly Circus.
Just Piccadilly Circus.
I want to see the Golden Arch.
Once again, there is no the, and it's Marble Arch.
No, I want to see the Golden Arch because I am starving. And don't worry, I know how to order Royale with cheese and chips.
This is definitely the best jacket. It'd be good to have you a little bit more casual.
Craig, why does it look so serious?
We're making a title sequence for EPT 10, which involves shooting 6 people around a poker table. Action. It's going to look amazing, absolutely amazing.
Beautiful.
Beautiful, it's 20 seconds of beauty.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We're sat around a poker table, you know, with a bunch of other team pros. We can't actually play any poker, and we're just sort of repeating the same shot over and over, different angles, look more serious, look less serious, you know. But it's fun, you know, it's something a little different, trying out our acting skills.
To do this kind of stuff is really funny for us, and it's actually part of our daily job. As professional players, we just don't sit at the table playing cards, but we also do a lot of media things, and this is one of the things that we do like the most.
It's really hard to imagine how it would be in the end, you know, with a green wall, and we don't know what's going to happen, so I'm really excited to see the results.
Your left shoulder's a bit slumped. That's better, yeah.
That's it. Perfect. Yep. Action!
Working out a bit of static. So if she does a real slow one like that, imagine the chips are going to be falling like really slow. Okay.
Well, you know, the EPT, when it first started out, not a lot of people knew what to make of it, you know, but now you look at it, it's 10 seasons strong, and it literally is. It has become the most successful tour in the whole world.
It's kind of crazy how it's gone, and it's like getting better and better every year, so I'm like really like impatient to play there again.
You know, I won in season 6, so it's been a few years now, and yeah, the fact that the tour has grown to what it has is just magnificent.
Oh. People say English food is no good. Delicious.
Can we go now?
Yes, I just need to find a garbage can.
I think you mean bin.
A bin?
A bin.
What's a bin? Oh, you know what? I'll use my English to English dictionary. Yes, a bin. I need a bin.
I think you also needed a bin when you were writing this sketch.
Mickey Moment Maury Peterson's poker dream began when he saw a fellow Dane win a tournament on the World Poker Tour. He started his career online, where he found quick success in multi-table tournaments at every level. Soon after, Mickey was chasing the dream, traveling the world playing live poker tournaments, forming a number of important, life-changing friendships along the way.
My name is Mickey Peterson. I go by the online screen name Moment Maury, and I'm part of PokerStars team online. My main games are multi-table tournaments. I play pretty much all the stakes, anywhere from $1 tournaments and up to 1,000. I usually play around somewhere between 16 and 25 tables. I like to have a lot of tables going at the same time. One of my first experiences with poker was watching a bunch of the World Poker Tour episodes they were airing at the time in Denmark, and Gus Hansen was in one of the episodes and ended up winning it all.
The river is a
Not
7.
gonna do it.
Gus Hansen has won this tournament.
That was like a huge inspiration to me, like seeing another Dane having so much success in these tournaments, and that's kind of where like my poker dream started. Since I didn't have a lot of expenses, it seemed like giving poker a shot, that would be a fun thing to do. What ended up happening was I had a really, really good year. I made a lot more than I would have done, in a random retail job. And during that time, I also won a couple of satellites to some live events, and that enabled me to do the traveling part as well. It's hard for me to even remember how many countries I've been able to go to because of all these poker tournaments. I mean, I had originally started out watching it on TV, and it was like, now I was one of those guys, competing in those big tournaments. So that aspect of it was really exciting to me, like chasing the big score.
Customer service update message. We currently have no service operated by all lines.
When you travel to these live tournaments, there are a group of people that you get to know, because you're all going all over the world and you don't really know anyone there, besides each other. So that bond that you get is something I find fairly unique, because everyone has a different background and a different, nationality and story, but it's sort of like everyone is there for the poker. We all have that in common.
I met Mickey through online poker. I pester him occasionally with questions about the intricacies of staking, transferring money, hand histories. He mainly tells me to fold. I would have folded pre, but it's useful. It's useful having him there on Skype to ring occasionally and pester. But you always play so many tables, so sometimes it's hard to get through to you.
Sam and Dan are two people that I've met through both talking to them online and at various live tournaments, and they both live in London, so I hang out with them from time to time.
We all knew each other from online, we played each other, but Mickey was famous worldwide, I guess, in the online community. And then, so yeah, we just had a few beers and had a laugh, and then we became mates on Facebook and AIM.
You can have people that you see face to face every day. Remember, before, obviously we've all done other jobs, and they work in your office, but you don't have any kind of banter or talk about anything real or deep with them.
There are people that you get really good relationships, and you say, look, we'll meet in this tournament, and then when other stuff happens, let's go out for New Year or whatever, people make the extra effort, and there is the possibility to form real friendships. And
some of us use social media to tap up girls, don't we, Mickey? I mean, that does happen.
They're all about it, yeah.
I mean, that does happen, I've heard.
The most important person I've met through all of these sort of online channels would definitely be my girlfriend, Elena. But I'm your small boy.
Okay. Mickey and I met online. We had been sort of chatting for a while on Skype and Facebook and things like that. And then after he played PCA in the Bahamas last year, he decided to come to the US. And that was the first time we met. And yeah, we just hit it off really well. And Mickey came back in March, and that's when we started sort of officially dating, I guess.
I was definitely a little nervous going over here the first time, because it's always, you never know what's going to happen with someone, even though you talked a lot online and you haven't met them in person. But at the same time, it sort of just felt like, what's the worst that can happen? And it's going to be a good story regardless. So I decided to go, and it turned out to be a really good decision.
Technically, I guess you could call our relationship a long-distance relationship, but it doesn't really feel like that to me, just because we're able to see each other so much. He's able to come visit here a lot, and I went to see him in London. We just, sort of try to have little vacations with each other when we can.
It's not like I was looking for a girlfriend, on the online message boards or in the poker community, but I mean, it was just a great bonus, I suppose. For me, there's definitely a certain amount of satisfaction you get from winning a tournament, and that's regardless if the buy-in is $5 or $1,000. It's not even about that, but just that you beat out all the other players who entered. There's a certain sense of satisfaction in that for me I don't really get from playing anything else like cash games or sit and goes. My biggest breakthrough in live tournaments came this February when I won EPT Copenhagen for 2.5 million Danish crowns.
This is the hand. It's a 5, and that's it. That ends the tournament. Mickey Peterson has finally done it for the second time on the European Poker Tour. Pierre Neville is a runner-up.
Winning that on home turf was just like amazing. For me, that was probably like one of the best tournaments I could win. It was like on the front page of like my local newspaper back at home that my parents could see, and like it was like all my friends had read about it and stuff like that.
Copenhagen's quite known for being quite hard with Scandis.
One of the toughest EPTs.
So it's not like you were.
What was that, Mickey? Speak up. Speak up. The cameras. What was that you said?
It's not
one
like
of the
it was
toughest EPTs. You just want to make sure that's on.
Like
you want to make sure that's in your video.
It's not San Remo, Liv. It's not San Remo.
Obviously, after watching all these shows and after watching Gus Hansen in the WPT, like ever since that, I've been kind of chasing the dream of winning one of those big live tournaments. So when it was finally me that won, that was a very special moment for me. It was sort of like all of that stuff sort of got fulfilled at that moment. And actually, the next day, Gus Hansen sent me a message on Facebook saying congratulations. So that felt pretty nice. For me, poker has definitely like opened up the world a lot to me. Like it's enabled me to go and see places and meet people, and it's given me like a lot of freedom to do these things. I've been able to interact with so many people that if I hadn't been in poker, I would have no shot, ever meeting. So that part of it has like been really great for me.
So what are we doing on these?
No, I'm having flashbacks to Monaco. I don't think we should do anything more on bikes.
It's not riding these at all.
Joe, we don't have stunt insurance.
Stunt insurance? What do they think is gonna happen? Oh, son of a...
Poker School Online is the place to get your poker career going. It's free to join and free to play. If you dream of being a poker pro, but don't have a bankroll or don't know how to improve, Poker School Online is the place for you. PSO Leagues offer prizes every month, along with a host of Premier League promotions, where you can challenge yourself against the best people in the PSO community. Improve your game in minutes with Poker Bites, short videos that break down advanced poker concepts. Or watch full-length PSO session videos with pros like Nanonoko and Lex Veldhaus. Get your poker career started today at Poker School Online.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. We are day 2. The super high roller, Joe and James, got you to 21 players. It's our job to get you down to the final 8. This is how the leaderboard is looking right now. You see 1.46 million for Ping Sang Chan, top of the board right now. Sorel Mitzi down the bottom of this feature table with 16 big blinds. Talal Shakerchi also in the danger zone, 19 big blinds. And Ole Chemion, big favourite. We watched him plenty of hours yesterday, 1.4 million, 90 big blinds. And some guy called Daniel Negreanu. Don't know a lot about this player, a new guy from Canada apparently.
Daniel Negreanu, yeah, up and coming. Call him the kid something or other, is that right?
The kid, the poker kid. I think he's a cowboy or something to do with cowboys. But
and they call this guy that we're looking at, the Phil Ivey of the financial world.
Can I have a water, please?
He's a boss.
Still, yes.
Owns those
Hey.
financial markets, Matt.
How you doing?
A raise and take from him.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was an easy first hand back after the break. So we're into level 13 now. Blinds are 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. 60-minute levels. And today there's no specific number of levels to be played. We've just got to get down to the final 8. 8 spots being paid. Top payout 1.8 million euros. Runner-up 1.3. And of course the min cash here is 8 spots, going to get you 241,000. So that's about as big a bubble as you could ask for.
Yeah, the maths sort of tell us that maybe level 15 or 16 is when this should end, but you're with us during the PCA 100k Super High Roller bubble. You know that this is a tournament like no other with a 240k bubble.
He just kept going on.
You know, they go on and on and on. You can just throw the maths out the window.
You know, it's usually a good strategy.
Yeah, it's no accident that Joe and James have done this and left us with potentially upwards of 12 to 17 hours of coverage.
It's not going to be that bad.
Right.
No, it won't be.
There's too many shaking heads in the ring.
Even the Mizzy family, too.
No, never.
What? You.
You just don't know. We've all been there. Sometimes it goes crazy, sometimes it drags. Especially the dynamics of having 8 paid out. Because when we get to that final 9 and we redraw that seat plan there, that becomes the last table but not the official final table, is going to chug at that point because that is such a bubble.
Anyway, we have an all-in here. Ole Shemi on raise. Min.
Yeah, I was watching before we came in. I stood out and watched a few hands and saw it all go all in and survive, and
It's been really well.
clearly wants to get himself back up near some of these big boys. 1.4 million, 1.3 million must be nice.
Yeah, I was watching the outer tables before as well and saw Phil Bott, who's very short, but then he doubled up through Phil Ivey. So he's still got half an average stack, but that's dropped Phil Ivey back down to about 25 big blinds. Both of them had ace-queen, but Phil Bott had ace-queen of spades and made a flush on the river.
Filthy.
Yeah.
No, I took a private plane, though.
That's for you, Samuel.
Paid for it.
See how Phil Ivey was going. Don't forget, check out the PokerStarsblog.com. Go to the live update section, and they are covering all the Super High Roller. So
come back.
any big hands from the outer table.
Oh, you have
we'll
change?
try and get the camera on you and bring you those
perfect.
shots as well. But you do have the backup at the PokerStarsblog.com.
Change.
And a quick hello back to all the people on the hashtag EPT Live. Saying hello to Eminem. Good to be back with you guys.
Drop one.
Stick with us. It's going to be a long one. We're going to be giving away some goodies as well. Just quickly trail and tease. We've got a big prize to give away before the end of our broadcast today, and also a bit of the old card protector too. Meanwhile, it's an all-in and a call on one of the outer tables. Although actually, here's Sorel as well. Oh, the agony of all-ins on 2 tables at the same time. I think we should probably stay here.
This all-in thing really works.
Keeps putting on the line and keeps doing okay.
2 in a row. They all count.
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter if you have good cards.
Right.
When they fold.
Exactly. No one.
ICM, power play, all that stuff and nonsense. Let's check out the other all-in.
I probably had something.
Second table. So it's Ike in the driving seat right now. Got a decision to make.
Paul Foy, the all-in player, 417,000. So Haxton opens. Svendiari 3-bet to 93,000, and Foy moves all in. Haxton moved out the way. Decision now on Svendiari.
I was hoping you would save me, Ike.
Never easy, is it?
Never is. It's about a third of Antonio's stack.
Not at this level. Oh, he's gone for it. He looks kind of
ace-queen. Oh,
no, I think
pocket
what's
sevens.
that? Yeah, medium pair.
This is ace-king. Classic race underway.
Classic race underway.
What'd you fold, Ike?
About time.
Bigger pair?
Get the feeling that's going to be very much the way this is going to go. We're going to see plenty of these before we get down to our final 8. And don't forget tomorrow's coverage of that final 8. Cards up with the delay. The Guessatron gets put back in the cupboard for 24 hours.
It's a good flop for Foire.
Oh. Crawl.
It's going to do it. Nice double up.
You got a bit better. How much is it?
Yeah.
I would have lost.
Leaves him just shy of $1 million.
Huh?
Antonio down to 477k.
The pocket five is the better hand. Yes, pocket fives. Pocket 5-4 very fast, wouldn't take so long. You have a pair, egg? Yeah.
Should we give something away, Matt? Should we kick off the show with a little teaser gift?
Yes, I think we're going to give away one of our coveted card protectors as we take a quick look at how the dynamics are on that second feature table here, the Super High Roller. Yeah, in fact, this is a bit of a, were you paying attention to Joe and James? Because just towards the end of their time broadcasting, we were on the main table and we picked up a drinks order. Ike ordered a drink, as did Bonomo. And what we want to know is, what did they order? And you've got to get both of them absolutely word for word spot on right. What did Ike and Bonomo order drinks-wise before the break? Hashtag EPT Live or nuts at PokerStars.tv. We're going to give away one of our gorgeous EPT 10 card protectors. So get on it. No guessing. There's no point guessing. If you knew it, if you find it, if you remember, first one gets the card protector.
And it's got to be spot on as well.
It's got to be spot on. Some people clearly only just tuning in and seeing Ike's shirt for the first time today. It's a doozy. It's right up there. Paul Newey's shirt reputation. As soon as anyone turns up with a slightly OTT shirt, everyone goes, oh, must have been out with Paul Newey last night. His reputation precedes him. Meanwhile here, our friend Ole Shemion has bet out after a check. Channel 8, Sorrel, now action back on Sorrel. No one's made a spinning bird kick joke. I'd like to get it in there first. Heads up to the turn, 215,000 in the pot. 10 deuce 8, rainbow. And now another jack, another club. The 8 comes down. Check, check, brings 6 of spades on the river.
Mitzi reaching for chips.
So that's at 116,000.
116. Pretty quick call.
Yeah, quick call there.
So pocket pair was it there? Or it's the cash game all over again. We just got to guess the cards.
thank you.
We saw Vogelsang having a pretty tricky time in a cash game last night. Today hasn't gone so well for him either.
No, he is out of here. I saw a bit earlier on someone was on the Twitter saying, how's my boy Vogelsang doing? Not so good is the answer now.
Doing pretty well. Dan Cates took him out. That's a smile. There's a lot of entries coming on Twitter, Matt.
Yeah.
Spotted a winner yet?
Yeah, I think I've seen one. Well, I'll wait for confirmation. We've had lots of wrong answers, quite a few right answers, but I think I've identified which one I think was the first one. I shall confer with my colleague Mark Comby in a moment, and then we'll come to you.
I'll follow the action while you're going through the timeline, as we have a 3-bet from Shimian.
Feels been good.
Shimian dusting off those lost chips from before. Comes in with a 3-bet.
Yeah, I thought it was
Over Chun-Li.
Psychic is on something. Yeah. It does work in a way. Like, you really believe that they
And Lee calls. So he heads up to the flop. Shimian has position. Queen 9-7. Couple of clubs. Check to the aggressor. Just while we wait for Ole to bet, we can tell you the last hand that Mitzi had King 10 and Ole showed A10. So kicker problems. Kicker problems for Ole. 66,000.
No.
C bet from Mr. Shimian.
Bar is pretty low. That's like no, she was sweet and nice. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, just a call.
Yeah, just a call. So leaves him with 431,000 behind, 330,000 in the pot. Still 2 streets of betting potentially ahead of them. Double suited down on the board now. Clubs and diamonds. 5 is down on the turn. And, having check called after some deliberation post flop. It's now been checked straight back by Chun-Li, straight to Ole Shimian again. He ain't gonna slow down. He just don't do that.
It's not in his repertoire.
He does not know that button. 137. Very specific amount.
Chun-Li's only, he's got less than the pot left at the moment.
Yeah.
Calls here. He's likely going to be facing an all-in bet on the river.
Yeah, well, you kind of, I mean, that's the thing is, no doubt when you took a while to even make the decision to call on the flop, would know that, especially against this opponent, there was no way it was ever not going to be an expensive ride. It's kind of reluctant and unhappy call, but it's more and more of his stack is getting invested in this. 604,000 now, with only just shy of 300k back for Chun-Li.
I was wondering if he was setting up for a shove on the river, but
yeah,
with his body language, you were right. It looked like a reluctant call.
And this is just really selling the act. Well, flush is completed if that was relevant to it. Checks about the same sort of time as before. Kind of gives Ollie the opportunity to just check for value if he's got something but hates that river.
It's because they're both commodities-based countries. They're both big commodity exporters.
Wow, 7-8.
Up and down.
7-8 for Lee. I thought you would have had a stronger hand than that.
Yeah. Yeah, very surprised to see that, because you think with it being quite as weak as that, he probably would have tried to play a bit more aggressively to introduce the sort of semi-bluff element as a bit of insurance.
Yeah, and no surprise to see Shimmy and check behind there on the river to get 2 streets of value in a 3-bet pot out of a hand like that. He's done very well indeed.
And he was unlikely to get much value out of any other river card anyway. It would only have been a fold. Now we see the card. So.
No, I mean, he may have had a crying call from King, Queen, Ace, Queen there, which he would have lost against, so good check behind.
Zilshan Lee there, crippled down to 294,000. Actually got the same chip count now as Talal Shakurchi, the other shortest stack on this table.
5,000.
We'll reveal our winner, by the way, of our little tickler competition, give away the card protector. Some very clever people going, but we could rewind and watch the old stream of when the order was taken for the drinks. Yes, you could have done. But were you the first person to think of it? Were you the first person to do it? The correct answer was very specifically that Ike asked for double coffee and Jason Bonham asked for a green tea. The first person I saw on the stream with that was Martin Bosev. Do you concur, my colleague?
I do.
Okay, so congratulations to Martin Bosev. He was the first to get that right. It was double coffee. I don't even know what a double coffee is. That is just like double espresso or
just maybe
two coffees poured into a pint glass.
Pints of coffee?
I just don't know. Just a lot of coffee. Just a lot of coffee.
Americans like their big coffees. Over here, you know, it's all about the short coffees.
So well done to Martin. Remember the way to pick up your prize. Follow at EPT Live. We will follow you back. Get your details. And more competitions. Don't forget day 2 of. We've got 8 days left.
Yep.
So plenty of competition opportunities, and we've got a big prize. If you were watching earlier on, you saw the amazing prizes we had to give away. Stay with us as we pick up this 3-way hand. Gone to the flop.
Re-raise. Draw 4.
Mr. Negrano. Chit chat ahoy. Different watch. Ditch the red plastic one.
Yeah, must be that. You practice to do it.
Oh, what one have we got today?
Maybe I'll
This
do
is
that.
the kind of the brown leathery strap.
And it works, really? Okay, keep
Sorel raised this up to 35, got called by Daniel and Peter Chan. And now it's gone check back to the original aggressor on the button. 53k, gets the fold out of Daniel.
Just so when I have aces, everybody pays.
Oh, yeah, they pay. They're going to pay you. Oh, yeah, that's for sure. They're going to pay.
Makes a call, takes us to the turn. 225k in the pot, 10 of spades out. Chan first to act. Do we see a third barrel? Another shot at this pot. Well, he went through a stage of shoving. And now he's got enough chips. He wants to keep putting the pressure on.
$136,000, I think, is the bet.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, the Joe and James skits are polarizing our audience into hate and love. Keep watching the breaks, there's more of those.
And if you did miss out, then, as Matt said, we've got lots of swag to give away, don't worry.
Yeah.
We're going to be running a few competitions today. Because it could be a long one.
Cool.
Chan calls. Seven of clubs completes the board.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty specific if you think that card's going to make a massive difference, I guess. Trying to work out what Sorel Mitzi still has behind him. 410 is the answer. Check called all the way here, and now is going to actually take. Yeah, it's very small, isn't it?
Do you think it's an old school blocker style bet?
Yeah, one of those old, like, you know, how much would you be prepared to call?
Yeah.
So why don't you be the one that makes it? Yeah, it is, as you say, blocker bets, defensive bets at the end, just to try and keep things under control. Just because if your opponent was going to take a stab at it anyway, maybe you just slow him down a bit. Just put a little bit of doubt in his head, and maybe he just calls here.
You may notice that Chan's name, it's not San Chan anymore. We've changed the graphic. He likes to be known as Peter Chan, so that's what we're going to go with. A regular in the big games in Macau.
Well, this has clearly thrown a bit of a spanner in the works for Sorel, because he was very much the leader in this. Raised pre, got it checked him and bet, and now is just.
Ooh, good turn.
Very good.
Wow, and he did make indeed. Straight there. Saved him.
Indeed.
Very cagey play there, wasn't it, at the end?
It was.
Because you're thinking, well, I mean, I said, you know, it's got to be very specific for that 7 to make this, you know, to be the interesting card in this hand. And sure enough, it couldn't have been any more interesting if it tried.
Yeah, you can understand the bet now, because Peter wouldn't have been comfortable calling a shove from Sorel there.
No.
And the bet confused Sorel enough not to try and raise for value.
Yeah, so it's an old school move, but it did exactly what it's designed to do there.
Yeah. Anyway, Matt, did you know that you're a pretty big deal in Turkey?
No.
Corner pocket.
Staffer's written it. So we loving Matt Broughton in Turkey. He is favourite EPT Live poker talking man.
Christmas time on the turn, and
well, that's very nice.
Ruined Christmas, Peter. Hope you're happy.
Anyway. We've lost another big name here in our super high roller, and you might recognise him as we pick up Mr. Magician Antonio Sfandiari. Is out of there on our second feature table.
Yep, he had pocket fours, but no good against the aces of Mike McDonald.
Timex ticking over rather nicely. So more chips moving around as we move ever closer to our final 8. That is the target today.
Yeah, make it 35.
And thank you, Turkey. Very nice to hear from you. Did you make that tweet up? I can't see that anywhere.
No. Stuffer. I'm not going to praise you unnecessarily.
Sure
well, that's what I thought, but I just thought it
seems
seems really unlikely. But I just thought, is this some prank tweet?
Well, that's strange. I can't find it now myself.
Yeah, I think you dreamt that, my friend. I mean, it's nice of you.
No, I saw it.
Fabian and Daniel getting involved with each other here. Out position. Fabian checked. Negranu chucked out 45,000 on a Queen 5-4 rainbow flop. It was Daniel that raised it up pre to 35,000. Called in just the one spot.
He must have tweeted in his dreams and then woke up and realised what he'd done and went, oh, got to delete that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, my friend. Second heart, second four. Actually, Dan's got a bit of a cross quiff going on there. Or a quiff.
Yes.
A quaff.
Hasn't got quite the same standard of beard, though.
No. 182,000. Check on that 4 on the turn. And now Dan, who was the aggressive player so far.
Three on the river.
Scare card.
Yeah. A wheel. It's got earthy tones, a nice long finish. Remember that for rounders?
No, I don't, but that's...
You go into playing high-low, he's like in the scar shop, and he goes, I've got the wheel, it's got earthy tones, a nice finish, and a smooth draw and a good finish. It's good enough for Luimi to win the high and the low.
Oh yeah, the vague memories are coming back.
Yeah, right? Do you remember the movie?
Look, Dan's doing all this chit-chat, and Fabian is just, I'm just going to watch you for a while, just watch you for a while.
Runner was like a pathetic attempt.
I haven't
at
seen it
rounders
yet.
too. Don't even bother.
I haven't seen it.
It's almost
I wanna
like
see it.
you have to watch it.
I heard it wasn't that bad.
Really? It's pretty not lowy.
Well, all that chit-chat might work on a high percentage of your average poker field, but this is no average poker field.
No, Fabian's really hard of hearing in his right ear as well, so it's a waste of time.
Exactly. You could be standing shouting at him.
Yeah, he's trained up his left ear to be able to understand English, but it's just German
Just
in the right
that it's
ear.
not his own very, very mono when it comes to the multilingual stuff.
Sorry, guys.
Decisionatron is
I
going to have
apologize
to be
for the
summoned
delay.
shortly.
Oh,
I
that's
feel
okay.
we're at least hitting the 2-minute mark here. 2.5 minutes, good lord. It was all that chit-chat from Dan, it distracted us, which I guess was the idea.
He's gone quiet now.
Yeah. Polarized is all I'm going to say out loud. That's all I'm prepared to commit to, Mark. I'm just in awe. Hey!
That's cool.
Oh, Dan, don't show the wheel.
Ace queen.
Ace queen.
So the check behind confused Quas on the turn.
Yeah.
Helped to get Daniel get paid on the river.
Different styles, different results.
Yeah.
Anyway, more exits from the outer tables. John Joanda's the latest player to go, and he's been knocked out by Igor Kurganov. See here, King Jack for Joanda. No get against the King Queen. On the 10 Queen, 4 King board. All in on the turn. River was a 4.
That is just simple maths right there. King, Queen, not as good as King Jack, and that's fundamental poker.
No, I mean Joanda did have open-ended straight draw on the turn as well, so that's probably why he decided to go with it. Had a redraw just in case his king wasn't good, and it wasn't good. Anyway, I want to show you something, Matt.
Oh, hello.
Follow-up tweet from Mustafa. So the original one did exist. I am so exciting with the convy reading my tweet. Now he is favourite talking poker man too. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome.
I'm not sure he's real. I could be wrong. I think that could very well be Nick Walthall. Also, hello to Casey. Says, what a privilege to watch this action. Thank you, PokerStars. Well, you're very welcome. I'd like to speak on behalf of PokerStars. I mean, it's not easy putting this kind of a field together, but me and Mark work for months before each event to make sure the tables are as good as this. No, you're right. It's a privilege to watch these guys in action.
It is, yeah. Also, thank you to Kerry, for Edas, for your kind words.
Yep. Hope you have a great evening. It could be a long evening, Kerry, so I hope you've got plenty of toast ready to roll. I don't know why toast, but sometimes you just get the kettle on and make about 6 slices of toast.
Do you now?
I do.
Do you go for the old classic like white sliced bread?
I do.
Bit of builders.
Do you know what? It's a treat. I don't normally allow myself processed white bread in the house for health reasons, but every now and then you just have to get a filthy, filthy loaf. Go toast crazy.
Yeah. Saturday morning sometimes. Load of bacon.
Nice and busy out there.
I know him. Where have we seen him before?
There's 2 of them.
He sat down in the wrong seat. What's going on? Oh, they balanced the outer table.
Poker though, isn't it?
Yep.
There's Phil.
And Phil.
Yep, the 2 Phils. Or double Phil, as Ike would call them. 18 players left. We've got another 10 to lose before the play wraps up today. There was a question a bit earlier on, apologies, I forget who was on hashtag EPT Live. It was Joseph saying, is there going to be a televised cash game tonight? No, I think that was just last night's treat, because obviously yesterday we knew exactly that we were playing through the 8 levels, so we knew when we were going to finish and we could put it together. But we have absolutely no idea how long it's going to take. It could whistle through to the final 8, or we could really drag this one out into the early hours. We just don't know how many levels it's going to take to get there.
Yeah, I thought they might have paid 9 or 10 players today with all the extra money in the prize pool. Decided to play 8. It will create a massive drama once we get to one table.
Yeah. Well, that's, I mean, Joe and James mentioned this earlier on. That is one hell of a bubble. You come 9th, you get nothing. Come 8th, you get 240-odd thousand euros. So it's going to be about as painful as bubbles gets. Meanwhile here, Sorel Mitzi raised it up to 35 pre. Just one caller from Peter Chan. And now on a 6-8-4 flop with 2 clubs. There was a C bet from Sorel, 42. A raise from Chan to 100,000.
What happened to my pass? It fell off. Oh well.
Anyway, if you were watching the stream in the last level, you may have heard James and Joe talking about a bet that Ike Haxton and Phil Ivey had on that. How many players would be remaining at the end of level 12? Haxton had 20, Haxton had 21, and Ivey had 20, and it turned out there were 21 remaining.
He runs so good.
He does. Apparently won a bag of jelly babies and some seedless grapes. They had to be seedless. Ivey, you know, doesn't like pips in his grapes.
These guys, they gamble big.
I know. Have you seen the size of the jelly babies? The
No,
bag?
are they life size?
No, but the bag was huge. You get at least 64 in them. At least. Massive.
There you are. Meanwhile, back in the Super High Roller, our feature table, with our last 18 players across the field remain. 22 minutes here in level 13, and we go straight into the next level. Right now we're at 8,000, 16,000 with a 2K ante, and it is Peter Chan that has made this 35K to go.
round 8.
God,
Ding, ding,
Sorrel
ding.
Missy, has he been out of a hand?
Round 8.
Certainly keep him busy here.
Yeah, that's about it.
Peter Chan calling.
Makes it easy for the camera guys. They don't have to move because it's always the same guys just going up against each other. 2 hearts and now 2 sevens on the turn after a pretty quick check. Sorrel out of position here, first to act. Check again.
Check.
It's going to be rubbish ace against slightly less rubbish ace. Pretty cards that just didn't get there. Spinning the Gesatron. Read the bottom if you're interested in the free roll. 8:15 Central European Time. Me and Mr. Mitzi are going to take a stab at this after quite a lack of interest. And now the price is 62,000.
Looks like he's going to get called. He does get called.
10 high, the Queen 10, definitely the Queen 10 losing here. 10 high, we just don't know.
10 high, damn.
Ace high better than 10 high.
Again, fundamental poker, ace high beating the 10 high.
Yeah.
It's funny, whenever you teach people poker and you're trying to explain the hand rankings and you say about, and then the lowest thing is just like high card. You go, what do you mean high card? Well, if you don't have anything, but who has got? People say, but when would anybody ever play to a showdown with just a high card? And you go, you haven't watched much poker, have you?
Have you done any sort of quiz today with our TV team? No. Okay, I had to do a quiz on camera today, and I thought you were trying to embarrass me because I got a question wrong with that.
Oh, no.
Ace high, but I'm not going to say anything about it because they might get you to do the same quiz, and I don't want to spoil it.
Oh, right. Oh, well, no. Right.
Anyway, Matt mentioned the free roll. Also, as we were doing yesterday, and we will be doing all week, if we do get 2,000 shares of the stream, then we'll be adding $500 to the free roll prize pool. So it's 1,500 in at the moment. We get 2,000 or more shares, we'll boost it up to $2,000. Free roll starts at 8:15 Central European Time.
Meanwhile, a couple of questions on hashtag EPT Live to deal with. First of all, Matt Johnson says, what's the story with Ole Simeon? Do you know what? That is a really long story, and I would just suggest that you get yourself some Googling or check out the PokerStars blog, because the story of Ole Simeon is quite a big one. That one dodged. Adam's asking, why can't we see the player cards at the feature table? We'll only bring you cards up action when the players on the feature table are the only players left in the tournament. So right now we've still got 3 active tables, and it would obviously be quite an advantage to the other players that these guys are getting their cards exposed. So tomorrow, when we're down to our final 8, we will bring you the cards up.
Smooth sailing today, huh?
All in on one of the outer tables. Table 3. Kurganov is...
Yeah, against Dan Cates. That's a huge bet from Cates on the river. And it gets Kurganov to fold. And he shows, is that 10 high he shows? Or deuce? 10 deuce. Wow, bottom pair. What a boss. Cates really seems like he's been in the zone this week, actually.
Yeah.
In the high roller, in the cash game.
Yeah. Yeah, if you were with us late last night, you would have seen Jungle Man having a pretty good time of it. Ended up about 400,000 euros from a 250,000 starting stack on the cash game. They are playing 501,000 last night. 'Twas juicy. Guillaume Gevery says, is the tournament open to the public? Could I walk in and watch the tables? I live next door. I mean, next door is an enormous hotel. So you're welcome. Yeah.
You could live up the mountain that's next door. But it's not free to get in. You're allowed to get in, but you do have to bring a big box of cakes for the webcast.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
But
so
as long as you bring at least some chocolate for myself and
chocolate
Macaulay.
and cakes.
Or chocolate cakes.
There we
Yes. Come down. You can come down. You can see, in fact, I was out there a bit earlier on myself. Around the back of the feature table is a spectator area. Within reason, you're allowed near the tables that are in play, as long as not hanging over anybody or doing handstands on their shoulders. But yeah, you can come and watch it. A bit later on in the tournament, as it gets to the juicy side of things, we can expect more spectators filling up that area, especially if there are any friends and family railing the big boys that get down to the money.
With this hand, I always win when I raise under the gun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the range of hands that come under that statement is probably quite wide.
Ace-9 offsuit or Jack-7 suited? No. No?
I'm not raising this shit.
Shirt. He said shirt.
Too many good players behind.
There's no need to raise the shirt. He's already got it undone from
I
down the
know.
middle.
He's like the opposite of Joe. For as much hair Joe has, there's as much skin on Ole Shimion.
It comes of
Smooth.
age. Wait till Ole's 31. Come back in 10 years' time.
I think Ole could get to 307 years old and would never have as much hair as Joe does. We are going to once again buzz over to one of our other tables, table 2.
Sorry.
Mr. Ike Haxton is all in. Richard Young has called him. 7s versus 2s. Clubs not going to be in play.
Alright, yeah, good game, guys. Good game.
Oh, no. Oh. I love Ike and he's out. But that doesn't mean he might be available.
Give him 5 minutes, guys, and then give him a call, and then we'll get him in.
Might be available for the stream. He is one of our favourite pros to get into the box, and if he is available, we will drag him in here. We know there's been quite a few of our viewers in the last, I was going to say last few days. We've only been in a couple of days. We've had so much poker, it feels like a week. Still got more than a week to go, but a lot of you saying he's one of your favourites to get into the booth.
Guillaume's bringing cake.
Guillaume! Right. Good man. Pop down tomorrow, Guillaume. Just ask for M&M. And we will come and meet you. Take your chocolate cake from you.
I think cake deserves a tour as well, if it's really good cake.
Cake deserves a tour? Do you mean Guillaume?
Guillaume, yeah. If he brings cake, then... no, I'm not calling him cake now.
I thought you said cake deserves a tour.
No, him bringing cake means
right,
he deserves
okay.
a little tour.
I thought that was his nickname.
Is it?
They call me Cake. Sven wants to know if anyone in the audience has ever mooned on the stream. I don't think so. Certainly not what I've been watching. Poker spectators are a different class of spectator. They would never do such a thing.
You don't have to have anything. Just pretend. It's like when you were kids. You have friends that like fake, imaginary friends. Did you have any of those? No.
Daniel, are Stars clever enough not to send the emails to you, or do you get emails from yourself saying?
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Wait a minute, I didn't sign that.
Those personally penned emails by Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah.
I wrote this.
Gina's approved.
Okay, here we go. Just a little under 15 minutes left here, level 13. Folded to Peter Chan, make it 35,000, which seems to be the standard opening bet here. Going all the way around the table. We haven't seen one of those for a while, a simple raise and win it. Actually, that's a complete lie. The last hand was exactly that.
Well, before then.
But before then,
for a while.
Before then, we haven't seen it for a while. Thanks for the rescue.
That's okay.
No, I suddenly realised that Ole had his hole under the gun. Whenever I raise with this, I just win.
Yeah, but it was at the end of last level. And he was 21. So nobody won. Phil had 20, he had 22.
I love it when we get regular viewers who are watching, and then we get other viewers who weren't watching earlier or yesterday and write similar questions that we've already answered. and our regs pick up on that and answer them for us, that's brilliant. So thank you, Rob King, for answering the question on Ivy.
Yeah.
It is between 0 and 1% of him coming in the booth.
OOP.
Closer to 0.
Closer to 0. I'm going to say it's one of the two.
I don't care what I have with that.
Yeah, and when people ask for the password, now other viewers just give it out. Thanks.
Because you know I'm going to call anyway. It's smart. Keep the pot small. Don't be stupid. Some kids they raise.
And good to see Francesca's with us. Watching us on the app. Good times. Don't worry, I'm on my lunch. Hey, you can watch it whenever you want.
8-16. So I'll bet
18.
20.
Wow, big bet.
So close.
To a limp
I would bet here with
big bet.
any pair, any gut shot, ace high, bluffs.
All right, like the whole range.
Okay, now you know. You
That
can
is
beat some of
effectively
that.
the whole range in
You can beat
poker.
some of that. That's good.
Turn brings the 9 of diamonds, 84,000 in the pot.
Time to bet 45.
That's what time it is.
45.
What's your range now? You gotta update me.
2 pair.
Okay.
A new straight draw,
Okay.
like 10 king or 10
Right.
jack. Flush draw and gut shot. All that shit. And 2 pair.
All
And
right, I can't beat that.
Yeah,
I can't beat
all
that
that.
range.
You didn't say bluff.
Yeah.
There's no bluff.
If you threw bluff in there, then I might have had to peel another.
No. Oh, I should have. Well, that's a bluff. A straight draw. King 10.
Yeah, but
10 jack.
that's
Still something.
semi.
It's legit.
The first time round, you included absolute bluffs.
Right.
Yes, I did.
That's why I called.
So
Yeah.
What do you?
That was a moody shot, not all the way up the stairs. And rest. Nice. Nicely done. So raise from Fabien Kvoss. 35k. Who'd have thought?
It's from under the gun. Got to be scared.
Yeah.
Although when we were doing the final table in San Remo, the under the gun raises were their ranges were so wide.
Really?
So surprised. Pavel reckons he's got a donk question. I don't think it's a donk question at all. It says name of the poker player sitting on Daniel Negreanu's right. That's Cyril Mitzi. It's another Canadian poker player. Don't be silly. If you have any questions at all, doesn't matter how simple about the players or about poker, how to play the game, please fire them in. We're more than happy to field all sorts of questions. Hashtag EPT Live, nuts at PokerStars.tv.
He said I got about 30 big blinds, bro. But it ain't shit, because I'm Fabien Kvoss.
But you didn't understand the rest of what...
Well, I did. That's what I said. I made it up. It's like, psh.
But my name in German sounds pretty similar to my name in English, so you could have figured out that I didn't say Fabian Kvoss.
What? You're probably right that you didn't say that.
Germans don't have a German name?
What did he want? How much?
What did he want?
And I got to put in 36. Okay.
If you want to carry on, yes.
Power. See how powerful I play it?
That was a strong call there by Negreanu.
Yes.
Power call.
He has got a monster. Fabian always seems mildly amused by all of the stuff Daniel goes through, all this effort he puts into a game of poker. Fabian just quietly sits there, winning quite a lot of these things.
Well, Daniel's got so much energy. All these beans and beets and vegan food inside him.
Maybe he just needs a cheeseburger now and then, just to balance things out. Three-way to this flop of Queen 10-4. 2 diamonds, 128,000 in the pot. First to act was Fabian, who has checked it.
Pay.
Rocking the Zoolander open shirt there, Ole.
Paye means...
Oh.
What is paye? Tapi is it? I didn't want to say that. Not yet. Too late. I already bet the 50. I'm good. I am, but they have different sayings for it.
Is that right? They use different words in Canadian.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
Called in both spots. It's an unlikely development. Don't see it continuing three-way to the turn more often than not. 278,000 in the pot. Once again, Fabian Kvos checked. Kind of tricky for Ollie if he hasn't got too much here, having been in this spot on the previous street and made a pretty standard bet but got called in two spots. But of course, if he carries on, it just looks even stronger.
Well, he betted to two players on the flop. He must, now that he's betting two players on a turn, he really must have it.
Yeah, or he knows that they know that he knows. He knows he looks good. Dan is in the zone though, he is bumping. I'm starting to want to back Daniel in this hand. Fabian is out of there.
Good one. I feel it.
These sort of tactics just do not wash on shimmying, though.
No. No, they don't. But that doesn't mean that Daniel can't just some of the time have a better hand that he's playing simply. I love all these guys on the route that just all pretend that, yeah, I always watch poker bent over as far as I can, just in case they got on the camera. Hello, Mum! Watching the monitor. Am I in shot? Tricky, tricky, tricky. $500,000 plus in the pot. Daniel looking, well, he just looks like Daniel. Doesn't look uncomfortable, doesn't look happy. He's just doing his thing. A check from Ole, not surprisingly, induces a pretty fast bet out of Daniel.
I think it's going to be a cycle. Looks like it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't help it. I just have a feeling Dan had this since the beginning.
You bet a queen here?
Would I bet a queen?
Yeah.
I would bet Jack 9.
Pocket queens.
10-8 of hearts. King queen. Pocket fours. And ace queen.
Which one of those is
One
true,
of those ones.
if any?
Oh, wait a minute. And also, I got to figure out something else that balances with that. Huh? 3 10s? Yeah, but I would 3-bet him with 10s. So it's probably not that.
This is possible.
Huh? I didn't say what I had. I said a range.
No, I was saying
yeah.
chime in.
It's like if you have a range, you're okay.
He's still thinking. So
Yeah.
No offense.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, no, I hear it.
Let him.
Okay.
I have this. I don't think I have it. Wait a minute.
Ah.
That wins.
Busted flush draw.
Yeah. I needed an ace on the river. That would have been good.
Open-ended.
Yeah.
Pocket aces.
I was pretending I had Jack 9.
Yeah, an ace would have been amazing. Top set for Shemian.
Wow.
Not straight from the Gradi.
Yeah, that's right.
Is Fabian not mic'd up, actually? Just realised I can't hear him.
Maybe
Doesn't say much.
Underneath the scarf.
It's underneath the scarf and the beard, so sound doesn't travel so well through that particular medium. Air is good, water's not so good. Beard and scarf, dreadful. Quick question for Stuart. Well, actually, a question from Stuart.
I would not have bet. I would not have bet if I thought you had aces.
Registration's closed. What's the final count, buy-ins and rebuys? It ended up being 50 unique players, 62 actual entries, which has left us with that top prize of 1.8 million euros. Don't forget, any of the details, check out the PokerStars blog. Find out about all of yesterday's play. And also, if you want to keep tabs of what's going on with our other two tables right now. Still live in this. 17 players left.
Time.
Thought I was going to win.
Show an ace again. No, nothing to show.
Is that a walk?
It is a walk.
Wow. 9 deuce. Power hand. Question also from Liam, not directly EPT live related. Will the UK EPT at Dusk Till Dawn have coverage in live stream? It will, and my colleague Mark Convey will be doing it.
Yeah, myself and Nick Wealthall will be doing the final 2 days.
Respect.
The final day will be cards up, subject to a 1-hour security delay. There's the information going along at the bottom of your screen. If you're there, Liam, come and say hi. If not, then please do tune in and interact with us.
Sure you would.
Interact with us, i.e. bring cake.
If you bring cake, then I will give you a tour of the EPT Live. I'm sure we'll have amazing prizes to give away. And Will's actually written to me and said, EPT Prague won't be far from Frankfurt, while, where I will be on my year abroad. He's studying at university at the moment. I'll bring cake. How about it? You know what? I think we've got a bit of a theme going on here.
I like the theme. It's the kind of theme I can run with.
Yeah. I'm partly doing this for Graphical Nick as well, because he has so many cups of tea, he needs a bit of cake alongside it. So
to soak it up.
You can have a tour, you can meet Graphical Nick, and we'll eat cake.
Yep.
I'll be happy.
Guillaume has confirmed, cake is confirmed for Sunday. Can't make tomorrow, but to compensate, we'll get a cake each.
Well, that's good, because we're not around much tomorrow.
No, final table,
and
Joe James.
Sunday we're doing the FPS all day, so we're going to need cake to get it through. Works
Same
perfectly for us.
Wow, hello. We had stand raise from down to 35,000. Ole re-raised to 108,000. And now, boom, it's an all-in from Talasha Kershi for his last 288,000.
288. Nope. Sorry, thank you.
Daniel, unsurprisingly, light as air, has folded.
I count because you see what I did?
Yeah.
288.
Yeah,
Sorry. I should have done it for you. So
288.
yeah, 288, as I said. Sorry, mine.
Not a small call for Ole.
It calls.
Go down.
Wow, that was pretty cool. Pretty fast call, should I say. Pretty cool.
Fuck you.
That's good news. That's good news for me.
Okay, ace-5 for Ole. Pocket 10s for Talal.
Fold? Huh? You would fold?
Come on.
Yeah, just got to avoid any of the suits coming into play, or of course that overcard. Hope the ace doesn't come out. Oh, my lord. Well, that's...
well, it didn't come out, Matt, so...
That's tricky.
Yeah. Yikes.
Oh, 3%. That's not a lot to get too excited about. Unlucky there for Talal. He waited and waited, got it all in. Good, but if you're going to play against Ollie, you're going to have to run better than that.
Yeah, Craig's written and said Shemian is an absolute boss, won every pot I've seen him involved in.
Yep.
Good luck to everyone else thinking of winning the Super High Roller. Spot on, Craig. Talal didn't have that luck. All he needed was not to have bad luck. It was there.
It's a river I won ace queen against queens.
The walk of shame
with the stalker cam.
Good news for Ollie. Nearly 2.4 million in front of him now. He is just good at the poker.
We're 3 drawing.
Also, a quick pickup of a question. Another question from Liam was asking about why do some players have the flag denoting where they were born and others where they live. It's just simply because we give the players the option. It's like some of the guys like to show where they live, some of the guys like to show their heritage, like Steve O'Dwyer with the Irish flag, who clearly sounds very American. It's just down to the players how they would like to be represented out in the open world.
Here's a look at one of our outer tables. Igor Kurzhanov, Phil bought.
How much food has Ivy got? That's an enormous bucket of stuff.
He's got Patrick Antonius's private chef cooking for him this week. And you can imagine Patrick Antonius spends a lot of the time at the gym and would have big meals.
Good Lord.
Und ich glaube, dass er sich,
ja,
dass er hinterher
Gonna mix this up.
What's happening? Are they all out? What's going on?
Redrawing. No, we got a winner.
Hey, they did a deal.
Yeah,
fantastic. They did a
Oh.
deal. 16-handed, everybody. Going to be off air for the night.
Yep, all 16 take home 24,000 euros.
So 16 players remaining. Okay, so we're going to have a full redraw, which means we will have a new feature table.
That's exciting.
It is exciting. I like mixing it up.
And let's be honest, when there's a field like this, quite often I might find myself being selfish, going, oh, I want to keep so-and-so and don't care about so-and-so. But actually, all these guys, look at that food. I'm so jealous. That's enormous.
How well does Ivy run? He gets a bit of time off to eat his dinner, doesn't have to concentrate.
Exactly. Just as an enormous bucket of food appears, well, why don't we just give you a couple of minutes while we redraw? Oh, stop it, you.
Actually,
this is a private moment. Can we stop watching that? That's not fair. Come on. Let's have some dignity. Cameramen don't care.
No, they don't. There's a shot of the room at wide.
Oh, gosh. Don't forget. Have you seen this? Have you seen the options?
I have.
Don't forget. Make sure you go to facebook.com, European Poker Tour, and get your vote in. You can decide whether Joe gets to cycle around the whole of the Monaco Grand Prix circuit, whether he gets to dress up as a princess and try and get people to have their photo taken with him, or he has to man the help desk here. Some of those he would be quite good at.
Yeah, why can't we get him dressed as a princess? Then he does the cycle dressed in the princess outfit, and then he comes in a sweaty Stapes working on the help desk.
I don't know. I think certainly at least doing the cycling in the princess dress would be the better outcome.
If I was going to choose one, personally, I'd have to go for the princess one.
Well, James was accidentally trying to subliminally go cycle. I'm not going to influence anyone's cycle, but if you just bet for he really wanted to see Joe burn on the streets of Monaco.
Because it's quite hilly, the circuit, as well.
It's quite a tough route.
Yeah.
I've walked a chunk of it. And but I think the last time, I've not checked in, but the last time the boys reported on it, Princess Joe was looking quite like
front runner. Yeah, as I was going to say before, Peter Chan, his girlfriend, I've actually danced the gangman style with those two.
Oh dear.
Yeah. It was one of the stories that we had in a Cool Story Bro in, I think it was in Vienna we did it. It was a very drunken night at a party in Macau.
Well, I can't advocate that. That sounds silly.
What? Drunken parties, Macau, or the gangman style, or dancing with Peter Chan and his girlfriend?
The first one, the third one, and the fourth one.
Oh, okay. All right for the other one. Cool, I'll take that.
Yeah, the same. Being in Macau, that's fine. That's what 2.394 million looks like, in case you're wondering. Oh, don't go anywhere, Ollie. No, it's fair, dude. Let's give someone else some time.
Yeah, Martin's written in. This is about Stapes' challenge. I don't expect many people to vote for anything other than B. Enjoy, Joe.
That couldn't have worked out better for Joe, though. He loves dressing up as a woman, even quite often. He's just popped round to my hometown. We go have coffee, we go watch a film. He's always got his high heels on and some pretty little skirt. Them big, hairy ape legs. Le singe américain, as I heard James Hartigan refer to him earlier on, which I think is just perfect for Joe. So I'm looking at who's getting mics up here. Looks like Mike McDonald has got the old microphone going on. Not sure who else. Lots and lots of microphones flying around. Sorel will no longer be with us. Chun Leo's also down there on the second table. Phil still rocking the dinner. I think Phil Ivey is going to be coming to our new feature table by the look of it.
What are you?
Oh, am I wrong? I thought I saw microphones going on to Mike.
They're drawing onto these two tables, and then I think one of the tables will then be moved up onto the GV table. So for the easiness of the redraw, two tables next to each other.
Yep. I think you're absolutely spot on.
Normally am, mate. Normally am.
Exactly.
Well, Zach, just get me away from Jungle Man.
Yeah, I think basically it was just a yelp for help.
Right, gents, we're going to be in a 15-minute break, okay? We're going to start a 15-minute break starting right now. Thank you. 15-minute break now.
Okay, well there you are, you heard that. We're not going to be continuing straight after the draw because it looks like they're going to take a 15-minute break.
Give them a chance to get set up on the feature table.
Yeah,
get
makes
everything
sense.
in order.
Exactly, going to take them a while to get all the chips up and get everything lined up.
Dan's written in actually before we go on break and said, Mr. Confi, may I ask if you are from the Channel Islands, as you were the audio doppelganger of my mate from Jersey? No, I'm a South London boy, innit, bruv?
There you are. Also, I'll reply to Peter182, who was the winner of yesterday's ice cream competition, rum and raisin, as I recall. He still didn't get any direct message. I am following the @EPT Live. Peter182, I will personally fetch the head waiter. I feel sure he will want to apologise. I will take care of that for you during the break. Don't forget, if you are a winner of any of our competitions, make sure you follow us. And also, don't forget, we speak quite often about the PokerStars blog as far as people following action on the outer tables and also wanting to know about what happened yesterday. Don't forget to also follow the PokerStars blog Twitter feed, because that is the way that you get the notifications to find out when there's new features, interviews, updates, etc., etc.
Yeah, fantastic interviews from Sarah Clark this week as well.
Yeah. So make sure you don't just randomly go there. Do follow the guys on Twitter. Don't forget, if you want to get anything to us as we form these last two tables, hashtag EPT Live on nuts@pokerstars.tv. This is the
This is
new
how we left
form.
the chips.
This is how we left out. Sorry, yeah, you're absolutely right. I was thinking this was going to reflect the new draw, but it doesn't. This is how we left things. So Ollie, as we saw, wandered off 2.394. But the guys are going to go on a 15-minute break, and so are we. So come back in about 50-minute times where we'll pick up the last two tables here at the Super High Roller, and join us again on EPT Live.
At PokerStars, you'll find more tables, more players, more games than any other poker app. We are mobile. We are poker.
Another day, another ridiculous costume.
It's not ridiculous because today we're going to the bullfights.
You know bullfighting's banned.
I did not know that.
How much did you pay for these bullfighting tickets?
A lot.
If I'd be, oh boy.
That's a really tough question.
Damn it. If I had to be a poker player for 24 hours?
Well, you know what? Just for 24 hours, I'd probably pick Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey.
I'm curious as to why he does the things he does, because he's so off the map sometimes. He's respected all over the world. He's very well known. He just sees poker and the world in a different way.
He has a very fun life. He can do a lot of cool things.
What do you think?
I just want to be able to get that steer that he has, that make people just want to himself at the table sometime.
He's the best overall all-around poker player, so I'd love to be that.
I don't know.
He's a fun guy to party with. If you've ever been to Vegas.
It must be nice to be Phil Ivey.
Live, bro, yeah, guys.
This will be like the most different life completely to be a girl, so I guess so, yeah.
So I take it you're now over the whole fake ticket fiasco?
Yeah, I got such a great deal on these pesetas that I barely lost any money.
Spain's had the euro for more than a decade. Those are worthless.
Hold these.
Can you beat it?
Played really well.
Mike McDonald tries something very different, and it's the massive, over-exaggerated stare down. I just can't help but laugh when he does it. I don't think there's a lot of merit to it. It doesn't intimidate me. When he looks at you like that, rah, doesn't make me uncomfortable. I just think it's a little odd.
He looks so evil when he does it. Pure evil.
It works for him because I think for a lot of players, when they look at him, they get really uncomfortable. And I think that's part of why he does it. I take a very different approach. I'm not the stare down guy. I like to make people comfortable because I find when people are comfortable, they're more relaxed and they put their guard down.
Aces or kings? Can I say that, or is that illegal?
Aces or kings was good, right?
Of course. I'm just saying, that's what I thought he had, but not that I could beat it. So I'd rather joke around with them. Okay, I'm thinking of a card. I think the stare down tenses people up, and that's not what I'm looking for when I'm trying to get a read.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, just here to help out. I've been playing a long time, and I feel like the best stare down in the game is one John Juanda. When he gives you the eye, there's one that raises up high. And it's just like, ah, he can see right through my soul. Don't look at me.
Poor Joe has wasted all his money. No quick-witted pun, no pithy one-liner, no whimsical glance at the camera, no mildly amusing physical gesture. Olé!
Last card. The Barcelona champion, Alexander Zverev.
Ledbury is the champion of EPT San Remo. Galen Hall will left the trophy. Axelot's the champion.
Somebody call the Blom squad.
Bow before King Dan. Siva seals the deal. Is the super high roller champ.
That's a great question.
It's kind of tough. I mean,
Oh, man. The person I'd least like to share a room with is Mike Matisow. I warned my buddy Eric Lingren a while ago. He was sharing a room, and I go, you're not going to like that. He got a new room like 18 hours later. Yeah, Mike doesn't stop talking, ever.
Daniel. He'd drive me insane.
Holy shit, I got bumps on my arm now.
He never stops talking.
Could be Phil Lack also, just because he talks all the time. So it'd be tough just actually be able to sleep, because I mean he'd probably be talking in his sleep and stuff like that. So you just wake up like, why the hell is he talking right now?
Probably one of my good friends, Dan O'Brien.
Just because we've shared a room so many times, and the last time we did, he was snoring like crazy, and I told him I'll never room with him again.
I better not answer that one.
Grzegorz the Warsaw Mikhailovich first discovered poker in the back of a bowling alley. He soon became one of the first online poker professionals in Poland, posting 8 consecutive winning years at the online tables. For Grzegorz, poker represents a freedom that wasn't always available in his beloved city of Warsaw, and it affords him the kind of lifestyle he's always dreamed of.
My name is Grzegorz Mikhailovich, and I am a member of PokerStars Team Online since 2009. I live in Warsaw. My poker nickname is the Warsaw, and I hope it shows that I am really proud of it. I was actually one of the first Polish poker players. When I started playing, I was focused mainly on the multi-table tournaments. Then I decided to play more sit and goes. For the last 2 years, I play almost exclusively small stakes, short-handed cash games.
Może 12 grudnia, ale nie jest...
Koleś asy znowu dostał.
Ale damy na ten. A jakie mają blindy? 2 razy więcej. Ten ma...
At the moment, I would consider Wojtek as my closest poker friend.
Myślę, że gdyby nie Warsaw, dużo mniej swojej grze bym się przyglądał, dużo mniej bym analizował. Poker nie jest łatwą dyscypliną i jest wiele momentów zwątpienia. Są okresy downswingu, są okresy gorszego nastawienia i Warsaw jest niezrównanym motywatorem.
Zmuszaczem.
Zmuszaczem, tak. Żeby przeczekiwać gorsze okresy, żeby spokojnie grać dalej swoje, nie podlegać tiltowi, emocjom.
Mniej wydawać na buty.
Mniej wydawać na buty.
I met Wojtek for a first time, I think about 10 years ago. We were playing bowling together. I think bowling was introduced to Poland on the late 90s. I was going to the bowling center almost every day and practice.
Warsaw w bowlingu miał zupełnie inną ksywę. Miał nick Dude.
Od Big Klebowskiego.
We are at the bowling center. We are playing here a small exhibition game with my bowling friends. There is 11 perfect games between these guys, so they are very good.
When I was playing a lot and I was good at it, I would love to be a professional bowling player. But because bowling was so young in Poland, it couldn't provide for a full-time job.
Ja pamiętam, że przez jakiś czas, może nie tyle, że żyłem z bowlingu, ale nieźle sobie dorabiałem. A jak to wygląda teraz?
Wiesz co, kiedyś nawet były większe nagrody niż teraz.
Tak?
8-9 lat temu było w turnieju, można wygrać, nie wiem, 2-3 tysiące były za pierwsze miejsca, a w tej chwili mnóstwo turniejów jest tylko, dajmy, 1000 zł za pierwsze miejsce.
I think after about a year, when I was playing bowling less and less, I started playing more online poker.
Warsaw na pewno jest jednym z pierwszych, może nawet pierwszym graczem pokerowym, profesjonalnym online w Polsce.
For me, poker is a symbol of freedom, and I think this is something I definitely couldn't do like 20 years ago. My country, Poland, has a rough history. It's been occupied very often during the last 250 years. And just after the World War II, Poland was occupied by the Soviet Union. Poland was a grey, sad country. There were no freedoms for people at all. Everything was controlled by the country, by the government. It was very tough for people to live in this kind of system. There is no such thing as a professional poker player. Maybe some people thought that they are professional gamblers because there were few casinos in Poland open, but this has nothing to do with what we can call now a professional poker player. During the last 20 years, everything in Poland and everything in Warsaw has changed. From the old great times to the new modern buildings, new modern people, activities. Actually, everything has changed.
No a jutro wyścig z Jurim. Coś mi nie odpisywał na SMS-y ani na ten, ale mam nadzieję, że...
No może ja przyjdę rezerwowo, w razie czego ja pojeżdżę z tobą.
Unfortunately, I have a history of making a lot of silly prop bets, most of which I have lost.
No muszę powiedzieć, że Warsaw jest mistrzem w podejmowaniu dziwnych zakładów. Zdaje się, że 90% zakładów przegrał.
No, może nie 90.
We are in Blue City, that's the shopping mall in Warsaw, and we are at the go-kart track, and we're gonna make some challenge against Yuri.
We're in a go-kart center, where one of the poker players is about to get demolished.
Yuri is semi-professional go-kart driver. He's very good at this, so he gave me handicap.
Basically, we're gonna do 4 rounds, and whoever comes up with a better time wins.
Welcome, race fans, to today's event, Yuri versus de Warsaw. Winner takes all. Ready, set, go! And they're off. De Warsaw takes the early lead. He's sharp, he's focused, he came to play. He certainly doesn't look like the underdog right now, but look out, here comes Yuri. He's moving at an unbelievable pace, and oh, Yuri wins the first race. De Warsaw isn't giving up. Here he comes barreling down the straightaway. What a turn! Yuri is struggling. He takes the turn wide, and oh, beautiful recovery! Yuri wins the second race.
I'm losing by 1 second. I can only lose by 0.3. I'm struggling a little bit at the moment.
In the third race, Yuri starts out strong. And Yuri wins the third race.
No more Mr. Nice Yuri.
This is the final race, folks. De Warsaw has only one last chance. It all comes down to this. Here comes Yuri again, and he's too fast, and Yuri wins!
Oh. I lost by 0.3 of seconds.
For not a professional, he's really quick. He's really quick. Yeah.
Not quick enough.
If I play cards like he race cards, I'd be a rich man.
I think poker is a symptom of New Poland because it's this kind of a new activity which was not accessible back in the old times. So I feel really fortunate that this happened now and I can be a part of it. I can enjoy my freedom and I can do whatever I want, and one of those things is playing poker.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final, where we are down to our final 2 tables of players in the Super High Roller. Kicked off yesterday with our day 1, and now today we have just got 16 left. 8 will get paid. The top prize, 1.8 million euros. So not to be sniffed at. And just before we took that break, we drew down to the last 2 tables, a complete redraw, so we'll have a slightly different arrangement around the table, even with the familiar faces that didn't get booted off the feature table. You see already some of the faces you've been watching today. Phil is back on the main table, Fabian's still here, Peter Chan's still here. As we pan around, we see Mike McDonald back up with us. Jungle Man.
That is a Jungle Man.
And
a yawning man.
A yawning man, also known as Daniel Negreanu. A lot of our viewers will be very pleased to find that he is still up here on the big table.
He was on such a high before, he's having the crash now. They call it the vegan crash. He's going to be yawning asleep until he gets another shot of wheat juice or something like that.
I just couldn't do that. Hats off to a man prepared to do that. Obviously, it helps if you're a uber-duper billionaire superstar with staff. But that's commitment to your dietary needs.
Good knowledge here from Don. He said the last 6 super high rollers that Timex has played, he has final tabled 5 of them. EPT London super high roller. He was the final table bubble boy. That is mighty impressive. Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely. Was that Mr. Grissom there having a little check-in on the featured table?
And that's the other 8 players. They've been drawn to the odds table. Young.
And the Hoover.
And the Hoover.
Hello.
Well, we like to keep a nice...
That'll be Mr. Ivy. He was so messy.
Tidy ship. So Mitzi. Oh, we lost Ale Shimian. Can't have everything.
Yes, thank you.
Phil looks tiny. If they've given him like the kitchen stool, he looks like they've given him a seat that's about a foot shorter than everybody else.
That's so true. We're not far off starting now.
Okay, and there we get the secondary featured table order. Biggest stack there, obviously, having just left our main table, 2.4 nearly for Ollie.
1.6.
All the way down to Olivier Busquet, has got 263k.
Not Fabian, not Mike, not Ronald.
Kind of looks tight there, isn't it? When they come off that enormous TV set, everyone looks so snug.
Yeah, well, Jungle has too.
Oh, Jungle has too, man?
Oh,
Jungle, man.
The Jungle.
There is the glory of the main featured table, and this is how things are looking. This is the seat all around.
There's a password now?
Phil Ivey, Peter Chan, Fabian Kvoss, Mike McDonald, Daniel Jungleman Cates, Daniel Negreanu, Wei Fua, and Lofan.
EPT live Wi-Fi. Events live Wi-Fi.
And that's how it looks when you view them through their chip
Internet
count. The
MC.
shortest stack here is Fabian with 21 big blinds. Mike a tickle ahead him with 27. Biggest stack is just over 2 million for Dan Cates. Let's get those cards in the air.
Yep.
Phil Ivey, full of his magic food that we saw very jealously. We watched him eating a rather splendid-looking pile of grub before the break. Everyone recalibrating before they kick off. Once again, we've got to get down from these 2 tables. 16 players. We have got to get down to 8 before we get to call it a day. We'll get down to 9 and we will redraw on the big table.
Yeah.
And that draw is how things will stay. When we get down to 8, that will be everyone into the money. And then tomorrow, Joe and James will pick that up, bringing you cards up, action. But that's the table draw for the final 9 is how the final 8 will continue.
Yep, and our tournament now has just ticked over into level 14. And blinds are 10,000, 20,000 with a 3,000 ante. Once we get to the end of that level, then the players and ourselves will be going off on a 75-minute dinner break. And then we'll be coming back. And as Matt said, playing down to the final 8.
Here till 4 in the morning.
See what comes.
Yeah, right. Yeah. If I catch, go for it. If not, say la vie.
What's he gonna do?
Deuce 3, 9, all black, 2 clubs, 134k, Mr. Kvoss, Mr. Negreanu.
Nope, nope, nope.
So we
I'm
check
good
on
with
the
that.
flop. 6 times at a turn. Check, check as well.
Yep, check's good.
I would like my hand back.
Ooh, I had a real flush draw too. The same one. You win.
I would have raised and won $0 in those hands.
Nice way to kick off the new table.
Yep.
Sneaking a little one off Mr. Negreanu.
Thought he had a straight.
Yeah, I usually do.
I thought he had a straight too.
Well, he's back to being chatty there. I think he was just using that as a mini nap. Have a little yawn, give yourself like a 2-second power nap. Back on it.
Yeah, you sometimes take a 2-second power nap. Obviously, sometimes it becomes an 8-hour comatose nap. Sometimes longer.
It does, yeah.
Sometimes. Raise to 45,000.
What's he gonna do? He's calling, man.
Timex bumps it up in the light of 2 folds before him, getting some folds behind him.
If I had a pair, I would have bet. Simple game.
Mr. Phil Ivey has indeed called. Ace 5, Queen, 2 hearts down, 124k in the pot. Pretty quick check from out of position Ivey.
I'd like to see Mike McDonald try his famous stare on Ivy. We haven't seen that yet.
That could make for some very, very dull webcasts, though, to be honest, if these guys start just staring at each other. Because they can stare for months on end.
Big party beating.
They are the big starers in the game. It's all suddenly gone quiet. It was all quite chatty before the redraw and the subsequent break. Everyone's just taking a little while to find their feet here.
Stan Coleman, American or Canadian?
Interesting to know the Warsaw that was on that little bonus clip in the break. Sitting in as a guest commentator. We're hoping to get some guest commentary of our own. Leave you just hanging with that tease.
Have you ever been?
No, never been. Never been to South America.
Same.
It was a simple bet and fold in the end for Mike McDonald, taking that one down. Mr. Ivey didn't want to get too crazy.
If they had like any big tournaments down there, I would definitely go. Like if I had, like even like a 5K buy-in somewhere, I'd probably just like to make a trip through.
What's
South
with the
America.
big buttons there on Mr. Lowe?
Exactly, yeah. Don't want to fly like 20 hours.
Is that the fold and call buttons, you think?
Card protectors. He's just forgotten to use them.
The pill protectors, just to make sure that the dealer doesn't steal his jacket.
Or anyone else.
Dan made it 44,000. Has mostly done the job. But now Mr. Peter Chan is going to resist.
I think I'm going to win this pot. More than 50%, like 68, 70%.
I don't think he cares, Daniel. I'm not going to lie to you. King 9. Mr. Chan's got a bit of a David Bowie thing going on.
You think?
Yeah. I'm just going to throw that out there.
That's a bad looky-likey.
Well, I didn't say it was a looky-likey. I just said he had a thing going on.
A bad looky-likey, I said.
Man, I don't have anything good.
Well, then you're not going to win. Especially if you say that out loud.
I think he had better cards than me.
Well, that's as good a reason to fold as any. Just fundamentals. Watch and learn. That takes Peter Chan up to 1.776 million to be quite specific. Also want to pick up, there was a question coming through on hashtag EPT Live from Sven saying how many left, what's second and third money. As we said, we're down to our last 2 tables of 8, so 16 players left. Second spot gets 1.305 million, and third is 842,300 or 500, depending on my eyesight. And obviously 8 spots get paid. That's why we're going to play down today to the final 8. Bring it back tomorrow with everyone in the money. Joe and James and some cards up.
Do what
action.
I do, man. You never know what comes.
Jungle Man raised this up. Under the gun +1. Dan called the 40k min raise, and now it looks like Mr. Ivy 3-bet this to 135,000.
We wanted to see some squeeze plays and the like from Ivy.
Yeah.
He's actually been playing quite passively for his image the last couple of days.
That's the thing. I think the thing is at this level, all these players know each other so well. It's kind of like the things that people fear. Oh God, Ivy's going to do this. Actually, if he mixes it up, it's probably harder for the guys that are familiar with him to actually deal with.
Yeah. I'm not a big watch fan, but I really do like Ivy's. It's very, very understated, and it's really, really thin. Those for a long time the trend was the bigger the watch, the more expensive it was, and it got bigger and chunkier and chunkier. And then Ivy just like went completely the other extreme and got this really thin, beautiful, understated watch. But you look closely and you think, my God, that looks like an expensive watch. Without all the bling, without the added diamonds, just pure quality.
Just watching the dealer going about his business there. Her business, excuse me.
We had a couple of questions earlier. People were asking about the cash game coverage that we showed last night. There now is an English replay on the PokerStars YouTube channel and on PokerStars.tv. So check that out.
Nice.
If you want to replay yesterday's cash game action. So if you follow at EPT Live, they put a link directly to the PokerStars TV channel where it's been shown.
Rather enjoying the picture that Clint has put onto the Twitter feed under the heading of being super productive at work, and then there's a picture which clearly shows 2 Excel work spreadsheets of some sort obscured by a big window with the live feed. Streaming poker all the way to work. I don't think you're fooling anyone, Clint, but we're glad you're along. And now I can tell you, when we alluded to getting a guest in, Mr. Ike Haxton's going to join us very shortly. I know a lot of you are very keen to get him in. Always keen to hear him. Sadly, out of the Super High Roller, but going to join us. If you've got any questions for him, don't forget hashtag EPT Live. Also, email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Going to get him in to join us for the remainder of this hour's level. Any questions at all, bounce them our way. We'll get his take on the players that he's sat with for the last day and a half and examine the game as it continues. Meanwhile, this has been folded round. Fabian is going to make it 45,000. Mike is out. Jungle Man's going to come along. 2-way to the flop, 124,000 in the pot. Jack 7, King Rainbow. $55K.
Cates makes the call. Nine of hearts on the turn there. Checkity check. Interesting river card.
Yeah, have another heart, another jack. Nearly $250,000 in the pot. Check, 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 check.
Pocket fives for Cates. No good against the queens of Fabian Quas.
Didn't get too expensive, did it?
No, it could have been a lot worse. Breaking a hand gives us an opportunity to welcome our guest. Welcome, Ike Haxton.
Hello.
I would ask for like how are you, but obviously you're a little bit miffed about busting the high roller today.
Yeah, not thrilled.
We'll come back to you in 1 second. We do have an all-in at the outside table. It looks like Olivier Busquet is the all-in player.
But it looks like he isn't going anywhere. Got there on the river.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Turn up
yeah,
flush draw,
yeah.
and then hit his kicker on the river.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, so like not the greatest of days today.
Yeah, came in with a little above average and lost a pot right away to Gus, up and down. Never really got over 700, and eventually busted open jamming deuces from the cutoff and running into Richard Young's sevens in the big blind.
So pretty standard exit. Pretty unlucky to walk into an overpair, but yeah. So were any of these guys that are on our feature table now, were they on your table? Because we've redrawn since you busted.
I don't know how you're going to
At one point or another during the tournament, I played with most of these
Hope he
guys.
doesn't have it. Well, 500. Oh, don't even ask how much.
And I guess you probably played
Why do you want to know?
Oh, actually, we'll come back in a sec.
Yep.
Negreanu's all in.
That's 400. Lots of money, man. A lot of money. That's a lot. That's 502. 502. Too much. Too much to call.
So just started with a
No way.
with a limp from low.
Yeah.
Crazy to
An overcall
call.
from
Too
Cates,
much.
and then Negreanu shoved all in for
Too
the big
much, I
blind.
tell you. No, why do you do that for?
25 big blind shove.
Hey, so we have to show him now?
Oh, and he's being called. Oops.
Ace king?
King.
Yeah, good hand.
Ace king.
I almost checked too. Just said, let's see what happens.
How'd you like that line, Ike? If there's a couple of limps and you're in the small blinds at 25 bigs and ace jack suited?
Seems perfectly reasonable. It's, very generally speaking, a strong enough hand to get 25 big blinds in with. I'm guessing Rano's limping in pretty wide here. I think it's certainly going to be a profitable play. You're just thinking about whether a non-all-in raise might be a more profitable
You
play.
can't have me drawn dead no matter what comes. Whatever. Anything. No bad card on the turn. No such thing. Even king's fine. Make it straight.
Oh, it's a good card for
Give
Negreanu.
him king.
Low doesn't want to pair his
He
king
wants
now.
king, please. You want king?
Also, Negreanu doesn't want to pair his jack.
King or 8? King or 8, right? Okay. Good hand.
Doesn't come.
Hand.
We lose Daniel Negreanu.
Good luck, guys.
I think we're out of Stars Pros now.
Looks like it. Can we get Daniel in here as well now? Can we just gather them all here?
We're going to have a lot of seats we're going to need at some point. And a pretty long day, I guess, with the cash game yesterday.
Yeah,
could
yesterday was-
have been a much longer day, but it kind of broke up quite quickly.
Yeah,
The cash.
yeah. Everybody was pretty tired, wanted to rest up before the second day of this. All 7 players in the cash game were playing this tournament as well.
So it makes sense.
Yeah.
Quick little session. Everyone gets to know each other, and then hopefully get the game going again.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've got a shot. think there may be 2 other nights that they said they could slot us in for the webcast. And so, yeah, I think everybody would be excited to play again if that's the case.
Good, good. We'll look forward to commentating on that again. But that will be overtime, so when you tip the dealer guys, you're going to have to just leave a little extra in the pot for the commentators as well.
Oh, that's a good call.
Yeah. And the producers, apparently, and the cameraman, and...
that could get expensive.
That could get expensive, yeah. Let's just keep it with the commentators.
Yeah.
We saw an interesting hand in the cash game with you and Jungleman, where he took we thought he took a quite unusual line, but it seemed to confuse you maybe slightly, and you got get you to pay off.
You know, I think the way he played his hand makes a lot of sense for what he had. I think the flop is the closest decision that he has.
Do you want to briefly...
Sorry,
yeah.
Dan opened under the gun 7-handed, or maybe under the gun +1. One of the two. I think under the gun +1, 7-handed. And I called next to act. He had 5-4 suited. Everybody else folded. He had 5-4 suited. I had pocket jacks. Flop came Queen 10-5 with the Queen 10 of diamonds. He has 5-4 diamonds, and I have pocket jacks with the jack of diamonds. And actually, a queen was exposed by one of the players who folded pre-flop in this hand.
Yeah, Alex.
Which actually is a kind of big factor in this case, since that ends up being top pair on the flop. It drastically reduces the chances of anybody having top set and significantly reduces the chances of making top pair even. So it does actually change the dynamic a little bit and made me more excited to value bet my pocket jacks than I might have been if I hadn't seen the queen exposed. But in any case, he flops bottom pair with the flush draw and I have middle pair. He checks. I think that's his closest decision in the hand. You can really take 2 different routes when you flop bottom pair in the flush draw there. You can play it as a semi-bluff and bet, and likely plan on betting all 3 streets if you do that. And you're very likely to fold out anything worse than top pair, so all of the other pocket pairs that might be ahead of you, something like ace-10, you're going to beat those hands most of the time if you bet 3 streets. You might even get somebody off of a weak queen. The other approach is to check the flop and basically play the hand as a bluff catcher with some equity to improve. And that's the route he took. I think it's a really close decision which one you should do. So he checked, and I checked back, and the turn was an offsuit 6. If I remember correctly, yeah, it was an offsuit 6, and he checked, and I bet had a little less than half pot, and he called, which I think that turn action is very typical for how things have gone to that point. And the river completed the flush, and I actually can't remember what the card rank was. Might have been an 8, I think it was an 8 or a 7. And...
yeah, I don't
you remember
think it was,
right?
Yeah, it wasn't very high, but I can't remember.
It was definitely lower than 9.
Yeah.
And I think it was not a 3 or a 2 either, but it might have been. Actually, no, I think it was. I think it was a 2. Yeah, I can't remember. It was lower than a 10.
But
he checked, and I bet about half pot, and he raised. I bet, I think it was 12K, and he made it 49. And I paid it off.
Is that a big raise? Do you think he's trying to polarize himself with that raise? Or?
Well, I mean, check raising there, you're going to have to be fairly polar for sure. I don't think it's reasonable to play something like ace-queen this way. You're basically, your value bets are flushes or better, and if you have less than that, you're bluffing. So even if he takes smaller sizing, he's still going to be pretty polar in that spot. But yeah, I think that I think the sizing makes sense. I think he risked 49 to win 36 or something along those lines, which is, yeah, pretty reasonable for the situation. I don't think he should go a lot bigger. It's possible he runs into a better flush from my side, so he does need to force me to pay off with some worse hands.
But do you think it's important that with a hand like that you do go for that extra value rather than just check calling?
Yeah, check calling would be a big mistake. I think that it's a clear raise.
Because we were talking about that actually when we were commentating yesterday, and the difference between tournaments and cash games is just really, really good top cash game players just don't miss out on that extra value on the river, where so many people just happy to sort of check back or just control the pot size on the river. And I guess as a cash game player, that's where you get a lot of your value.
Yeah, and in tournaments there are often situations where you should be a lot more conservative about betting for value. You know, very often they'll say there's 100k in the middle and another 100k left to play. You're going in a cash game, if you can shove the river and be good 55% of the time that they call you, you should shove. You should make that value bet and collect the extra money. In a tournament, that's not always the case. Now you're ignoring the situations where they fold. Now you're going from 55% of the time you have, if you check back, 55% of the time you have 200k, 55% of the time you have 100k. If you shove, now it's 55% of the time you have 400k, 45% of the time you have 0. And that's not necessarily an appealing trade-off in a tournament.
No, for sure. Is there any chance that we can get like Ike hooked up so we can do commentary and play the cash game at the same time?
That'll be fun, yeah, just narrate as I'm playing. I'd have to sometimes lie, but
we'll just get you one of those machines, you know, that you can just type in and it just says your voice out here.
Oh yeah, that would
like
be
a
good.
Stephen Hawking machine. So you're there typing away, and you're commentating with us. No, you couldn't hear us. That wouldn't be fair. So we'll just stop.
That's true.
When you've got something to say, you just push a warning button. We'll keep quiet, and then you just.
Oh
okay,
yeah,
well,
good.
in that hand, blah, 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 I like the line. Blah, 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 you know. We'll work on that for season 11, everybody. I don't think we've.
Yeah,
got
let's wait for technology. We get the Google Glass thing going.
Anyway.
At the cash game, you also seem to, like, everyone comes to you to ask all the questions. It's like you suddenly become a spokesperson for the cash game. All the questions about the ante and what time's the web stream and can they hear it. How have you suddenly become the font of all knowledge when it comes to playing here?
I don't know exactly.
I mean, you seem quite happy with the role. You always seem to know the answers, and it's everyone just like treats you like a member of staff and the most dangerous man at the table.
Maybe it's just the PokerStars patch. It gives me some extra gravitas.
I guess so. Jungle Man's been very busy while you were away there. He's been 3-betting Ivy, 3-betting Quas. He suddenly came alive and took a couple down. Other than that, you didn't miss much. You're okay. Just like, you know, huge amounts of money being played for with some of the best players in the world. Other than that,
we were expecting an interruption if something big happened.
I would have done so. But it didn't get too crazy. Fabian sort of slowed down somewhat.
And Andreas writes in to say it was the deuce of diamonds.
It was?
Yeah. And Rob
Long
King
day.
says, yeah, thank you once again for sharing your gems of wisdom. Looking forward to railing you in future high-stakes cash games.
Thank you.
Very polite, our viewers.
They're very nice, aren't they?
Yeah, look, here comes Kate's again. Oh no.
I love the way Dan stacks his chips. They're just all over the place.
Yeah, there's not much of a system there. It's just like, and here are my chips. Good luck. Enjoy them.
I'm just happy he has them organised into different colours.
Yeah, not just one big pile.
At least that much has been made effort.
So how quickly are you able to move on once you bust the tournament? Because we've dragged you in here, let's be honest, pretty quickly after you busted.
I must say, you had barely left the seat before we're going, well, Ike's going to be joining us soon, we hope. We didn't give you much grace.
Not long. I'd say maybe 10 or 15 minutes, honestly. There is a sort of shell shock thing that sets in when you bust a tournament. Even if you're not that emotionally invested in it, you're not that upset about busting, there's this weird thing about playing live poker tournaments where you've blocked out your day for playing the poker tournament. You definitely don't have any other plans. And you bust, and you don't really know what to do with yourself. You were just kind of planning to be sitting in this seat all day, and now you have to leave your seat. That's for sure. You have to get up and go someplace else. And picking where to go is not always the easiest task.
Yeah. And also, you've generally got at least one or two of our cameramen sort of just right up your bum. Just
Yes.
like, hi, can we, hi? It's just like, get out of here.
I get up, I look up, there's the camera on the mechanical arm right in front of me. I'm like, I don't even know where I'm going, but I guess I should walk toward the exit.
Sorry to interrupt. It looks like we do have an all-in call. Mitzi and Coleman. Mitzi's the all-in player, and he's all out. So Sorrell, who finished third here last season, will not be returning to the final table. Lots of chips with Dan Coleman.
You think maybe we should give everyone like a 5-minute, you can stay sitting at your chair, you can't have any more cards, but you can just sit quietly, like, you know, just to gather yourself.
Yeah.
It
Or
does-
maybe even just a designated area to go do that as soon as you bust. Maybe
Yeah.
have the massage team waiting for
like
you.
a quiet space, like the naughty step. Just
Yeah.
you go to the quiet place. There's like ambient lights and a bit of like kind of new world music just trickling through. Like a foot spa. Just put your feet in.
Oh,
just-
foot spa would be great, yeah.
I was thinking like some sort of padded cell that you could just run around and throw yourself into a wall.
Oh, well, there's going to be like a punch bag in there.
Punch bag.
Just
Maybe a bottle of whiskey.
or two.
That would be a good idea.
Maybe there should be like some big old woman that just hugs you. Just like she's just hired by PokerStars. She's like very homely.
Well, we have one
you
of
know.
those, but she's not a big old woman.
No.
She's Raz.
No.
Raz is good at hugs. You must know. Met Raz now a few times. She's now part of the Team Pro team.
Yeah?
Yeah, she's very good at hugs.
She-
I've had a daily
she's-
hug
But
of her.
but no one's as good as like
I should keep that in
someone's
mind.
nan. Someone's nan. We should have someone from the team's nan who's like, you know, quite a big woman, maybe nothing over 4 foot, and they just come and hold you. Just come and hold you. Just give you a nan like hug. Just pat you on the back and say, there. It's just cards. Just cards. And then they give you a really nice hot cup of tea, and then they just leave you alone. That's really what you want. You don't want interviews and commentary and camera crews. Just give you a hug and leave you alone to think about what you've done.
That's an idea.
I like it.
I'm waiting for something. Matt, no? Normally it's trademark.
Trademark. That
That's
is my
mine.
idea.
That's mine. No one else can have it.
It's called the Nan Room. And say, Ike's going to be joining us. He's just going to spend 5 minutes in the Nan Room, just being hugged and slowly calmed. I can't see Ivy going for that myself. Although I would pay £1 billion for the picture of him being hugged by a big fat Nan when he gets knocked out of some game.
That would be amazing.
We had footage of Sorrel Mitzi busting there just before he went. We lost Chung Li Zhou. Went out to Olivier Busquet, sorry. We're down to 13 players now, guys. That clock hasn't been updated
Okay.
yet. 13 players left. So just 5 off the final table. And the money.
Yeah, but you know what? It could be that before dinner we get down to 9, and then we're in for a good 7 hours of bubble play.
Yeah, the payout structure for these things really does make the bubble pretty brutal.
Yeah.
You look at the structure here, the payout jump from 9th to 8th is bigger than the payout jump from 4th to 3rd.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
And so people really don't want to bubble.
And you've got the 2 short-handed-ish tables suddenly becoming this nine-handed
You're playing
monster.
9-handed, and the bubble is enormous. I think it's almost a foregone conclusion that we're going to get down to an average stack of like 10 big blinds before we get into the money.
Yeah, unless we get a really big setup.
Yeah, obviously it can play out in ways where that won't happen, but typically there'll be a couple of very short stacks and they'll be playing extremely tight.
How would you have felt if they were playing 9 players and there were 5 on each table at the bubble, hand for hand?
I think I prefer that. I was actually talking to Timex about this earlier today. We were saying you could do something like pay 9 spots, pay like 75k to 9th and 150 to 8th.
Okay,
And
yeah.
it would really de-emphasize the bubble, and I think get into the money quicker, and the average stack at the final table would be deeper. I think it would be good for the tournament.
That's the problem we had at the PCAs. Then when we did get to the final table, players were so short.
It's a problem in a very high percentage of these super high rollers.
I guess they're a relatively new phenomenon in the last couple of years. It's about just, you know, knocking the kinks out, ironing out the creases.
I think that historically there's been a real reluctance to pay less than 2 buy-ins for the min cash, and certainly less than 1 buy-in would be almost unheard of. But I think in these small field tournaments, they either need to pay fewer spots or they need to do something to make the bubble less severe. I think it would be a lot better for how these things play out toward the end.
Yeah, well, that's one thing, really good thing that PokerStars is good at. Is, you know, is looking at structures.
Oh, absolutely.
In the postseason.
I do like that about PokerStars. They're very willing to experiment with new structures and try things out.
These are the chip counts at our feature table. See, Dan Cates is still leading the way. Fabian Kos, one of the shorter stacks.
Yeah.
3 players under 30 big blinds.
He's been like a little sniper, Jungle Man. He's just waited every now and then and just got the old 3 bets in and taken down some kind of relatively simple pots that have just kept him just sitting up the top.
Yeah, good timing to take down those medium pots is really key.
And what about Ole? We had actually, there was a Twitter a while back. You know, he's just come out the gates at such a speed. What do you make of him?
He seems to play really well. I haven't played that much with him, but I've been impressed. He's friends with some other German players who are been around a bit longer, a bit more established. I think very likely that's been a big factor in his reaching the point he has so quickly.
Yeah, that's a scary gang.
I'm talking about Martin Finger and Thomas Mullecker.
That's right. Yeah. Mullecker.
Mullecker. Yeah. Both of whom I think are very strong players.
Yeah, Martin. People are telling me he's a very, very good heads-up player.
Yeah. Yeah, I've played a little bit with him in heads-up sit and goes.
Got a 3-bet here on Mike McDonald. Chan opened. And lets it go. Stuart's written in to ask you, Ike. He does watch you play high-stakes cash games on Stars all the time. Who is your rival, stroke nemesis online?
Yeah, there are a few good answers to that. I mean, Isildur would have to be my first pick, I'd say. I've played, obviously, all the challenges against him on Stars. I've played a good bit of cash against him on Full Tilt in the last year. I think he's the heads-up opponent I've played most hands against in the past 2 years by a pretty wide margin.
Puts you in a lot of difficult spots.
Yeah, he's a tough guy to play against.
Cool. Good answer.
Being asked if you've ever thought about adopting a stare like Timex, or is that what the shirt? That's what the shirt says. Is that the equivalent of Timex's stare? Just like less effort. By the way, what the shirt? I gotta ask. You know, it doesn't look like the average poker player's shirt. It looks like something that you've gone out of your way to find, buy, and wear.
I bought it about 6 weeks ago. I was on vacation in Tokyo. It seemed like
that's it. Well, that's it. That's it. That's the story. That explains it. It's good. It looked good on TV.
Thank you.
I thought maybe you could have got it when you were down under. It's got a bit of the Aboriginal.
Just after, yeah.
Yeah.
But the stare, not interested in like trying the stare on anyone.
I used to do that earlier in my poker career. I had a much more sort of rigid table presence. I would sit with both elbows on the rail, hands balled up in fists in front of my face, and I would stare people down. And I think I like that approach less than what I'm doing now. I think that if you look at somebody like Ivy, I think he actually does a fantastic job with his table comportment. He's relaxed. He doesn't give you the impression that he is... He doesn't give off quite that aggressive vibe that someone like Timex does. He's clearly paying very close attention to what's going on, but the, like, eye-to-eye stare, I don't think somebody's eyes are the best place to be looking to pick up information in the first place, and I think it puts people on the defensive and makes them less likely to give off the information you're looking for when you take the sort of physically aggressive posture that Mike does.
So you think that even if someone stares at you like that in everyday life, it can be intimidating, and you may give off some information that doesn't really truly reflect how you're feeling, so maybe some false tells are coming out.
Sure, yeah.
What about the scarf? The scarf's quite a big thing for the European guys. You tempted to get the old throat pulse under control? Or just for the fashion of it, you know.
I tend to get warm easily. I don't think I'd like wearing a scarf indoors all day.
Especially up on this. I mean, it's quite warm up there with the lights.
Under the lights, it's really warm.
I'm amazed how, like, calm and cool these guys are, because you think that's, like, overdressed for sitting under basically a huge sun lamp for 9 hours.
I do not like to wear a long sleeve shirt on a TV poker table.
So this pot went Paul Foire raising to 45 pre-flop, and they've checked it all the way to the river. And Foire's decided to bet 67,000. Ivy takes his time, makes the call. King 4. Wow.
Got
Trips
that.
for Foire. Difficult to put him on that hand.
Just a bit. Ivy on 472,000 now. Gets Foire to just over 1.6 million. Beard. You were talking about the beards. You can't muster a good beard. It's just bits and bobs of hair come out your face in random slots.
What you're seeing right now, I think this is more than a week of growth.
Wow. Okay. We were having. You might want to take this to the table at some point. We were trying to guess how many cocktail sticks you could get into Fabian's beard without it falling out, because there's quite a sturdy construction there now for Fabian. So
do you have his cooperation in this endeavor?
We haven't got there yet.
Two different games. One is his cooperation. One is to get how many can you get in before he notices.
Yeah. Well, there's two parts. So one, just from a purely engineering point of view.
Yeah.
I wonder, we might ask, how many cocktail sticks do you think you could get in there that would be supported? Then there's a second game, which is how many do you think you could get in without him knowing? Which is obviously a very different gig. But we reckon we could probably get about 110 in there, just because it becomes quite well supported.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard to prove either way. But
Fabian's a pretty agreeable guy. Might be able to get him to just hang out and let you try it.
It'd be a great clip for when we go on the breaks and we have all these different little movies that we put up for the viewers. I think just to have him sit very still while Stapes just keeps goes.
Stapes is the man for the job.
He is
without a doubt.
He has got such a steady hand, because he has to shave himself all the time and he never cuts himself. So he is the man. He is the man to get those cocktail sticks in there.
He definitely cuts himself. But we're not going to go over that story again.
Let's not hit that one.
It's all poker here on EPT Live. I'm glad you dropped in for your in-depth cocktail stick knowledge.
Sorry. Well, it's just you've
my
sat very close
Fabian's
to that.
beard knowledge.
Yeah, you've spent more hours at close proximity to that.
I'm intimately acquainted with that beard.
I'm scared. Because we could be sitting here in a year's time, and that could be hanging into his chip stack. Ivy has gone for it.
Yeah, so Ivy raised pre-flop and was called. Chan led out on this 8-high flop, and Ivy shoved on him.
Cannot mess with it.
Gets the job done. Ivy looks happy with himself there. So just 17 minutes left on this level, and the players were going off on a 75-minute dinner break.
Yeah, just remind you we're at 10,000, 20,000 level with a 3k ante. And no idea how many levels we get through today. We've just got to get down to that last 8. Get in the money.
Yep.
1.8 million euros top prize is the target for tomorrow's play. Joe and James will be bringing you those final 8. Cards up action.
On a 1-hour security delay, you do understand.
Yeah, so we can put the Guessatron away. We've not really used the Guessatron actually much.
No, because we've just been nailing every single person's hand.
we can. The range that we're getting people on is quite scary.
So far wrong, that, you know, it's beyond the realms of the Guessatron. So we've got a button raise here from Ivy. Looks like Peter Chan's ready to tangle once more. This time he 3 bets rather than calls the raise up to 110.
Yeah, maybe 110 is a bit ambitious on cocktail sticks. Now I see it closer.
But if they've got little sausages on the end of them, then
no,
definitely 110 is...
No, I mean, that's just silly. Stupid thing to say, Mark. Plus the fact you're around. Oh, hello. Hello.
4-bet alert.
Well, he did it last hand, and he's clearly decided he just wants to get some action going here.
Surprised Chen has a tough decision here. Typically, when the button opens with 30 big blinds and you 3-bet out of the small, you are anticipating that he's going to shove a lot of the time, and you have a bluff you're folding or a value bet you're calling with.
Yeah, you kind of imagine you might have already just known what your response is to the things that can happen at this point.
If the sort of hands that would be a close decision at this point, it's typically better to just call rather than 3-bet and give yourself that difficult decision.
Yeah, it's a lesson that we try to instill in all our newcomers watching the stream is, you know, think ahead.
Yeah.
You know, think about what you're going to do.
Try and think what sort of hand would be a tough decision here. Maybe if he has something like ace-10 off. Can't really imagine 3-bet folding a pocket pair. Maybe like king-queen.
Lets it go. The table size as Ivy gets more chips.
Yeah, nearly 600,000 for Phil now.
Just don't give him chips.
Phil's reputation still well and truly spot on as far as when he sits at the table, what you know you're in for.
He's a very tough player. I think he's maybe not been as focused on No Limit as on other games in the last few years. He's playing a lot of mixed games and even PLO online, and I think in the last year not doing so well, but the lifetime up a lot of money in those games online. He's obviously absolutely a world-class player. But I don't think he has quite the same reputation of being the best no-limit hold'em player in the world that he might have a few years ago.
I guess it's a game that's evolved so much over the last few years, and if you're not right in the middle of the mix, then maybe the game just evolves beyond where you're at and it takes time to catch up.
Yeah, or you get a little rusty. I do think that the tournament no-limit game has evolved a lot in the last several years. I think actually these super high roller tournaments have been a big factor in that. You concentrate the 30 or 40 best players in the world and have them play against each other all the time. It really accelerates the evolution of the game because you see something like the very best players are defending their big blinds wider than a lot of sort of middle-tier tournament players. And now in events like this, they're all playing against each other all the time, and you start seeing them opening bigger to counteract the fact that people are defending the big blind wider, and a bunch of other similar things. It really makes the game evolve a lot faster that you have these events that are all of the best players in the world playing against each other.
But do you think these guys are defending their big blinds and other such things purely because of the players that they're playing against? Do you think that would then work if they went into, say, like an EPT main event field?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow the
Do you
question.
think a lot of the evolution of the game is, in the super high rollers, do you think a lot of the things you're seeing is just because of the opponents they're playing against? Do you think they're defending wider because they know that their opponents could be opening wider?
That may be a part of it, but I think to a pretty significant extent, I'm just mesmerized by what this is in front of us.
Yeah, we'll get back to
make
that
it out.
Can I get a we'll come back to it. We've got to decide whether we want to make Joe cycle the whole of the Monaco Grand Prix route, or dress up as a princess and try and get people to have their photo taken with him, or make him man the help desk here for the players. We're basically just trying to ruin Joe's life, but we like to let the viewers decide how we ruin it.
I mean,
which would you go for?
C is clearly not a consideration.
No, I mean that's just silly. That's just bogus.
Yeah, Joe likes people. That just helps him interact with people even more.
I mean, he knows nothing about anything, so he'd be useless. But if it was that, or make him die on the roads, or make him walk around dressed as a princess.
Yeah, I don't want to see him get hurt, but I do want to see him get embarrassed. So, yeah, it seems like a clear B.
Yeah, so if you do want to vote B, do go to Facebook. Check out the European Poker Tour page. Got some three-way action here. Paul Foy, rated 45,000, being called in 2 spots by Kate and Ivy. The raise did come from under the gun. is good enough to get rid of Ivy. And Kate. Yeah, I just want to wrap up what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
So, the point I was trying to make is, so the things that you're seeing in the super high rollers, do you think that they're making these plays because they've worked out that they are mathematically correct and we're seeing more of it, or do you think it's they're playing that sort of style, those lines, because of the opponents they're playing against?
Right. I think it's a little bit of each. I think in some cases, those kind of developments represent genuine progress toward playing the game really fundamentally well, and in some cases those sort of evolutions are a type of strategic inbreeding where everybody's making one kind of mistake, so everybody adjusts the mistake that everybody's making by making a complementary mistake.
Okay. That's interesting.
I guess also with the super high roller stuff, it just gives a lot of data, as well as for the players themselves seeing what the other guy's doing. For the rest of the world watching, that are picking it apart, it's like it is like getting the best guys together in the world, just going, well, if that's what they're doing, maybe we need to start doing
Absolutely.
that. And of course, but before you know it, once too many people are doing it, someone else finds the counter strategy, so it's like these waves of habit and
Yeah,
style.
it's really interesting to watch.
It kind of feels like being a good pro these days. It's like doing the stocks. You've got to see the way everything's moving.
Absolutely.
And play the way that actually makes the best of that. But once enough people have worked out the best way to play against it, that becomes the new norm, and then you've got to recalibrate and just keep recalibrating. Must be exhausting. I don't know how you do it. No wonder you end up with shirts like that. It's just all your senses are just totally blown. Just all that concentration. The last thing you can think about is the clothes to wear.
Yeah, but imagine how his opponents feel sat at his table. Their concentration is blown because
Exactly.
they're just seeing shapes in the top.
Just
Like,
shapes.
You know, sometimes you have a nice fluffy cloudy day and you can lie down and you can just pick shapes in the clouds. That's like it with Ike's top.
They're saying, do you remember what hand Ike had? They go, all I remember is shapes and colours, just shapes and colours. The FPS still going on. I find it really hard to say FPS because I just think of first-person shooters. It's just video games come to mind. But that's 111 get paid out there, and I think that must be pretty close to that.
think Fancy Play Syndrome.
Yes, of course.
Which
That's
is
the other one.
perhaps perfect for the France Poker Series.
I kind of get where you're going. On the bubble, apparently. It's been a big, big tournament. Superb attendance. The German ginger beard back in action makes it min 40k. Interested to know how much Fabian's actually got left behind him.
Looks like another 400.
Yeah, not far off. Slightly over, I think.
And I think Mike's going for a 3-bet here.
Raise to 90.
That he is.
Quite a small one. I think Fabi is considerably more likely to call or shove than fold when Mike chooses that sizing.
90.
And Ronald is getting in there as well. That makes things interesting. From my limited experience with low, he can just have anything here.
Just love seeing those flops.
Yep.
Don't be a small spot, Fabian. Just cool. Come on, Lou wants to see a flop. Be nice.
It creates a really interesting spot here when another player, especially a pretty loose one, cold calls Mike's 3-bet, because Mike has built his range thinking that it's going to get back to Fabi and there's going to be the open for 40, the re-raise to 90, and the blinds and antes in the pot, and that he's going to need to be able to call a shove often enough to give Fabi close decisions with some hands in that spot. Now there's an extra 90k in there. Fabi wins a lot more by shoving and taking it down. And so Mike will often be bluff heavy relative to the size of the pot.
He just elects to call.
Yeah.
So it's more than 300,000 in
Huge
a pot.
pot odds there. He's putting 50 in, pot's 300. Very hard to fold.
King 9-8, 2 clubs.
Check.
We're on checks. Pretty fast actually for Fabian. Normally he can sort of take a bit longer than the average player making his decisions.
I think even somebody like Fabi, who plays quite deliberately in general, will identify spots where he is just 0% to bet, where he's just automatically checking all of his hands, and will check right away in those spots.
Actually, going to bounce away from this hand because we've got a 3-way all in, if I'm not mistaken. Word on the street from the kids.
Yeah, it looks like Kurjanov, Philip Grisham, and one other player. I missed the third player.
I believe Olivier Busquet.
The toughest to
Good
get.
eyes.
I don't know who has which hand.
Ooh, that's a big one for me.
Biscay, I think, has the ace-queen, so he's just turned the flush draw with the queens. Pocket fives are still ahead of Philip Grisham. Oh, and there comes the flush. It's ace-queen, so Olivier's going to triple up there. And we're going to lose Phil Bort. He's going to go in 13th place.
All right.
I'm not sure there is. I don't think there's any side pot. No, there's no side pot for
Good luck,
Kurjanov.
guys, yeah? See you later.
Good.
Ouch.
How much was this?
And now we do that thing you love where we just follow you, just keep the camera on you. At least there isn't an actual man camera on the floor that's going to walk all the way up the steps, outside, to your hotel room.
There's Richard Young's son there. Great comeback by Olivier.
Yeah, he was quite short a little while ago.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I started it for him, didn't I?
You did?
Yeah.
This is all your fault.
It is.
You need to go.
I got in my queens against his jacks for like 250 a while back, and he won that. And less than 250 even. Yeah, he was quite short.
Yeah, Eva was in the hand too, with ace king. Fives, ace queen, ace king.
Yeah, that's nice with a couple of minutes to go before the break to pick that up for Olivia. That's all good stuff.
Yeah, that means we're going to lose Phil Ivey, unfortunately, from our feature table. We're going to balance these two final tables up. They're going to play 6-handed on each table now.
Yep, don't forget, we've got to get down to 9, then we draw for the last 9 on one table, but it becomes our genuine final table for the Super High Roller when we get to 8. Everyone in the money, and we will shut the doors for the day till tomorrow.
It looked like Kurganov was reduced to less than 200,000 chips there.
Yeah, it was a big chunk there.
Yeah, so he's got about 10 big blind stack to play with, work to do.
Olivier probably up to almost 1.5.
Great comeback. Average stack 1.2 at the moment. Almost 1.3. Fabian raised this one. Called in 2 spots. King 5-8 rainbow. This could well be the last hand that we play before dinner break. A minute left on level 14. He continues to 60,000. Gets rid of Kate's. Decision on Peter Chan. All in. And a snap call by Fabian. So we have an all-in, a call showdown on our last hand before we go on a 75-minute dinner break.
Just based on the tone of his voice, I'm guessing Fabian has a big hand here. Surprisingly hard to read on either of their faces.
Yeah.
How they reacted to the cards being turned up.
Oh, there we go.
But yeah.
At least I don't have to come back. I don't think there's much that you
Yeah, that's nothing to feel bad about.
Yeah, I didn't see the pre-flop action, but
just raise under the gun.
Yeah,
Two
min
flat
raise.
Line cold calls.
Check raise all in on the flop.
Yeah, it seems pretty automatic.
And that settles it.
311.
So the beard doubles up just before dinner. That buffet's going to taste so much sweeter.
Yeah, I mean, still leaves Peter Chan with 1.1 million. So,
yeah, he's still in perfectly fine shape.
Yeah.
And
So-
apparently, Ivy only lasted one hand.
Oh, really?
Yep. Ivy busted while we were watching that all in. Ivy busted from the second table.
What do you think?
Wow. So dinner's not going to taste very nice for him.
Well, he already yet.
Oh, we did. Yeah, that's a good point. So we're down to 11 players when we come back.
Yeah. Well, take this opportunity. Thank you, Ike. Appreciate you
pleasure.
being with us.
Yeah, especially after busting.
No worries.
It's quite an easy stint for you, considering you've done some hours with us in the past. So we'll let you off lightly. But we are going to go on to a 75-minute break. This is how things are standing right now in the Super High Roller as we do try and get down to our final 8 today. This is our second feature table. And this is still showing Phil Ivey. So that must be just out of... oh, I see. Okay, guys, we're going to go on a 70-minute break.
Ivy is
Come
not
and join
out.
us after that break for more from EPT Live.
Zoom from PokerStars is fast fold poker. No waiting, just straight to a new hand with new opponents. more poker in less time. We are Zoom. We are poker.
Maybe it's on. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I think they didn't set it. They tried to set it up so there's no conflict. So maybe it's on the 20th or something like that. And then, yeah, if you were to like final table the 3K, like the main event, I think it gets pretty close to the 25K at the series. I'm not sure exactly. Like, I have like a wedding to go to that would be like day 3 of that 25K, so I'm definitely not playing it.
Re-raise. Total 40.
Under the gun raise from Shemian. And a 3-bet from Paul Newey. Stephen Tate says, just checking, do we know how many will get paid or will that be announced later? Should be announced relatively soon. Obviously, registration closes at the start of day 2.
All in.
Timex moving all in. A cold 4-bet from the big blind. A 4-bet shove for 178,000. And Shemian, the original raiser, hasn't insta-folded.
Newey did make kind of a big 3-bet for being in position.
You got 6 red chips behind?
188.
Obviously, Shemian has them both covered.
178. 3 back there. 178. Raise.
Shemian puts Newey all in.
Re-raise.
$625.
So Shemian's 5-bet is more than 600,000. 625,000.
What do we think puts Paul in a weird spot like this? A hand like jacks or tens?
All in. Call.
And Newey calls all in. So McDonald and Newey both at risk.
This is crazy. We could be losing 2 players very early today.
That's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Got the ace.
Well, let's see the 3 hands.
Kings for McDonald, ace king for Newey, queens for Shemian.
Massive cooler. So McDonald in a great spot here to triple up. Newey with 1 overcard to both the pocket pairs.
Eventually this year.
You owe me an ace from the PCA.
Newey's hair's gone a little redder
Kings
too. I
against
like
ace
it.
jack.
Yeah, I know. Been running good with that. Alright. I like Ollie's chances now.
Red queen. Here comes the flop. No queen, no ace.
Spade, though.
Turns out it would have been a good call with jacks.
Where is it?
So if McDonald's hand holds,
He triples up. And if Newey doesn't hit an ace, he's eliminated by Shemian, who wins the side pot.
that's what I was looking for.
And the river.
So kings hold. Mike McDonald gets a triple up.
Again, Paul.
And Paul Newey
Nice
is
to meet
eliminated with Shemian winning that side pot.
So McDonald nets 365,000 on the hand. Shemian loses 150K, but it could have been a lot worse.
And Paul Newey is out. Lost one of our first players of the day.
Kikuzi says, I don't want to say Timex's stare down is intense, but I just started a fire by holding a magnifying glass in front of it.
Mariana says, please make a montage of Timex and Shemian set to danger zone, or better, take my breath away. Sadly, we're not allowed to use commercial music on EPT Live.
I used to hum Take My Breath Away every time Mike did the stare down, but yeah, apparently they can't afford that.
Yeah, Giorgio Moroder's lawyers got in touch. So Shemian limped the small blind. Jason raises from the big blind.
You don't see too many limp folds from these guys, blind on blind.
Oh. 3-bet from Shemian.
I'd say you even see the limp 3-bet more often than you see the limp fold. And this is where things can get real dicey. These blind on blind battles. Very hard to put people on ranges. Very difficult to know where you're at without a monster. The good news is at least the big blind's in position. Bad news is Jason's facing a fold here or getting a not so great price. Looks like he is going to see a flop.
No, that's
no,
a 4-bet.
sure isn't.
Jason Mercier re-raises.
When you're at behind.
He makes it 168,000 out of a stack of 561,000. So roughly 400k behind. It looks like we're down to 32 players. The table's just broken, so 2 new players will be coming to our feature table after this hand.
How many more bets will we see before the flop here?
Will we see a flop?
All in.
Shemian shoves.
This is all in, Nicole.
And Mercier calls. So blind on blind. Aces against ace-king.
What a cooler. Wow.
Shemian with the aces, and he has Jason Mercier covered by 21k. Shemian a massive favourite.
The Merce dog, a huge dog.
Highly unlikely that Jason Mercier will be making back-to-back grand final super high roller final table appearances.
Maybe not.
It's down to running straight outs, running kings.
You have more, right?
2% equity for Jason, likely to be drawing dead on the turn.
Okay, good luck.
And that's it, it's over. Jason Mercier eliminated. And Ola Shemian will take the chip lead. Not just at this feature table, but also in the tournament.
How much was it there?
Ola Shemian will lead this field of 31 players with a stack of close to 1.2 million, 1.128 million.
Damn.
Ashley says, after lots and lots of sleep, I'm back for another week of EPT. Some huge names at this table. I will enjoy this. Enjoy.
Hey, Ashley, welcome to the broadcast. Always like having girls tune in.
It's the guy who doesn't sleep.
Oh, it's the fake out Ashley. Happy to have you with us, Ashley.
Action folded to Johannes Strassman on the button. He raises, Phil Ivey shoves from the big blind. Strassman calls, Phil Ivey is at risk. Ace-Jack of diamonds, the hand for Strassman. Ivy with ace-queen. He's got Strassman dominated. So Ivy in a commanding position here to double up through the German.
Domination Nation. Advantage Ivy. Phil shoved for fewer than 20 bigs. I'm assuming ace-jack suited is a call.
All clubs, which just make things better for Ivy. He's got the queen of clubs in his hand.
I feel like ace-jack is right on the line. Well, we've got some chop possibilities now.
A few chop opportunities emerge on the turn with the board pairing. But that's not one of them. It is the queen high flush for Ivy, and he doubles up.
And Ivy and Strassman flip-flop chip spots. Strassman now with just over 20 big blinds. Everyone at home sure is excited that Phil Ivy just doubled up. I am.
I mean, Ivy doubles up, but he's still got roughly half the tournament average. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but...
No, it's good. People need real talk, James.
So now, Strassman, who was left short by that hand against Ivy, moves all in, coming over the top of McDonald's opening raise, and Mike raised under the gun.
All in for 195,000. 195.
Timex going with the Star Wars t-shirt today.
Mike may be a little troubled by how light we've seen Strassman get it in the past. Those shows haven't aired yet, but
So Mike calls, and I like the way Strassman attempted the stare down and just couldn't keep it up and broke into laughter. So classic race underway at the feature table. Strassman with the fours, McDonald with the ace-queen.
like Halo versus Call of Duty, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Fours holding for now.
One heart, not too much chance of a counterfeit for fours with the board pairing deuces. One more heart on the turn. So Mike picks up a bunch of outs.
Any ace, any queen, any heart.
Just not the four of hearts.
Strassman does not double up because it's a heart on the river. Strassman is sent to the rail. I mean, lose another player from the super high roller. Crippled by Ivy, eliminated by Timex.
Oh, can I have a double coffee? Double coffee?
Ivy's made it 20,000. Mike McDonald re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 55,000. By the way, those of you interested in today's EPT Live free roll, Registration not even open yet. As soon as registration opens, we will give you today's free roll password.
Can we have a clue on the password? You know I like my clues.
260 more.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a clue.
Okay. It's a series of letters and or numbers.
No, it's something you might admire if you were to walk the streets of Monaco.
Is it MILF?
The password to the free roll is not MILF.
Okay.
Ivy responds to the 3-bet with a shove, and Mike McDonald calls. So once again, Phil Ivey is at risk. Last time he got it in a dominating situation. And once again, he gets it in good. Pocket queens for Ivy, ace queen for Mike McDonald. Mike with just one overcard.
Now, there are a lot of people on Twitter today saying that Mike runs real good.
I'll take 20. Oh, wait a second. Let's see what happens here.
No ace on the flop. Ivy set for another double up.
I was going to launch you into a Mike McDonald anecdote, but I want you guys to hear Phil Ivey. He speaks so infrequently.
Club's not a factor. Ivy just has to fade an ace on the river. And he will double up to a near enough average stack. So Ivy now playing 575,000. Mike McDonald down to 424,000.
Anything else to push? Yeah.
And all I was about to say is if this hand doesn't hold up, then I think the people who say Mike McDonald runs, excuse me, if the queens do hold up, everyone who says Mike McDonald just runs super good, I think can shh a little bit. Because I think Mike is a tremendous player, and I don't think he runs particularly well. Wouldn't say he runs badly, but I can't attribute his recent success to luck.
Move ever closer to our final 8. That is the target today.
I make it 35.
And thank you, Turkey. Very nice to hear from you. Did you make that tweet up? I can't see that anywhere.
No. Stuffer. I'm not going to praise you unnecessarily.
Sure did.
Well, that's what I thought, but I just thought it
seems
seems really unlikely. But I just thought, is this some prank tweet?
Well, that's strange. I can't find it now myself.
Yeah, I think you dreamt that, my friend. I mean, it's nice of you.
No, I saw it.
Fabian and Daniel getting involved with each other here. Out position. Fabian checked. Negranu chucked out 45,000 on a Queen 5-4 rainbow flop. It was Daniel that raised it up pre to 35,000. Called in just the one spot.
He must have tweeted in his dreams and then woke up and realised what he'd done and went, oh, got to delete that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, my friend. Second heart, second 4. Actually, Dan's got a bit of a cross quiff going on there. Or a quiff.
Yes.
A quaff.
Hasn't got quite the same standard of beard, though.
No. 182,000. Check on that 4 on the turn. And now Dan, who was the aggressive player so far.
Three on the river.
Scare card.
Yeah. The wheel. It's got earthy tones, a nice long finish. Remember that for rounders?
No, I don't, but that's...
When you're playing high-low, he's like in the scar shop, and he goes, I've got the wheel, it's got earthy tones, a nice finish. and a smooth draw and a good finish. It's good enough for Luimi to win the high and the low.
Oh yeah, the vague memories are coming back.
Yeah, right. Do you remember Moogie?
Look, Dan's doing all this chit chat, and Fabian is just, I'm just going to watch you for a while, just watch you for a while.
Runner was like a pathetic attempt.
I haven't seen it yet.
Don't even bother.
I haven't seen it.
It's almost
I want
like
to see it.
You have to watch it.
I heard it wasn't that bad.
Really? It's pretty not lowy.
Well, all that chit-chat might work on a high percentage of your average poker field, but this is no average poker field.
No, Fabian's really hard of hearing in his right ear as well, so it's a waste of time.
Exactly. You could be standing shouting at him.
Yeah, he's trained up his left ear to be able to understand English, but it's just German
Just
in the right
that it's
ear.
not his own very, very mono when it comes to the multilingual stuff.
Sorry, guys.
Decisionatron is
I
going to
apologize
have to be
for the
summoned
physics.
shortly.
Oh,
I
that's okay.
feel we're at least hitting the 2-minute mark here. 2.5 minutes, good lord. It was all that chit-chat from Dan, it distracted us, which I guess was the idea.
He's gone quiet now.
Yeah. Polarized is all I'm going to say out loud. That's all I'm prepared to commit to, Mark. I'm just in awe. Hey!
That's cool.
Oh, Dan, don't show the wheel.
Ace queen.
Ace queen.
So the check behind confused Quas on the turn.
Yeah.
Helped to get Daniel get paid on the river.
Different styles, different results.
5 years ago, Jason Mercier burst onto the poker scene. 6 months later, he backed that up with another major title. Since then, Mercier has become one of the biggest names in the game. And now, he has the chance to add to his legend.
It would definitely mean a lot to me to win the Super High Roller. You know, it's a really tough field. You know, 50 of the best players in the world, basically. So down to the final table, have a big chip lead. So really hoping I can win.
6 players stand between him and a 7-figure score. 6 players stand between him and the EPT Triple Crown. 6 players stand between him and poker immortality. The PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final will go down in history as one of the greatest EPTs of all time. A festival of almost 50 events has seen the best in the world descend upon Monaco in search of all the riches poker has to offer. And what better way to wrap up Season 9 than the €100,000 Super High Roller final table. 7 players have bested a field of 50. All 7 have the talent to take down this title and claim a 7-figure payday. A couple of days ago, poker superstars and flush businessmen took their seats for the final event of Season 9. Antonio Svendiari and Sam Trickett continued their love-hate relationship.
Let me have a picture of you with your salad.
I can never beat the guy. Unbelievable. Just can't beat Sam Trickett.
Phil Ivey bit the dust 3 times. And a host of other big guns fell by the wayside.
All right, guys. Good luck.
But amongst the carnage, Cyril Mitzi's chip stack grew, while Jason Mercier continued his unbelievable run here in Monaco.
Brick.
Jason always gets what he wants.
With an unofficial final table of 8, only 7 would get paid. Eric Seidel was the last to leave empty-handed. And now 7 players remain in the fight for the €4.8 million prize pool and the all-important title. The 2 short stacks at the final table are Timothy Adams and Mike Watson. Both have the steely determination to take this down.
I think it's probably most players' dream to win a tournament filled with the best players in the world.
I'm obviously really excited to be here. I wish I had a few more chips. Really hoping I can, give a good run at it.
Scott Seaver won the last Super High Roller at the PCA in January. Can he go back-to-back?
Winning a second Super High Roller would obviously be an incredible achievement, and as it's something that no one's done before, I would love to get to be the first one to do it.
Russia's Vladimir Troinovsky has come close before, and he doesn't want to miss out here.
Как, не знаю, я все пытаюсь вложить, всю свою душу там. Любой вылет из любого турнира — это для меня большое несчастье, большое горе.
Max Altergott is the mystery man, whose online experience against the best gives him an edge.
The Super High Roller basically has the best players in the world, like Phil Ivey, Nigiriano, and Scott Seaver, and it makes a lot of fun playing those tournaments. I enjoy it a lot more than playing the main event.
Despite being a veteran of the poker circuit, Canadian Cyril Mitzi is taking nothing for granted.
It's in Monte Carlo, which is just an amazing city and so appropriate for a tournament like this. And, I'm playing against the best players in the world, so just to be a part of that is an amazing feeling.
But the man they're all chasing is Jason Mercier, whose record speaks for itself.
I've already won an EPT main event and an EPT high roller event, but I've never won a super high roller event. So hopefully I can win this one too.
So the bubble burst late last night, but don't think for 1 second that the pressure is off. There's a lot of money and a title and a trophy still on the line.
You dressed nice today, bro.
You right. You too. I was expecting another t-shirt and basketball shorts from you, but you really stepped your game up.
Hey, bro. He brings one final table shirt to every event, Because he
have
you worn this 3 times now this week?
Yeah. This is actually my last shirt.
If that's Jason's last shirt, I don't even want to know where he is on socks and underwear.
Blinds 25,000 and 50,000 with a 5,000 ante. Action on Max Altergott. 5 deuce of spades. He folds that. Seaver passes. Watson's out. Adams doesn't want to play. Cyril Mitzi on the button. Will also fold. King Jack for Vladimir Troinovsky in the small blind.
Oh, hello there, picture cards. Das Vidanya.
You know Das Vidanya means goodbye.
Yeah, no, he's saying goodbye to being card dead.
A raise to 125,000. Ace 10 for Jason Mercier in the big blind.
Jason could certainly 3-bet and possibly call a shove here, but he might not want to play a huge pot so early at the final table.
He calls. He'll play the flop in position.
It's a good hand, and maybe he doesn't want to waste it, hoping Vlad blasts off like Sputnik.
The flop is Queen 8-4. Mercier's ace high still good.
See if Vlad continues.
Yes, he does for 100,000.
And Jason's not going to just call it such a strong hand before the flop, then act like his opponent's only going to be continuing with pairs, so he's very likely to peel here.
Mercier calls. The turn card is a jack, giving Troinovsky second pair. Mercier now with a double belly buster.
Now that Troinovsky's got a pair, he may just switch to showdown mode.
He checks. Mercier with his draw.
He's going to semi-bluff, and in doing this, he can build a pot in case he gets there, and occasionally he'll get a better hand or a hand with equity to fold.
He bets 270,000.
And by doing this, he gets to build his own implied odds. The pot's bigger, and now he can make a bet for Vlad's entire stack on the river.
Troinovsky counts out the call. and makes the call.
Now, of course, you usually have to hit your hand to do that.
Jason doesn't hit his hand.
2 jacks still good.
$1 million in the middle. Troinovsky with 1.2 million behind. He checks. And Mercier
shuts it down.
Checks behind. Ace high, no good, Jason.
Almost a smile.
And there I am, wanting a jack on the turn.
It resulted in him losing about 500k.
Let's check. Nice turn.
Nice turn.
Whoever exits in 7th will receive 218,000 euros. 7-figure scores for the runner-up and the winner, with the champion receiving more than 1.7 million. Action's been folded around to Timothy Adams. He passes. Mitzi's out. Troinovsky on the button. Folds. 3s for Jason Mercier in the small blind.
Jason would certainly raise a lot of worse hands than this, so he's probably raising this one.
He does raise to 130,000. Max Altergott with 8-10 off in the big blind will defend.
Jason's kind of in a reverse spot as he was last hand. He's out of position with a weak/strong hand he's likely to get floated a lot with on the flop.
Especially as Altergott has paired his 8.
Definitely getting floated on this flop.
Mercier continues for 105,000.
Max ain't folding. No way, no how.
He calls.
I don't think Jason will be betting anymore.
9 on the turn. He checks.
I think we're often going to see a check behind here. Max is either way ahead or way behind.
Altergott does check behind. 6 on the river.
Neither guy has a strong enough hand to bet, and both guys have a strong enough hand to want to see a showdown.
Jason checks. And Altergott checks. And Jason Mercier loses another big pot.
Jason says chips dig him. Isn't that just like chips? Always running out on you when you need them the most.
Not a great start to this final table for Jason Mercier. He has already lost almost a quarter of his stack.
At least he's being railed by the heroes.
It's a tough table. You can't give anything away. You're playing for a lot of money. It's intense, it's stressful, but it's also pretty fun just to be playing really high stakes and get the opportunity to prove yourself on the highest stage. I mean, when you have like a third of the chips in play, it's pretty fun. You get to raise a lot and apply pressure. On the other hand, you're expected to win, and anything short of that will be disappointing.
Max Altergott with ace-7 of hearts.
I think it'd be pretty uncool for this Altergott kid to just show up out of nowhere and win his first super high roller. Whatever happened to paying your dues?
He raises to 100,000. The short stack Mike Watson has king-queen.
Mad Dog coming off the chain.
All in.
He shoves. Adams folds. Cyril Mitzi has aces.
Give me a count, please.
Oh, noes.
670.
Maybe Cyril misreads his hand and folds?
I'm all in.
He reshoves.
Okay, I guess that's not happening.
An easy fold for Altergott, and Watson at risk and way behind.
This is about as big a dog as you can be before the flop.
This one's going to be tricky.
Even trickier now.
It's going to be really tricky.
I want a king. Otherwise, you know, there's no sweat.
Trickier than a David Copperfield show.
No sweat. Drawing dead on the turn, Mike Watson exits in 7th.
Sick run, Mad Dog.
Another great result for the Mad Dog in a super high roller event.
Thank you. It's nice when you look down at aces and there's a raise and an all in front of you, you know? And 100k euro. It's a good spot to be in.
You had me fooled. I thought you had a decision.
Cyril Mitzi, the new chip leader.
Hello, James.
Ah, Monsieur, très bien. I'm almost ready to order.
Where's my chair?
I think you should be focused on serving your customers right now.
Oh, because I look like a waiter. Well, it's very, very funny, James.
Tell me about today's specials. Talk me through them.
You want to know what the specials are?
I'd love to know about the specials.
Just tell me what you want.
Salad niçoise.
Come on right up.
are down to 6 at the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final Super High Roller. Before the break, Sorel Mitzi took out Mike Watson. And in the process, claimed the chip lead from Jason Mercier.
Remember, Sorel's got a little more to prove than usual after the magician Antonio Esfandiari pulled the old disappearing staking arrangement trick.
Blind's now 30-60, and Sorel has been 3-bet by Trinovsky.
Sorel's got a ton of chips, so he might be prone to going a little nutso here before the flop. Technically, this is a suited connector, like technically chicken nuggets are food.
Mitzi 4-bets. Re-raising to 415,000.
Vlad was trying to take control before the flop, and while he was just 4-bet, it's actually a really small 4-bet.
Trinovsky does have the advantage of position.
He's getting okay odds to make this call.
He sticks in another 140,000, and we go heads up to the flop. Nearly $1 million in the pot already.
Hope Sorel's got a plan.
Well, flopping top pair might have been part of his plan.
Excellent plan. A C-bet from Sorel is going to win this a lot, and it doesn't even have to be that big.
He bets 370,000.
And that's a big percentage of Vlad's stack to float with King High here.
Trinovsky not happy about it, but has to let it go.
I want to say missing with King Queen is the worst, but then I remembered natural disasters.
Sorel Mitzi extends his chip lead. He's now playing around 4 million.
I had a bit of a checkered past, so I've been doing a lot of work on myself and really just learning to completely detach myself from the past and live in the present moment and just be the best person I can be. Just having that mentality and knowing that the past is in the past and it just serves as a chapter in my life and just as a series of experiences that I can learn from has really helped me move on. I'm way more grateful about my situation than I've ever been. You know, I get to go to Monte Carlo and spend like a few weeks in the city, and I can be wherever I want, you know, and in a couple days I'm going to decide where I want to go to play online, and I can choose from any city, any place in the entire world. A lot of people in the poker community have a lot of very small pieces of me, so it would be good to just win this tournament and just like pay everyone the money, and you know, everyone will be happy like Sorel did it, and yeah, it's going to be a great feeling.
Sorel's tale would be one of redemption, and probably also a lot of strip clubs, but mostly redemption.
Here's how things stand at our 6-handed final table. Mitzi is in front, but Mercier is playing catch-up. Everyone else has fewer than 30 big blinds. Scott Seaver is the final table short stack. He's playing just 15 big blinds.
Ruh-roh.
And Seaver is under the gun here. He folds. Timothy Adams has King 10 off.
In a full ring, you might ditch this under the gun +1, but 6-handed, it is a raise.
A raise to 125,000. Mercier, King Queen suited in the small blind.
Queen suited, very strong post-flop hand, so Jason may not want to 3-bet call it off into Adams' stack when he can see a flop for cheap.
Jason calls. Max also got in the big blind. Will pass. So Adams is dominated, but he does have position and the pre-flop betting lead. The flop is Jack 9-8. Adams is up and down. Mercier has a gut shot and 2 overs, and the best hand right now, King Queen high.
This board is more coordinated than the attack on the Death Star.
Mercier don't leads for 130,000.
To keep the Death Star analogy, this is the equivalent of him trying to take out the reactor core with just 1 chip.
Adams calls. 9 of spades on the turn. Adams picks up a flush draw to go with his straight draw.
Jason's still got the best hand. Adams with more equity than he had on the flop.
Mercier bets again, 345,000.
Now, even though this card did improve Tim's equity, it's more superficial than my high school prom date, and has more dirty outs, and should probably also be ditched.
Adams will fold.
I think only a top-level player can make that laydown.
And Jason Mercier is chip leader once again. Blind still 30,000, 60,000 with a 10,000 ante. Action folded around to Timothy Adams. King 5 off. He passes.
So cute how he looks first, then shows the camera.
10-6 suited for Sorel Mitzi on the button.
Aggressive.
He raises. Makes it 120,000. Jason Mercier has King Jack in the big blind.
Easy defend.
And he calls. Heads up to the flop. Ace, Jack, Deuce. Mercier with second pair.
Jason's hand is going to be good a lot.
He checks to the razor.
Playing in flow. Sorel should probably continue.
He does. With absolutely nothing, by the way. 90,000.
Jason would be foolish to fold this.
He calls. 8 of hearts on the turn.
This card will rarely affect anything.
Sorel is now officially drawing dead.
And this is a call down spot for Jason, pure and simple.
Check, check on the turn. 6 on the river, so Sorel catches a small piece.
Gives Sorel a little more showdown value.
Mercier now bets 85,000.
The way Sorel's played it, Jason probably feels very safe to value bet.
And Sorel does not call, meaning Jason Mercier adds another 290,000 chips to his stack.
Right now, I would think Jason Mercier's the favorite. I mean, he's the one with all the chips. I mean, he's had a super week so far. It's like everything's working well for him this week. I think he's a favorite right now.
Blinds are up, 40,000, 80,000 with a 10k ante.
All in.
And Scott Seaver is all in with pocket nines. Just the blinds to get through. Troinovsky in the small.
He's so put upon.
First one's an ace.
Okay.
I call.
Jason calls with ace-queen.
Which ace would he have folded?
Well, I said okay. You were supposed to realize that, like, you should fold regardless. You didn't pick up on it though.
I really don't understand what you're saying.
He was saying because you didn't act scared when he said, "You know what? I'm not gonna spoil the surprise."
It's a race, and nines are holding.
Pocket nines and Scott are still ahead.
But not for long.
We heard you.
Wow. The 3 of spades, you'd be chilling, but it's too many outs. It's too many outs, Jay.
I don't know. I can't imagine losing this right now.
That's problematic then. Because what are you going to do when the 7 of clubs comes? You're going to have to imagine it.
Yawn.
There are 17 cards that Scott Seaver has to fade on the river in order to survive. And that's one of them.
Anybody?
Yep.
Scott Seaver didn't win back-to-back super high rollers, but he back-to-back final table them, which is still amazing.
Flush.
Seaver out in 6th for 267,000. And Jason Mercier now up over 5 million. This has been a great festival for him.
Won the open face tournament, then immediately started playing the main. Played the main for 6 days and got 7th place, made the final table, and the next day was a super high roller event, and here I am. All my opponents are very tough players, you know. I'm not going to underestimate them, you know. They're all super tough, and you know, I'm just gonna try to play good poker and hopefully knock them out. I've already won an EPT main event and an EPT high roller event, but I've never won a super high roller event, so you know, it's really important for me to win this one too.
Heavy is the EPT Triple Crown, but good news is when you win it, you can hire a guy to carry it around for you. And I am available.
5-handed now at the super high roller final table.
Ooh, you have more now.
I have 20 bigs.
Action folded over
20
Jason in
bigs?
the small blind.
I think so.
Jason may just stuff it home here, small to big.
All in.
He shoves on Autogot.
Snap call.
Call.
Max does call, and Jason is dominated.
Just like America in the World Cup. He's out-kicked, too. I just realized that. Boom. Sorry, Jason.
Seaver and Watson among the high rollers watching from the rail. So far, so good for Altagot.
Well, he's doing better than America. They're usually out in the first round.
Just a 10% chance that Mercier hits a 3 on the turn or river, down to 5%. with one card to come.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Looking great for Altergot, though.
He's home and dry.
Unlucky spot for Jason, but shoving any ace there is standard for an aggro player into a short stack.
Well, Mercia and Altergot are now almost even after that double up for the Austrian, but Mercia does still have the chip lead. We'll find out how you can get live updates during the European Poker Tour by going to PokerStars.net.
Did you know Roger Moore lives here?
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy, right? Considering all the James Bond movies that took place in Monaco.
Like what?
Like the poker scene in Casino Royale.
That was Montenegro.
Like the poker scene in Live and Let Die.
Those were tarot cards.
What about Moonraker?
Are you confusing Monaco with outer space?
Yes.
Joe, I get angry when people get Bond wrong. The only 007 adventure with a scene in Monaco is GoldenEye.
Did you know Roger Moore lives here?
For heaven's sake.
Are you positive that Moonraker did not take place in Monaco? It is spacious.
We are five-handed at the final table of the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final Super High Roller.
You know, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but Yahtzee has played with actual yachts.
165.
Under the gun raise from Vladimir Troinovsky with King-Queen. Mercia and Altergot both fold. Timothy Adams gives up the small blind. Ace-Jack for Sorel Mitzi in the big blind.
Most of the time, I think this is a flat call.
All in.
All in?
He shoves on Troinovsky.
Trying to trick a worse hand into calling. Short-handed, it could happen.
Jack 7 again.
Much better this time.
I have same.
Yeah? I don't know anything about Jack 7.
Yeah, but Vlad knows. He knows.
Troinovsky in a tough spot.
Oh.
But he calls. He has got two live cards. He's not that far behind.
These hands are a huge sweat. Sorel's going to win this only a little more than half the time.
Ace-Jack holding so far. Troinovsky looking for a king or a queen. He is the player at risk here.
It's your boy Yuri Guli. My guess is he's not here for Sorel.
The turn is a 6, changes nothing. Troinovsky still with 6 outs.
No additional sweats.
The river is a 7. Troinovsky out in 5th.
Good luck, guys.
And Sorel reclaims the chip lead.
Yeah, but how about your boy Vlad? He's made 3 final tables over the last 2 stops.
And I'm here preparing for months.
I wasn't going to play either. Yeah? Did you decide the same day? The night before I decided to
I'm the only one who knew I was going to play this.
I didn't even know if I was going to Monte Carlo.
You guys need to start planning ahead.
No, that's for suckers. Gotta live off the rush.
We're sweating with Sorel on this hand. We'll only see his hole cards. He raises his button with 8-7. Altergot in the big blind.
Altergot defending here is like getting a runaround from a cabbie. Standard.
He calls. Let's see what the flop brings. Jack 9-9. So Sorel has a gut shot. Altergot playing in flow. Checks to the razor.
We can continue here, but if we meet much resistance, I don't know how many more chips I want us to commit.
The continuation bet is 140,000. Altergot is calling.
Yeah, I'm ready to be done with this hand.
Well, let's see what comes on the turn. It's a 6. So Sorel is now up and down.
I will admit that sometimes it does take 2 barrels to get something like this done. We're going to get floated a lot on the flop with nothing.
Altergot has checked a second time. Looks like Sorel will bet a second time.
Sorel's an aggressive player, and that's going to win us this pot a lot.
And this is a big bet, 465,000. But Altergot
is not folding.
I am really, 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 really ready to be done with this hand.
Altergot calls again. We go to the river with 1.6 million in the middle. It's a 6 on the river. Sorel is now playing the board.
I am 100% certain we can only win this hand with a bluff, and I'm only 4% certain that a bluff will work. Sorel, Booby, give it up.
He's counting out a bet. And thinks better of it. He checks behind. Altergot shows King 9 for a full house.
Wow.
God, I play good.
I guess it could have been worse.
Think he was going to call you?
Oh, maybe if I move all in, I could rep the jacks.
Yeah, if you go all in, I totally think about it.
I was going to bet, and then I saw like a little twinkle in your eye.
Really?
I just stopped myself.
Oh, don't lie to me.
You have twinkle tells.
You're not good in it.
He does have a twinkle, but I think it's probably because he's dreamy. It's like he stepped out of Austrian Stand By Me.
I'm playing poker for like 6 years right now, and maybe for 2 or 3 years professional. I mainly just play online cash because it's more comfortable. You know, you don't have this traveling expenses. I played like maybe 3 or 4 EPTs before, but it was nothing special. I always busted in the first or second day. But usually I played lately a lot of live cash, and I feel good. I feel very comfortable playing live. Right now we are here in Monaco, and Sorel and I are roommates together. I know him for a few years, and he's just a very cool guy. I enjoy my time having with him. You know, being around with him is a lot of fun. It's usually not in your interest to be with the toughest player in the final 3 or 4. But as we are friends, we just hope the best for each other. You cannot have fear. If you have fear playing a tournament, then you're probably not making the right decisions, so you won't end well in the tournament in the long run. So you have to be very confident, that's for sure.
Well, right now we're going to flip reverse it and sweat with Max as he and Sorel go to the flop once again.
Round 2, ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like they want to get sweaty together. Who's going to deliver the knockout blow?
Altergot defended his big blind against Sorel's button open. It's a 10-4 deuce flop. Bottom pair for Altergot. He checks to Mitzi.
I don't hate this flop. It's a world of possibilities until the turn is a non-heart, non-low card.
Sorel continues for 120,000.
Sorel's going to have to continue with most everything, including all of his airs, so we could be good, and we've got backdoors.
Altergot calls. And there is one of those backdoor draws. The nut flush draw for Altergot. He checks a second time.
Yes, we have a sweat.
Mitzi. He's betting again by the looks of things. Yeah, 350,000.
Again, we could have the best hand, and if our heart hits, we'll almost definitely have the best hand. What I'm saying here is call.
He does call. 1.4 million in the middle. And the river is a brick.
No! Sorry. Probably shouldn't have reacted like that.
Altergot checks a third time.
We could still have the best hand. Just check, please.
That is near enough a pot-sized bet. 910,000.
Oh, that's so much. Honestly, I think Sorel's going to turn up with a bluff here a lot. All the flop draws miss. He was raising for the button. However, unfortunately, I think some of Sorel's bluffs are going to be beating us. We can call if we're feeling saucy, but I'm not going to lie. I'm not a very saucy player.
Not today, my good man. I'm not feeling saucy. And Mitzi was bluffing.
Oh, they got us. That's why I said we should call. I'm just kidding. Can you imagine if I was like that?
To be honest, no.
You guys having fun? Not as much as you, bro.
Nervous laughter is not the same as laughter. Believe me, I know.
Under the gun raise from Altergot with ace-8. Pocket 9s for Timothy Adams.
See you at the river.
Come on.
He shoves for just 10 big blinds.
How much is it?
8-10.
I call.
Altergot calls.
Adams in a pretty good spot. This isn't even a race.
Altergot with just one overcard.
You guys want me to stay in, or?
Awkward silence alert. 7-7-4.
Good flop for nines, no ace, low likelihood of counterfeit, barely a straight draw, and whoops, I guess he still had the ace draw.
Yeah, now Adams needs to hit a 9 to survive. And he doesn't.
Alright, good game.
All right, ladies, don't tune out just yet. There's still Max Altergott. He's like a poker playing River Phoenix.
Adams cashes for nearly 500,000.
Quick, Tim's gone. Let's talk deal.
Gamble? I might gamble.
Gamble.
I don't know. I hate getting less money. Than I know I have less chips, but like.
So, anyways, it's like 100,000 less, and then we are still room to gamble, you know, for 250.
Yeah.
I don't know. I need some time because like I need to discuss it with the people.
Yeah.
They're coming.
We can just gamble a little bit and then.
I don't mind. I mean,
discuss it.
it's not even my decision.
See if we even out.
Yeah, see if we even out. Maybe one of us will get cooler.
You know what? Let's just gamble. I want to play.
Let's do it.
No deal. Play on, players.
Jason, you're saying let's gamble?
Yeah, let's just play.
Okay. Jason says we're gonna play.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I don't know. It's hurting my head too much to think about shop. It's easier to just play poker.
Let's do it.
In case you were wondering if this kind of money means anything to these guys, that was Jason Mercier in a legit daze over his current situation. It means something. It means a lot.
Blinds are up to 50 and 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Sorrel with Queen 6 on the button. And this looks like a raise. Sorrel makes it 215,000. Jason Mercier has ace-7 suited in the small blind.
Jason knows Sorrel's going to be raising his button pretty wide, so I'd not be at all surprised to see him 3-bet this.
He does 3-bet. It's a re-raise to 505,000. Max Altergott with ace-6 suited.
If Max reads this as Jason wide 3-betting Sorrel's wide open, we could see another bet here.
No, he gives it up. Action back on Sorrel.
I don't think Sorrel's ever really thinking about calling in this spot, so he's either Hollywooding his fold or thinking about 4-bet bluffing.
Looks like it's option B. Although he has pump faked us before. Here we go. This is a 4-bet to 820,000.
The pump without the fake.
How much is that?
Sometimes we see small 4-bets that give opponents a good price to call, but this situation's a little different. Jason is getting a good price to call, but he'd be in for a quarter of his stack, out of position, with a marginal hand. So I think most of the time he's going to decide right now whether Sorrel's got it or he's just messing around.
On.
Mercier shoves.
Sick read by Jason. Sick aggressive play. Thinks Sorrel's getting frisky early in the 3-handed and shoves for great justice.
Sorrel folds and Mercier chips up to 4.3 million. Mitzi and Mercier in the blinds. Altergott on the button, first to speak. He's got pocket jacks.
Incredibly strong hand 3-handed.
He raises to 200,000. Sorrel has king-queen.
All in.
And he shoves.
Here we go.
Call.
Altergott calls, and we're off to the races again.
I had a jack.
That's good news for me. How do you wake up with a hand there?
Whoops.
Mitzi needs to hit to survive. It's a low flop.
I got a diamond.
If running diamonds hit, Mitzi's queen-eye flush would be best.
The turn is the 3 of spades, taking away any backdoor possibilities. Mitzi needs to hit a king or a queen. He's got 6 outs.
Gonna need a pair.
It's a full house for Altergott.
Look, guys.
Mitzi exits in third for 679,000 euros.
Nice hand.
Sure.
All right, played great, buddy.
Give me the hug. All right, good game, buddy.
Sick run for Sorrel. The 400 or 500 people that have piece of him are gonna be pretty happy.
And we are heads up in the super high roller.
So, now that Sorrel's gone, do you want to talk deal again? I bet Jason's head hurts less now.
Okay, so. Sacks? Or no? I have 5.15. He has 7.35.
50 big blinds effective. Waarom?
Max consulting one of his backers, Nicholas Heineke.
Nee. Nur so marginaal, waarom?
It's up to you.
Yeah.
We're still going to play for a good amount, you know, like either way.
It's fine. Do we have to come back and do the, hey,
You think about it.
guys, please
Yeah,
shake
sure.
hands.
So you understand, like...
Yeah, sure, I understand. It's like
okay,
we're just taking the money out, like... And
and like, if you get second, you'll get 140 more than second.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure.
I mean, it's like, it's even money. The question is, do you want to gamble?
Oh, yeah.
So what do you think? Like, the edge is so big that, you know...
So the players are going to take a short break. We're going to do the same. And hopefully by the time we've come back, they've sorted out this numerical mess.
Hopefully they work it out before they negotiate who gets to use the bathroom first.
Merci.
I don't want to know.
It's not that bad.
That's just page 1. That's the total. That was 20 euros worth.
Great.
We're heads up at the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final Super High Roller. Jason Mercier ended days 1 and 2 as chip leader, but he comes into heads-up play lagging behind. His adversary, online phenom Max Altegott, has 62% of the chips, but one double up for Mercier would change the whole dynamic. Before the break, Mercier and Altegott were discussing a potential chop, but they've reached a resolution. No deal.
Noel Edmonds, get back in your hole.
Congratulations on making it to heads-up play, gentlemen. Please shake hands, and good luck. May the best man win.
Good luck, buddy. Good luck, man.
Wow, I love that handshake. A 45-degree palm plant with a simultaneous arm slap. Well done, boys. Well done.
Blind still 50,000 and 100,000 with a 10K ante.
They both got okay stacks, so this could go on for a while.
First hand sees Altegott on the button in the small blind with King 8 offsuit.
Heads up pre-flop is generally a matter of preference and style, and my guess is this kid's style is going to be a little loose.
So raised to 200,000 and Mercier defends with a suited Queen 8.
And not that this is loose, by the way.
King 9-5, top pair for Altegott.
Altegott can continue for value.
Mercier checks to him. And Altegott continues for 200K.
And this is where heads up can get tricky. Jason would sometimes actually have the best hand here with Queen High, but it would often have decent equity, especially with a good turn card.
Mercier calls. We go to the turn. And it's a great turn card for Jason. Picks up a straight draw and a flush draw. He checks once again.
Not much reason for Altegott to stop betting.
He will fire again, 515,000.
Jason's hand is way too strong for him to fold. Ruh-roh.
Jason has counted out a check raise to 1.21 million.
I think this raise might look like exactly what it is. A hand that picked up equity on the turn.
Altegott folds.
Wow, folds top pair with the quickness. Definitely more of a deep stack cash game play than a tourney where top pair is a little more important.
It's tough to say who I'd pick. Like, Jason has the experience live. He's won, a ton of live tournaments, but Max just plays heads up online and crushes. His screen name AltiFC just plays the highest stakes cash games, and he's had a lot of success. If I had to pick one, I think I'd go with Max, but it's close.
The reigning champ, interested to see who'll take the title in Season 9.
When you're handicapping heads-up matches, you can't go too wrong in picking the guy with more chips. He's always just a hand away from winning.
Good point, well made. 6 deuce offsuit and a button raise from Altegott makes it 200K.
See? Loose.
Mercier with 8-9 defends.
Easy call. 6 deuce in bad shape for having live cards.
The flop, ace 8-7 with 2 hearts. Mercier checks second pair. Altegott checks behind. Mercier improves to trips on the turn. He's got a lock on the hand.
Max with no pair and no draw.
Mercier now leads for 260,000.
Yeah, Jason's leading here, hoping to get 2 streets of value. Max is in real danger of ending up playing the board here.
Those are the 100k chips. This is a raise to 700,000.
Max is raising, hoping it'll buy him some extra fold equity, but no. Tough to get your opponent to fold when you're repping his hand.
Mercier deciding how fast he wants to play this. He decides just to call.
He wants to give Max another chance to bluff the river.
Inconsequential 10 on the river. Jason checks.
Brilliant check by Jason. He knows Max is going to bet here a lot more often than he's going to call. And when he does call, 8-9 won't always be good.
Max bluffs again for just over $1 million.
Jason's almost always just calling here.
Call.
He does just call. And wins a huge pot.
That was a super play by Jason. In fact, it was actually super B. Superb.
Mercier reclaims the chip lead. The stack's now pretty even.
Max is a stellar player, and he is accomplished, but it's mostly in cash games. I really think Jason's going to have the edge here, heads up.
Jason chasing the EPT Triple Crown here in Monaco.
He is wiped.
Can't keep my eyes open. I'm so tired. Serious? I know, I'm drinking.
I'd bring him a coffee, but I only have 20 euros on me.
Fatigue understandably a factor as this festival draws to a close.
If I was Max Altergut, I'd just play super slow. Maybe put on some classical music, order Jason a turkey sandwich and a glass of warm milk.
Altergut's got queens. He raises. Mercier looks down at King 7 of diamonds.
Jason a big dog, and it doesn't look like he's folding.
Well, they say attack is the best form of defense, but his timing's a little bit off here. It's a 3-bet to just over $500,000.
Ill-timed at best.
And Altergut responds with a 4-bet. 1 million straight.
Max has given Jason a really good price, better than 3-1.
Jason calls.
His immediate odds were good, but his implied odds aren't great.
Jason flops bottom pair.
So he's probably committed to calling at least one bet here, but he can't be very enthused about this flop.
He checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Altergut continues for 700,000. Jason, with 25% equity, calls.
Tough to fold a pair heads up.
3.4 million in the middle. The turn card is a diamond. Jason's equity increases as he picks up the flush draw.
So he can't really fold here either. Maybe if Max makes a huge bet.
Mercier checks a second time. Altergut with an overpair to the board. Will bet again. 1.21 million.
This bet is big, and the stacks aren't really deep enough to just call this off on a whim.
How much do you have behind?
Around 3.
I think it's very unlikely Jason just calls. Fold or shove?
On.
He shoves!
Jason knows he's going to get a fold here a lot, and in general is going to have a lot of equity against most hands. He is repping huge.
Calling.
Altergut calls all in. He is currently ahead with queens, but Mercier can win the title right here with a king, 7, or diamond on the river.
14 outs for Jason Mercier is more like 25 outs. It's science.
The river card. It's a brick! Queens holds, Altergut gets a massive double up, becomes monster chip leader, and Jason Mercier is crippled.
His stack has been absolutely decimated. We like to say anything can happen, but it'll be tough to come back from this one.
280 left.
Not even 3 big blinds.
Jason is in big, big trouble. He's going to need to double up about 5 times to get back to even with Max. And remember before when I said Jason was going to be the favorite heads up? I changed my mind.
Mercier was the favorite coming into this final table. He was 1 card away from that EPT Triple Crown. You'd be foolish to bet against this guy right now. The proverbial chip in a chair.
Jason is left with barely more than his starting stack.
He's on the button in the small blind.
I assume we're playing this hand face up. He folds.
Deuce 7.
I don't blame him.
Take my chances next time.
When will it end?
And on the next hand, Jason will be in the big blind, which accounts for half of his remaining stack.
Altergot's already raised blind to put Jason all in.
I'm not folding.
Yeah, I'm not folding too.
Oh, you put it in?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. 220.
220?
210, sorry.
So Jason Mercier all in before any cards have been dealt.
Can you beat it?
No.
Not yet. You have to beat it first.
I beat it. 10-6.
10-6 of diamonds, the hand for Mercier. Jack-9, the hand for Altergot.
All uphill from here.
6 on the flop.
And it begins.
Don't call it a comeback.
Okay, I won't.
But Jason is a 75% favorite to double up. The turn card is a 7.
Max picks up 4 more outs.
Interesting.
Altergot looking for a jack or a 9, or an 8 to make a straight. The river card is an 8, and that will do it.
Yeah, buddy. Played really well.
Jason Mercier's EPT Triple Crown hopes are dashed. Altergot is the super high roller champ, and he wins the max, more than 1.7 million euros.
What a debut for Max Altergot. That's what they call bursting onto the poker scene.
Mercier gets just over $1 million for second.
It was definitely a great festival. You know, first getting here and winning the open face, and then playing for 6 days in the main, coming in 7th, which is a bit disappointing, but, you know, it's always nice to final table a major event, especially the EPT Grand Final. And, you know, couldn't really ask for anything more, getting second in the high roller. Really thought I might hit the river on that last hand, or on the King 7, but, you know, it just wasn't meant to be. So I'm really happy with second place as well.
Mercier was the favourite at the start of the day, but he lost the chip lead early on to Mitzi. Sorel went out in third, leaving Jason heads up against Max Altergot. And it's the Austrian who triumphs for a 7-figure score.
It's a good chance to come over and see Monaco for the first time and play some tournaments, what I usually don't do. Feels good. Feels really good to beat all those guys.
Congratulations, Max Altergot.
10 days ago, the biggest names in the game turned out in Monaco for the main event, along with a cast of colourful characters. Veterans of the game had a great showing.
Got old school Victor, old school Freddie Deeb, old school John Juanda.
But it was Johnny Lodden who led the troop to the final table.
Good. You guys are witnessing the sickest hand in EPT history.
Mercier, Cody, and Negreanu failed to add silverware. Lodden landed the bronze, and Steve O'Dwyer claimed gold and a 1.2 million euro payday. Next up, the 100k super high roller, where foes became friends.
I can never beat the guy. Unbelievable. Just can't beat Sam Trigger.
And friends became foes.
Antonio and I have this thing where we try to like hurt each other, so I really want to punish him.
Once again, Jason Mercier was the star of the show, but the final ovation was reserved for Max Altergot, a deserving winner. That's it for EPT 9. We'll see you in Barcelona for the start of Season 10.
PokerStars has more players than any other site, creating the biggest tournaments with the greatest prize pools. We are the richest online tournaments in the world. We are poker.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final Super High Roller. 2 tables left, and we have got to get down to the final 8 tonight, because those boys are going to be in the money and they are going to be back tomorrow. We'll give you a quick overview of how things stand right now. This is how it looks on our feature table. We've got Peter Chen, Fabian Quos, Mike McDonald, Daniel Cates, Jungle Man, no less, Paul Fua, and Xingfeng Lo, also known as Rono. You also see who it is there. 2.3 is the biggest stack on that table. And then on the second feature table, Richard Yong, Igor Kurganov, Ole Shemion with 2.48 million. Phil Ivey, you might have heard of. He's back. I'll explain in a minute. Daniel Coleman and Olivia Busquet. Apologies for the confusion before the break, telling you that Phil Ivey was out. It was just a miscommunication from the guys that we were watching the second table. We saw him wandering off early to the break, but he wasn't knocked out. He was just heading off early. So still very much in the game.
Oh, so it's not a re-entry?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I thought he just re-entered again.
No, I don't understand what you mean. No, it's just genuine mistake. Just genuine mistake. He's still with us. Apologies for any confusion. But meanwhile, we are now into level 15. 12,000, 24,000 are the blinds with a 3K ante, and straight into action as Timex gets all in for his last shy of 400,000.
Lowe's asking for a count.
Yeah, Lowe just limped in, as did Fabien.
Well, we've seen him limp in with ace-king before.
Yeah.
So his range is pretty much anything right now.
And look, Mike is giving the dealer's arm the stare down. Doesn't look super happy about this. No, that was quite an elaborate no. Fabian.
There's no answers up there for you, buddy.
No. 743,000 is what Fabian started this with. So if he were to call this and get it wrong, it kind of puts him in a real nasty spot. But good news, unless of course he had a massive monster hand. Good news for Mr. McDonald. Comes back at the bigger blind level, but at least manages to accumulate some chips back into his stack. Gets him up to 460,000-ish.
He wants to get chips now. He doesn't want to wait until we're one table of 9-handed and then shrink all the way down to less than 5 big blinds, which is where he was at the PCA.
And also, you'll be very pleased to hear, in this hour, we are going to be giving away. We hinted we had some big prizes for you. We're going to give away one of the power mats. Have you seen a power mat in action?
No. Oh, yeah, the sort of
the sexy charging mat
that you just lay your phone on and
you
it charges.
Just lay your phone on it and it charges. It's the future of charging your things up. We've got one of these. You probably saw a bit earlier on in the day they were tweeting, Joe and James were tweeting pictures of some of the sexy prizes we got. So we've managed to get our hands on one of these power mats, one of the sponsor items for the whole of the event. And we are going to give one away. We are going to ask you to come up with a new term, a new piece of poker jargon terminology for a very specific situation. We'll just get a couple of hands into this hour, but get your thinking caps on because we're going to ask you to come up with something quite special because this is a bigger prize than we normally get to give away. Normally we're giving away our charming card protectors, but this is worth a bit of wonga. Sexy little gadget if you're a bit of a gadget monkey. Let's be honest, probably most of you are. You got your PokerStars app on your tablet and smartphone device. We're going to give away one of these power mats and you can brag and boast your mates. Get a couple of hands under our belt first.
Yeah, Chan raised this pot to 50,000, called by Cates, and it's just a lot of checking really since then.
Well, that's just rude. They didn't come here to see people check. Checking to victory.
So 10 Jack's going to be good for Chan.
Yeah. Easy peasy.
And while we were on dinner break, the free roll kicked off, and everyone will be happy to know that we got our 2,000 shares, more than that, so extra $500 is in the free roll, so it's 2,000 up for grabs. Good luck, all of you in.
Yep, keep us posted, any of our regulars, hashtag EPT live, or email nuts@pokerstars.tv. As always, massively grateful for those of you that come along with us. Keep us company, throw us your strange thoughts and questions. That's what we like. Also, probably now a good idea. Well, in fact, Mark, I can't take credit for it. It was your idea for the competition, wasn't it?
Yeah. Shall I say the inspiration?
Why
behind the
don't you tell us
competition?
the inspiration, and then we'll lead to the actual question.
Yeah, so I was trying to think of ideas for games and competitions that were going along, and then I was playing a tournament in Birmingham a few months ago, and this one guy, he bet on the river, but he thought he was bluffing, and then when he was called, he realised that he was value betting. You know, he was accidentally bluffing with the best hand. So someone down the other end of the table said, "Oh, you know, there's not really a term for that. You know, it should be something like a hero value bet." So you know, so it's a hero value bet. He didn't realise he was actually value betting. Thought he was bluffing. So it was just thought of new terms. You know, and you know, because we've got lots of different poker terminology. So it's just coming up with different sayings, different terminology for, you know, for the poker world and for the game that we play. So I'll let you, Matt
Well,
you take
well
over.
then, of course, we saw earlier on, if you were tuned in when we had Daniel Negreanu on our main table, is that at one point everyone was staring at him, waiting for him to make a decision. We were all waiting for the decision-atron to come up on the screen. And all of a sudden it became apparent that Daniel actually just wasn't with us. He was off with the fairies, staring into the sky, didn't even realise that he had cards, and very kind of embarrassingly and apologetically looked down that he had cards in front of them. And it reminded me also, there's a famous clip of Chris Moneymaker doing exactly the same thing, where everyone thinks, wow, he's really in the tank and he really must be like torturing himself here. And actually he just completely zoned out and didn't even realise that he had cards. So we're looking for a good term to describe this. You know, in normal life you might call it a brain fart or a daydream.
Or a daydream,
or just, you know, zoning out. Is what is a great poker term. So, but we need the whole gamut. So you need to be able to say, this is what it is. But in use, you might say, oh my God, it is on a complete ... What's the word?
So if I'm daydreaming, you say, come on, Mark, you're
daydreaming.
You're daydreaming.
What's the word going to be? Or if you were indiscriminate saying, oh, and then I looked at him and I suddenly realised he had completely... But give us a verb, give us the new bit of jargon for when players just kind of forget that they're even, not only in the hand, but kind of even at the table or in the same room. Hashtag EPT Live and nutsupposed.tv. Give us a new specific piece of jargon that helps us describe our players when they just kind of disappear mentally for a while. We're going to put together the best of your replies, and we're gonna pick out a winner probably in the next hour, I would say.
Yeah, well, unless we may be getting Ike back in the booth. So
yes.
If Haxton does come back, then what we do is then within the next hour we'll get a short list, we'll write them down, and then we'll get Haxton, Mr. Haxton, to be able to choose a winner. So, you know, the first couple coming in we'll read out. Like Rob King is like going into the dream tank, or it's a complete brain fold, zone dead.
Brain fold, nice.
Yeah, so these are good. This is exactly.
Although in response to your initial story, value blefting.
Yeah, very blefting. I like that. Yeah, forget my original story. That was what Shan came up with, a guy I was playing with in Birmingham. So that just gave me the idea of thinking about poker terminology. And then Daniel presented the opportunity to us for today earlier on.
Yes. So that's what we're looking for, is when the players are just... And the funniest thing is, of course, when everyone thinks they're giving them loads of respect, thinking, I'm not going to call the clock on him, he's clearly got a decision to make. And then it becomes apparent they didn't even know they were involved.
And it's got to be good. I mean, we're not going to give this away for the sake of it. If we don't find that we can even get a short list of one, then we won't give the prize away, because this is such a good prize.
Same.
No escape.
But there's more. You know, if this goes viral within the poker industry, then you can say, you know what, it was me that came up with that term.
Exactly. I tried to get one going that never picked up. There's a great word which is phlegmatic. I don't know if you were the word phlegmatic. Have I had this conversation with you before?
No.
There's a great word, phlegmatic, and it just basically means somebody, if you do an action that's very like casual, like you don't care. So, you know, if you came up to me and said, can I borrow a quid, and I just took it out of my pocket and gave it to you without even looking, you're very phlegmatic about the whole thing. And sometimes, you know, when players are trying to do the whole you're strong so you act weak, is that when players just sort of phlegmatically put the chips in, like, I just don't care, I'm so cash. And so I was trying to make it fleg. Is fleg 20k into the pot? or that he's a flegtard. Just the guy's a complete flegtard. Just yeah, whatever. Yeah, you know when they, or you know when you're playing a game and people go, oh, what the hell I call, and you think you've still got aces. I tried that for a year.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't catch on.
I don't know, because I think
yeah.
a fleg. I totally flegged that pot. It didn't work. Didn't catch at all. But here's an opportunity for you to come up with your own terminology. We've got some good one. Donk zoned. Being a space cadet, I like it, but of course we're looking for something new, because that's why we can't say daydreaming or zoned out, because those already exist in our normal day-to-day parlance.
Yeah, it's got to be specific for poker. He's in the donk tank.
It's kind of just putting together stuff that already exists. Again, you know, we want you don't just be looking at existing poker terminology and juggle it. Meanwhile, Mr. Pitchan has made a 75,000 after Xing Feng Lu just limped in. Some strange limping going on here. Phil Cooper wants it to be the danger zone. Oh, totally danger zoned it, but that's too exciting. That's too exciting. A mental sit out. I kind of like that. That's nice. That's what we want.
But that's everyday terminology, no?
I don't know. I've never heard that before. Have you?
Well, I've heard of mental and I've heard of sit out.
Well, no. I mean, you're allowed to use English words. I mean, I'm not worried. You know, it's not. You haven't got to come up with complete new language.
Because it was like
it's not Game of Thrones.
So the fake tank is because the word tank
because
exists.
tank already is kind of used. Yeah.
But it's there for someone already sitting and doing nothing. And I'll see where you're coming from.
You know what I mean? Just yeah. I just want to give some constructive feedback to the early adopters of the competition, so that everybody else gets an idea of the sort of things that we're likely to like. Now a real raise from Jungle Man, 50k.
Yeah, Dan Cates, obviously known as Jungle Man online. He was probably known as Jungle Man before he was known as Dan Cates. Not to his friends and family, obviously,
no, I
but
think
in the
you're
poker world.
Well, it's like a lot of the players that we kind of in the internet revolution, we only knew them. Some of them we only deliberately knew their online handles, and then of course you started seeing more of the real life player. It takes a while to get used to them.
Chan was the only caller on the button. He's still heads up. 986 rainbow on the flop. His live internet connection is failing. I like it. It's not good for our competition, but I like it. And Kate's C-bet gets the job done. But live lag.
I like live lag. Funny enough, you can see I've just written that one down.
Oh, have you?
I like that one. That's good. I'm enjoying that.
But on Diego, you're on the shortlist.
Mistanking is also quite clever. I mean, again, I know it is bringing together. Look, don't look at me like that. I do make the rules up as I go along, so don't question.
One rule for you, one rule for another.
I'm sure in some places that would be considered a joke there, the production team getting involved.
Yeah, mistanking is good though. I do like that.
Rono low again, just limping in with these pre-flop moves. Very strange.
But the fact now he's showing up with Ace King and showing it to the table, he's going to have them all guessing.
Yeah.
So just got a couple of overcalls.
Serious table. Serious as it gets right here.
Kate saying this is a serious table. Anyway, we're going to jump out to our outer table. Certain Mr. Phil Ivey is all in and at risk this time. And there he is. And it's against versus Shemin. Oh my word, good luck, Phil. We know how this normally turns out. Oh, well, he does have pocket nines versus 10-5, but... Oh, there we go. Wow. Shimian has an over. If Shimian has any sort of equity in the hands, it's good luck.
Join that.
Wow. Look at that. Ivy turns a set. He was already taking off his mic. Mic him back up. Sit down, boy. Poker gods came to save him. Shimian still in great shape. Ivy needs more chips still.
Zoom back to the beauty, the comfort of our big table.
The serious table, as Kate's called it.
Exactly.
The table doesn't get more serious than this. It's a very quiet table. Isn't it a typical, Matt, that, you know, yesterday when we were at our webcast table and they weren't mic'd up, they were talking and we couldn't hear them properly.
Yeah,
and now we get them mic'd up
and
they won't start talking.
All the audience like, can you be quiet so we can hear the table talking? They're going, well, actually, that's not going to help you much because they're not mic'd up. Now they are. They're all sitting very, very, very quietly. I'm enjoying some of these entries, boys and girls. There's a couple of people asking. Some very confused people are seeing the entries without knowing what the question was. Just to remind you what we're looking for. Right now, we're looking to give away one of the power mats. And what we're asking for is a new poker term for when players have just left the building, is the actions on them, and they kind of don't even really know. I want to say they don't realise they got cards, but they
mentally left the building. They haven't actually run out.
Yes, they're actually. Yes, sorry, they have just mentally left the building, but they're just there, and everyone thinks, are they coming to a decision? Are they in the tank? Are they about to go all in? And actually, it turns out they had just completely just drifted off. We got one playing the void, mistanking, suffering from live lag, counting donkeys. So that's there's another one playing the cloud flute. I don't really know. I don't know what that means, but I like it. I like it a lot.
Guess what?
Ivy's all in
again.
What's wrong with him?
He needs to get chips. It's like he's being called by Olivier Busquet. Oh, and he's in bad shape, and really bad shape after the flop. He's got ace queen of hearts. Called by pocket kings. Flop a top set. Ivy's going to need a lot of help, and that's going to do it for him. We're going to lose Phil Ivey in 12th position. Wishes everyone at the table good luck. It's a nice, gracious exit from Mr. Ivey.
He's just trying to get away quickly before the camera tracks him. Too late, we've got you.
Hovercam's on after you. Don't ask for his autograph now. Busquet's amazing. Amazing comeback continues. I wonder he's got a smile on his face.
Big pots yesterday?
Yeah, let's go back to the serious table.
Boring game. Boring game? And nobody was drinking like Phil.
Yeah.
You were drinking?
So, just 3 more players are going to leave without any money. 2 more players are eliminated. We will redraw into one table of 9. That will be the same seat draw that they have for tomorrow's final table, minus the 1 player who will be tonight's unfortunate bubble boy.
Yeah, and don't forget, when we come back tomorrow, Joan James will be taking you through the final table, the final 8 in the money, cards up with the delay. Hats off to Oliver Bailey, who's trying to get on my good side by using my flag word. They're in the flag. No, you've misunderstood the use of flag, but thanks for trying to butter me up by using my failed jargon.
playing the void. Quite like that one.
Yeah, I've got that one down. That's Colin. Yeah,
That's
I like
good.
that one.
Because you can say, come on, man, you're playing the void.
I didn't know I was playing at all. God bless him. Waiting for the bus. I like that. See, that's what I mean. It's just out of nowhere. Everyone was waiting for Negroni to act, but actually he was just waiting for the bus.
Negroni doesn't get buses.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. I know.
I know you just do.
Just trying to do a funny.
Well.
Hey, come on! I've got to improve on yesterday's jokes.
Well, at least they won't be repeating
and
infinitely.
looped. So we've got three-way action here. 3 players still involved to the turn. 2's king, 3-10. Chan's bet 160,000. The action's now on Fabian. This is still the hand going on that we saw before. It's a four-way limp pre-flop. Kate's moved out of the way when Fabian bet 60,000 on the flop. It's now Chan that's taken up the betting lead. And that's enough to get cross out. Bono's still there though.
For a minute there, I thought he said all in.
Oh, I thought he said it as
I got
well.
very excited. I thought, well, this I was not expecting. 2.2 million. Do you know what? I'm all in.
Maybe it's a string all in and he's just carrying out a few chips at a time.
It's going to take the next level to get all of those in individually.
He still hasn't called. He's asking. Chan, how much he's got left? What are you doing, Lo? They'd be raising chips.
Hello? Hello, what's this little song at the table? I like it.
He's got a lovely tone to his voice.
He has, hasn't he? It's very soothing. Totally playing the cloud flute. Not sure about that one. I'm just trying some of these out. I know it's out of context. I'm just trying to see as a commentator. You say, well, we are waiting for Rono. I mean, he could be waiting for the bus, but I think he's going to make a move.
They are raising chips. $460,000 total. Almost 3 times the bet.
Yeah.
How much more to me?
300,000.
No, 300 more than 2 million, right?
This little backing track is kind of just strangely soothing. Oh, hello.
It calls.
Very dramatically. I like the way it chopped those out. That was like a movie. That was like a movie call. I call your bet.
Well, these guys think they're in the entertainment business as well as making money for themselves.
Exactly. Welcome to the entertainment business. The 8 of diamonds. Kind of disappointing, to be honest. If that had been an ace or a queen or a jack or a paired the board on the king or the 10, I would have been slightly more expectant of
yeah, but
fireworks.
sometimes that could slow the action down because someone could have a hand with some more
That's
equity
true.
and redraw to
No,
something.
you're
Sometimes
absolutely right. You're right.
We saw action on the turn, so we don't want anything to change that.
That's true. And then it goes check, check, and you go, oh, king high wins. 1.2 million in the pot. Ronaldo's got 1.8 still to play with. Covers Chan. who's got 706,000.
How much?
Flo's asking how much, Chan?
60개, 700.
That's got the answer, 706,000. Just over 1.2 million in the pot. So we could easily bet the lot.
Arthur, sorry. He's saying Chan sing-song makes me weep. It isn't actually Chan doing the sing-song here. It's Ronald Lowe in the hat and glasses. But it is. It's a melancholy, haunting...
Shh, try to listen.
Sorry.
It's beautiful.
This will be available as a ringtone after the show.
All in. Pow. And he's back to singing.
He is. I mean, as tells go, this is a more complicated tell. Called!
Wow, huge pot. 3 million chip pot.
Fabienne's eyebrows slightly raised.
Both cards have to be showing, guys. Both sets of cards. It's an all-in on the river.
Let me just take over.
Wow, low turns over pocket tens, and it's king 10
yeah.
for Chan.
King 10
So, big double up for low.
Okay,
Chan's going to be left short stacked. What a turn card.
Short stacked is out of this, isn't he? He's all in.
Oh,
he
he's
covered
the all-in
by a
player.
long way.
Oh, my sorry. Yeah, he had the one with the 700.
Yeah, he called for all of his chips.
All
That
his
was it.
chips, yeah.
Wow. That just came out of nowhere, that hand. I mean, there's not much you can say.
Yeah, long-time chip leader. Chan is out.
What did he think he was up against there? Maybe like an ace-king? Or
Yeah,
I mean,
but again, these guys play a lot in Macau together.
That is true.
They're, you know, regulars in the biggest cash game, so there's a lot of history there that we might not know about. Anyway, I really do want to work in Barcelona, and I do love this job, and I really respect Francine, our senior producer. But away with the fairies is a term that's already used in everyday life, just like daydreaming. That was her entry. Sorry, Francine.
it's a loser. I'm going to be honest.
It's not going to make the short list.
I haven't even written anything down.
Wow.
That singing was beautiful, just beautiful and haunting. Sadly, I mean, he was actually, I think Peter Chan was Joe's pick for the win much earlier on in the day.
Yeah.
Joe liked everything about his play. He had a lot of chips. But then that was kind of a bit of a hidden cooler. It was like a fridge under the stairs.
Yeah, Peter's not one of these guys who's just massive, like rich millionaires decided to get into poker. He's a really, really serious poker player. Plays an awful lot of cash games, big buying events. He's a very good player.
I wonder if he was influenced by the dulcet hum of Ronald Lowe, who
Do you think that's what it was?
maybe
It's like Pied Piper.
Or he just thought, this guy is trying to look so relaxed. He's playing a complete bluff on me here with ace king. I've got two pair. He doesn't see me for as strong as I am because he didn't see the two pair fall. It's very hard to put someone on two pair, I always find, because generally the guys that are going to be playing the big cards, so the two pair can also be so easily seen as just being a strong draw that's being played more aggressively for a semi bluff.
Yeah.
I always walk into two pairs, Broadway two pairs, but he just did not believe and thought, oh, he's trying to look all cash, singing his little song. He has got a whopper. 10 players, no less, Mark, my colleague.
It's getting close. It's getting close, Matt.
So, there's the song again, the haunting. I want an album of this. But yeah, one more player get knocked out of this, and we're going to draw for the last 9 on one table. That will officially become our final table when we get down to 8. Everyone in the money, and everyone due to come back for tomorrow's conclusion.
Mike McDonald's I think he's going to be in a similar position again. He's got around about 15 big blinds. It's a short stack at our feature table. And he may well find himself in that position when we go to one table of 9.
Raise another 380, something like that. Peter bet 160.
Words. He's off again.
There are words.
Oh, this time it was all in.
Did he?
Yeah, he announced all in before he threw the call in.
Yeah, he did actually. That is fair dues. He's in the zone now. He's got his song on.
I'm all.
I love this guy.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
No French at the table. You can hum in Chinese just fine. Cantonese or Mandarin. No merci beaucoup, s'il vous plaît. So many entries for this competition.
I know. I apologise if I'm just quietly.
No, it's fine.
Off and about. There's a lot of good stuff here, guys.
So just going to recap the action for you. Fabian raised 50,000. Called by Mr. Lowe. Fabian then continued for 55,000. And now the bet raise all in and he's called all in. Fabian doesn't look too happy.
Has he got the nuts in diamonds, as they say? Two pair again.
That's for Fabian.
He has got the nuts in diamonds.
Wow.
He was singing the nut song.
Two pair.
We're going to be down to one table unless we see an ace or an 8 on the river.
Yep. Wow.
And it's the Jack. So the super high roller champion from the PCA will not be a super high roller champion for a second time on season 10 of the EPT.
That was just out of nowhere. Runner low there, just in the space of two hands, with a little bit of musical assistance. Just quietly ticking over there.
Just lured them into calls both times when he's got virtually the nuts. Or the nuts the second time.
Yeah, well, the absolute nuts the second time. I mean, obviously, it could have been outdrawn, but,
yeah.
Feeling very confident there.
Now he's got nearly 4.3 million chips.
Wow. And we're going to pause the clock because that means we're down to the last 9 players here. We are on the bubble now of our super high roller. Remember, they're playing for a top prize of 1.8 million euros. We had 50 unique entrants. We had 12 rebuys, took it up to 62 buy-ins. 8 players are going to get paid. The smallest of that, and I use the word smallest ironically, is 241,000 euros for 8th spot, all the way up to that 1.8 million top spot.
Mikhail, our Russian commentator, says that every time that Lowe sings, he has the nuts from that huge sample size of 2 hands.
Well, that's what I said. It's the nut song. It's the. I'm sure that's probably not the official title. If you look on the album cover, I don't think that's what it's called. But
it definitely translates differently into,
it translates differently. It's a
Mandarin.
Yes, in Mandarin. It's a beautiful. Yeah, the nut song is not quite so. Wowee! I kind of you almost get the sense that everyone's just sort of stumbling in a stunned fashion away from the table. Unlucky for Fabian. I very much expected him to be one of the final tablists, but
it's not to be. No bad beat stories here.
And it was great for Ronaldo kind of there. He just always put the pressure on the other players to just, do you want to walk into my trap? Can you believe I'm as comfortable and strong as I...
And the thing is, there was no way he was going to try the old singing trick two hands in a row.
He can't sing that. He can't sing this little thing song twice in a row and lure them in like the spider trapping the fly in his nut-like web. I'm going to leave the nuts behind now. I think I'm struggling. Wowee! Well, there you are. We're all a bit stunned, but we are going to be drawing for the seating on the serious table. And as Mike already said, the draw that gets taken now is the draw that will continue through to the proper final table. all the way through tomorrow's coverage. We're still not done for today. We've still got to lose a player, and we know that this process, it could be over in seconds or it could take a while. We've got Mike McDonald on a very short stack. But that doesn't mean anything, because obviously we're now going from 2 short-handed tables to 1 9-handed table. We're going to draw. I'm just going to use this opportunity, Mark, to.
Do you want to get a short? Yeah, go on. Sorry, I should let you finish.
Thanks. That's very kind of you, my colleague. I'm just going to take you through some of my favourites so far. As you know, boys and girls, we are looking for a new term for when someone just zones out. Is away with the ferries, but we're looking for a brand new term. I like railing the dealer. We were waiting for him to fall, but he was just railing the dealer as if he was a complete spectator.
I don't like that because you then have to explain it.
True enough, okay. A nap roll.
Yeah, but I'm not sure every non-English speaking country would understand that.
Look, you don't have to come back to everyone, right?
Oh, okay. I thought, you know.
Well, I'm just giving you an idea. Waiting for the bus, I like a lot. It's like, well, we were expecting a bet there, but he was just waiting for the bus. It's irreverent. A live AFK. Oh, I know. Very hard. Very hard. Playing the cloud flute.
Still not getting me.
Mark is really not.
Well, this is for a power mat. This has got to be really good.
I know. Counting donkeys.
Again, I don't think. I just want something that's global.
Okay, playing the void. So you liked that before? Now you're.
No, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I was completely neutral there. I don't mind that one yet.
Moon Station. He's on the Moon Station.
That's pretty
He
good.
took a trip. You know, Dan. We thought Dan was just considering an all-in, but actually
Okay,
was just.
I think that should go on the official
he was off
shortlist.
to the Moon Station. Miss Tanking.
Miss Tanking's good as well.
Live lag.
Live lag.
No, you're not so
Live
sure.
lag.
Donk zoned.
Nah, because Donk's been used too much in the poker world already.
Okay, well, in fact, as a result, there aren't many on the shoot list, but it might not be for you to decide. Still some time to get in. If we don't end up lasting long enough to get Ike back, who can be our official adjudicator, I think I might just make myself judge.
Oh, will you now?
Yeah.
Whose idea was this competition?
Well, it was yours.
So I think I might decide this one.
That's why you shouldn't be able to decide it, because, I mean, you're just too close to the whole project. Wow. You know? Can't see the wood for the trees.
I'll let you decide on other competitions. I know your ideas. The trophy competition, that was all you.
Oh, and a warning to our viewers, I'm going to get you using your practical skills later on in the week.
So, we're all up on the TV table now. So I think what we're going to do is get the players set up, get them in their seats, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break. So can they allow the players take a short break, and then we'll bring them back, sit them down, and play until we lose one more.
Yeah, we'll find out exactly what the new dynamics are. Obviously, that could change everything. Everyone's been pretty much static, apart from a little bit of swapping around. But join us in 10 minutes when we bring you more here from EPT Live.
Poker School Online is the place to get your poker career going. It's free to join and free to play. If you dream of being a poker pro but don't have a bankroll or don't know how to improve, Poker School Online is the place for you. PSO Leagues offer prizes every month, along with a host of Premier League promotions where you can challenge yourself against the best people in the PSO community. Improve your game in minutes with Poker Bites, short videos that break down advanced poker concepts. Or watch full-length PSO session videos with pros like Nanonoko and Lex Veldhaus. Get your poker career started today at Poker School Online.
Ye Old Pub. You guys do a great English pub here in England.
The classic.
Yeah, I love this place. So authentic.
You know it's been here since 1893?
Yeah. I'm gonna get the extreme nachos. What about you?
I'm gonna get the jalapeno bites and the USA burger.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Ten years ago, I just finished NYU. I graduated during the summers when I was introduced to poker.
And while at the time, I was certainly, taking on the poker world by storm, there was a lot of things about myself that hadn't yet developed.
I was just 15 years old. Yeah, my life has changed a lot.
10 years ago, I was just playing a game for fun with my friends.
From the time I was 16 years old.
There's an old saying that says, youth is wasted on the young, and I really like it.
At the time, I was still living with my mom. I didn't really have any money.
Thinking I was gonna, be an academic, thinking I was gonna be this job, poker pro, back to law school, back to poker.
I knew that I wanted to figure out a way to make money and to not have to work a 9 to 5, but I hadn't figured out what it was.
So I was actually looking into trading as a career and kind of got sucked into poker a little bit.
I remember the first time I ever felt old. I went into the lobby and I saw 75 pimple-faced kids with laptops in front of them.
Honestly, my impressions were just very basic, just kind of wow, people are playing cards and there's big money involved. Like what's that?
Young kids say, I got this figured out. You don't have anything figured out.
5 years ago, I would say I thought I was amazing at the game.
Even if you look 5 years ago, I didn't want to eat at the big restaurants and stuff like that. I was really careful about it.
Now, I'm much, much, much better than I was 5 years ago, but I think much less of myself as well.
2 years ago, won the main event. Obviously, everything's changed at that point. Now you eat at all the big fancy restaurants, but at the same time, you stay the same guy. You have your same friends around you.
If someone told me 10 years ago I'd be where I was today, I'd say, yeah, I'm not surprised. I had a lot of confidence in myself 10 years ago, and I have a lot of confidence in myself today.
It's my career, it's my biggest passion, and it's taken me so many amazing places all over the world.
It's been a pretty surreal experience and a fun ride these last 10 years.
Shemian has finished eating.
Raise 20,000.
Yes, Sohail, who says maybe that guy thought you were spoiling the EPT London coverage. Wasn't Vicky on the TV tables for that event? Yes, Sohail, that's my theory as well.
It's obviously very difficult. I mean, we talked about this before. I mean, there's obviously post-production time that goes into making those TV shows, plus, of course, the broadcasters then have them on their shelves for about 6 months before they go out, and there's nothing we can do to control that. I mean, the events happen. The news is going to be out there. And I know there are some people who are able to watch those TV shows without knowing the outcome, and that's great, but I would argue those aren't the people who are genuinely following the coverage on EPT Live or following the events on the PokerStars blog.
Here's my advice. Drink heavily, because you will forget most things. I mean, that's how I completely blacked out most of my childhood. And if I can forget ages 1 through 19,
pardon?
You can certainly forget reading that tweet.
311.
Just be aware there are some side effects associated with that strategy.
Yeah.
Liver damage may apply.
Fun. Kissing.
Looks like we've gotten all in here. Chun-Li opened. Dan Smith 3-bet.
No.
Chun-Li 4-bet, enough to put Dan Smith all in, and he calls. Looks like pocket nines for Dan.
360. And I have less than that.
Yeah, Dan Smith is covered here. He's the player at risk.
Well, I... Pardon? No. I have 250, 280.
It's good. All right, we're good.
We got your classic race here. Like My Little Pony versus Care Bears.
To whom?
One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Smith needs nines to hold.
Well, that means Paul's rooting against me.
Dan takes all my chips, so I'm rooting against Dan.
So far, so good.
The other one, maybe. I wouldn't be winning.
King on the turn.
Thanks, Ollie.
And now Dan Smith needs a 9 on the river to survive. It's a 3.
Good luck, guys.
So Dan Smith exits in 23rd place. We're down to 22.
Eliminated by the Chun-Li lightning kick.
I will enjoy my shrimp full.
More suggestions for EPT11 on Twitter. Nick says EPT has to come to the Netherlands. Lots of great players, good casinos, and a unique set of laws. And it's the laws that currently prevent us from bringing the EPT to Amsterdam. And those of you who've listened when we've had Neil Johnson, head of live poker operations for PokerStars Europe, in the booth, will know that first chance we get, we will take the EPT to Amsterdam. But there are some issues regarding the legislation of casinos in Holland, which need to be sorted out first before we can bring the EPT there.
Justin Bonomo all in. I want to revisit that after this hand. We've got a call from Zhu Chun-Lei. And Chun-Lei must be pretty strong to just snap.
And this is an under-the-gun shove and an under-the-gun +1 call. Fair enough, Bonomo's shove is only for 10 big blinds, but even so.
So Bonomo looks like ace-6.
Against ace-king.
Domination Nation. This is like a Transformers versus the GoBots type of situation. You think they're similar, but no. One is a clear domination.
Bonomo won the Super High Roller title here in Monaco back in Season 8. Back in the spring of 2012. He's on the verge of elimination here. Looking for a 6 or some spades. Well,
opportunities.
Indeed, there are opportunities on that flop. 12% chance of a split. As things stand, Bonomo set for the exit. Picks up the flush draw on the turn.
Wow. Be happy with a 4 or an ace.
He'll take the chop.
Yeah, 4 ace, chop.
I'm not greedy. I'm not rooting for the spade, just the 4 the ace.
Instead, it's the king.
Nice.
So we lose Justin Bonomo in 22nd place.
Same again, please, and another one for the septic. Septic? It's got your rhyming slang. Septic tank. Yank.
All right. Do another one.
Okay. You and I are going to get elephants.
Elephants, trunk, drunk.
Boom.
All right, I want to do one.
Okay.
This guy, total Wall Street.
Wall Street banker. Well done.
How many pubs in London?
800. That close?
I'm going to be so wrong.
Yeah, that's a question that can make me look very stupid. Wait.
I'll go with 8,500 pubs.
20,000. Is that ridiculous?
No, it can't be that many.
You're laughing at me.
I mean, that's a lot of bellies you need to fill.
11.2 thousand.
10,000?
10,000? I think it's over 10,000. 10,000.
What? Am I supposed to be just guessing or what?
My guess is there are 651 pubs in London.
7,000 pubs.
What? Jeez, you alcoholics.
Come on, let's go.
I just ordered 2 more drinks.
We really gotta go.
Why?
You know how you guys are always putting E's on the end of every word, like ye, oldie, pub?
Yeah.
Well, the word pub on the sign outside,
Yeah.
I added an E to it.
Oh, gee.
PokerStars, you'll find more tables, more players, more games than any other poker app. We are mobile. We are poker.
And then there were 9. Welcome back to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. We are down to the last 9 of our super high roller. Only one more player to leave us today, and we will be done. And this is how things are looking right now. Right now, Xing Feng Lo, 4.2 million. He sang his way to victory. 2 big pots. Took out 2 players and gave him all the chips. 178 big blinds. All the way right down to our short stack right now. Timex McDonald sitting on just 16 big blinds. He will not want to be the bubble boy, because right now the bubble boy means missing out on the min payout of 200,000 euros.
What?
Yep, that's the way we roll in the super high roller.
Plus another 40,000 euros. 241,000.
Exactly, yeah. I'm making it sound like that's the small change.
Yeah.
Any other day, the 40,000 euros would be pretty much the tastiest bite. But yeah, and remind you, the top prize, 1.8 million. It's an amazing prize pool, record-breaking. 50 unique entries, 12 re-entries. Gave us 62 buy-ins, created that prize pool. And we've got to play down. So the final 8, that might take hours, it might take moments. Let's remind you of those prizes. As mentioned, 241,000 for 8th. The top 3, 842,300. Runner-up getting 1.3 million. And then 1,804,000 exactly on the nose for the winner.
Because when we normally talk about payouts, we say, you know what, in a tournament, you want to get in the top 3. That's where the big money is. Top 3 is where the big money is.
I just want to get in the room.
In this one, just getting in the money is being in the big money.
Yeah. You'll also be pleased to hear, I would like to just personally thank all the guys that joined in on our hashtag EPT Live and nuts at PokerStars.tv. That's the way you get in touch with us. And many, many hundreds of you did, trying to win yourselves this power mat. You won't believe it. Actually, it got quite heated, the debate to pick the winner. Behind the scenes, there was a lot of personal investment in this. Mark got quite punchy.
Yeah, you know, I dug my heels in.
He dug his heels in.
Got to protect yourself.
We'll get through this hand, and then we'll talk about some of the favourites and the near misses, and we're going to announce our winner. So no more entries, please. Thank you ever so much for everyone that got involved in it. We do like it when you join in with us. Some very, very clever ideas out there.
Yeah, let's talk about poker now when you contact us. Hashtag EPT Live. Tell us who you think is going to be the bubble boy. Will Mike McDonald squeeze into the money just like he did at the PCA Super High Roller. He's the one most at risk. Who do you think is going to win tomorrow?
And of course, now for the first time, we fully appreciate the way the table draw has gone, which could be very important come tomorrow. New dynamic. Obviously, by now, chances are the majority of these players have bumped into each other at some point in the last 2 days. We're kind of watching Igor Kurganov for the first time, really, any great length. We've only really seen him out and about on the feature table. That's why I'm saying we're seeing him for the first time. Oh, I do apologise.
I was going with you. I was like, as we haven't seen him that much.
Right. Oh, I see. It was a question. I'm sorry. I was not in gag mode. I thought, oh, hang on. What have I done? But yeah, so some of these players we've not seen a huge amount of. Olivier Busquet we've not seen a huge amount of on our feature table. And this man, Richard Young, we watched last night playing in the high stakes cash. And here he is now, going deep. Looking in pretty good shape, over $1 million in chips. Not so for Mike McDonald, just shy of 400,000. It's a very pretty trophy, but I'm sure most of them are actually more interested in the prize than the metalwork. Jungle Man in seat 1.
We could see the play slow down here. Not in terms of the amount of hands we see, but you know, it could slow down in terms of decisions at certain points, and slow down in terms of the fact that people's ranges will tighten up a lot. They're not going to go broke on too many semi-bluffs here.
Yeah,
I need to see two big hands match up, I think.
And that's the thing, is we always say it, but like nine-handed. When was the last time these guys are playing nine-handed in this? Never. You know, we started off yesterday, and they've been playing various numbers on the table as people have been knocked out and balancing the tables, 6s and 5s and 7s, and now suddenly we find ourselves nine-handed. Playing the last 20 minutes of the 12,000, 24,000 with the 3K ante. So there's nowhere to hide, but certainly you're getting longer, greater number of hands before the blinds come and wallop you.
That's true. Mike McDonald will be very happy about that. But Teenage Kev Math makes a really good point that Dan Coleman, who's been in for 3 bullets, actually needs to make 7th position to make any money. So he's playing for a €59,000 loss by making it instead of top 8.
Yeah, that is true. Well, we don't think about that. We're poker players. We don't think about things like that. You don't take into account the expenses and the food and the travel. And you just look at the prize and go, I am a winner. Get around this hand. It's been folded all the way around to our shortest stack. This is not the time to make the move, says the small blind. Oh, it looks like Ole Shemian had something kind of groovy. That was ace-10, was it?
Ace-10 off suit, yeah.
Right, guys, we're going to tell you about the winner of this competition. I have to give some honourable mentions to the ones I liked. I very much enjoyed the live lag from Diego. This was in talking about people that just zone out of the table. I was a big fan of playing the void, playing the cloud flute, waiting for the bus, railing the dealer. I liked a lot, like as if the idea of an active player railing the dealer. But would you like to give us the winner? That was Mark took control of his own competition, which was hugely frustrating for a control freak like myself.
Yeah, well, I've given you a lot of glory this year with competition, so I'm taking a little bit back just to balance off the season. My favourite was the Moon Station by Nicholas Chan. So it's Moon Station. You can say, oh, you know, he's at the Moon Station, or someone's at the Moon Station again, or there's lots of different ways you can say it. That was my favourite one. So Nick, if you want to follow at EPT Live, we'll give you a follow back too. We'll get some DMing going on with you, and we'll give you a power map.
There you are. Congratulations to Nicholas. We were waiting for him to fold, but it turned out he was just visiting the Moon Station.
There we go. We did consult with our Russian commentators as well, just to get a more of a... I think that's what was frustrating, Matt. Maybe he just wanted to keep it English only.
No, not at all. It's just, you know what? You know, choice by committee on a very kind of subjective thing. I like the abstract stuff. I kind of like the bonkers stuff, whereas I knew... Because they actually were very keen on nap roll.
Yeah, nap roll was a good one, but we didn't star that as our super shortlist, did we?
I didn't have it down. I liked it. I liked it enough to write it down out of the hundreds we got, but it didn't get any further than that. I also enjoyed a quite late entry, said that wearing a hollow hat. I didn't really understand it, but I like the idea. Well, he was sitting there. We thought he was going to go all in, but he was just wearing a hollow hat. I like it.
I like it. That is good.
Meanwhile, Richard Young.
And no, Arthur, it's not if you're mooning the station.
What?
He's changed it. He said, if I'm mooning the station, does it mean I'm not paying attention?
No.
Moon station, not mooning the station.
Cool.
So, 110,000 bet. Good for Young to take that pot down.
A lot of people not with you on the Moon Station, Mark. I'm not. The decision has been made, boys and girls. This isn't up for discussion. I don't think that was the best one.
I appreciate your support.
No, hey, look, I've got to be honest. But that's the beauty of the competition. It's not like it's a lock. It is open to interpretation. Even Diego, who actually entered with a different one, he was the live lag. He was very keen on the. Waiting for the bus.
Got to move on.
I know.
Move on.
I don't like ignoring our tweeters. Don't forget, hashtag EPT Live if there's anything you want to join in with. Or you can still email us if you're old school. Oh, welcome to 1990. Nuts at PokerStars.tv. Olivier's made it 50k. Under the gun +1. Three bet from our singing. Run a low. There's no song, so he can't have the nuts, is my suggestion.
So Lowe's 3-bet. It's been called by Biscay. 10-7-4, 2 clubs.
$363,000 in the pot. $200 on the nose from Lowe.
Biscay call to see a non-blank on the turn, put it that way. 8 of clubs.
That's 200,000 before. What's he going to do this time round? He's a man that's entirely happy to keep building pots. That much we know from the last session. Right smile. Not much room for manoeuvre there.
$500,000 in a quick fold from Olivier.
Yeah, that kind of made it easy for him. Doesn't really know what to make of that one.
Journej is asking about last night's cash game and if there's a replay available. Yes, there is. Head over to PokerStars.tv and we've put up a highlights reel of what went on last night. So enjoy. There was 4 or 5 big pots.
Big blind, 24.
You can see behind the table the rail we have here. Busier than we've seen it any time this week. All here in anticipation of someone losing out on minimum €240,000.
Short stack is out.
Wait.
150,000 straight back in your chops.
Yeah, you're going to limp into my big blind. I'm going to make you pay. Stuart, I've read your question. We'll get to it after this hand. And it gets through. So Stuart said, now that all the players are on one table, there was a mention of seeing the hole cards. Will that be today? No, that will be tomorrow. So even though we're at our final table, this is the unofficial final table. An official EPT final table is the remaining 8 players. So we'll get those 8 players decided tonight. We'll send them all off for a good night's sleep, and they'll come back tomorrow. And then there will be hole cards action all day long with James and Joe in the booth, and it will be on a 1-hour security delay. Arlene says, smelling like bubble time. Indeed it is.
Just a bit over 10 minutes on level 15. As we've said earlier on, there's no limit to how many levels we can get through today. It really just depends how long it takes to lose one more player. From a sort of a selfish point of view, you kind of want it to happen sooner than later because you want to get a proper game tomorrow. Deep stacks, plenty of play, all the guys in the money trying to ladder their way up to that 1.8 million euro first prize payday. Because obviously the longer these guys eke it out here, the higher the blinds will be for them tomorrow, and that could make some of the players very, very tight on options. But we have seen these go for a while sometimes once we get 9-handed.
Check.
King 8-8, 2 clubs down, 139,000 in the pot. Olivier is out of position. Check, bet, fold. Olivia is still just over 1 million though, so mid-pack.
People grinding their phones on the rail. Maybe they're grinding EPT live. Hey ladies, how you doing? Looking fine.
Flirting remotely. It's a view we don't often get to see through the table and beyond to the rest of the room. Get a feel for exactly how much action is going out there beyond the table we're watching. Wow, that was a walk. You don't get many of them at this stage.
Johanna said that Liv Bury and Olivier Busquet have the same nickname, Liv B. That's why they're called Liv B and OLB. So Olivier Busquet, fondly known as OLB, standing for Original Liv B.
Got there first.
He was there first. Into this world and into the poker industry.
Eight minutes left of this level. Next level sees the blinds go up to 15k, 30k. The ante also steps up to 4,000. Gonna start making it harder for the smaller stacks to fight through. Ole back in the game, raising it up. Simple stuff. Just over a min raise, takes it down. And the way things are going, it's going to be yet another final table for Ole Shemion. Just stunning performance this year.
It's just unstoppable, stunning performance this year, last year.
Yeah.
A bit of the year before that.
It's kind of getting spooky. There are some steps. Up we go. Getting a bit busy on the round now. We mentioned about it earlier on when Mr. Cake was mentioning about coming as a spectator. You can see now people kind of getting more interested in this. Tomorrow I imagine we'll have a pretty busy rail. Everyone aware of the impact the next exit has. For a lot of the players in the room, never mind the spectators, for a lot of the players in the room, this is kind of a dream game to think about. Could I one day ever get to play in a game of this size?
Doesn't get much bigger, does it?
No.
It doesn't get much more exciting.
To think about. I had a conversation with someone earlier on and was explaining, oh yeah, it's 1.8 million euros. And I'm like, what? We just kind of get used to shouting these numbers around, but you go, this is kind of crazy. They're playing cards. They're playing cards for 1.8 million euros.
We've become numb to it because we've been around it so much. Yeah, 3 players are going to leave dollar millionaires from this tournament alone. So Kate's a 60,000 bet called by Kurganov. King of Hearts on the turn. Sounded like 135 from Kate's this time.
Yep. Well, Kurganov has called this.
This is a big pot now compared to considering how much Kurganov's got in his stack.
Yeah, exactly. It's not quite so meaningful for.
It's no good.
Ace is no good. Is there a jack out there? Oh, 2 pair from the very beginning. Oh, that's the kind of hand that really must have developed in quite a scary way for a jungle man. But
yeah, the queen killed the hand really for him.
Yeah. Not great news for Kurganov. That
Anyway.
now means he leapfrogs backwards over Mike McDonald to become the shortest stack at the table.
Phil Waterfield, are you looking? This is for you, buddy. You are so nicely. There are the chip counts.
12 big blinds and 13 big blinds. The 2 guys down the bottom of the table that everybody else will no doubt be hoping, unfortunately, will leave us in the bubble. Walking away with nothing in 9th spot. Right now it's 4.5 million for Xingfeng Lo. Fantastic result for him after his 2 big knockouts. And Ole Shemian 2.8, Jungle Man 2.2. So really, apart from 8th and 9th spot, everyone else kind of comfortable enough to not do anything too crazy here. I'm sure strategically the rest of the table glad to have 2 short stacks, because just means rather than waiting for Mike McDonald to make a move, you've now got 2 players that could potentially just pick a spot, find a hand, make a situation to get them all in.
But we've seen Mike McDonald in this position 6 or 7 times now, and previously we've seen that he flips very, very well at this point. So I feel for Igor. Well, not so much because Igor's had huge amounts of success globally in high rollers and super high rollers, but on the EPT, Mike McDonald pretty good at flipping. They're in and around the bubble.
Yeah.
Nalin said it feels like Kurganov is going to be the bubble boy.
Well, you just can't say. 1 double up, taking back to over $500,000, which would leave Mike very much dangling. Two minutes left here on level 15. We will go straight through to level 16, assuming no one goes out in the next couple of minutes. Straight into the 15,000, 30,000 blinds with a 4K ante. Raise and win, pretty simple stuff there. Just keeping the blinds and antes coming his way. He's going to keep him moving in the right direction. Identical stacks now for our two short stacks. 264,000 exactly for both Mike McDonald and Igor Kurganov.
Yeah, I know.
If you've just tuned in and wondering how we've got to this point, 9-handed and on the bubble, the super high roller here, then why don't you go and check out the PokerStarsblog.com. They've got a live update section. You can find out all the action that's happened today. You can find out how much each player is in for, how many bullets they've had, and everything, just to get a full roundup of what's gone on today.
Yep. Yes, as mentioned, 50 unique players in the game, 12 re-entries, which is how we got to this record-breaking prize pool. And now it is Dan Coleman, who's been pretty quiet since this final 9 formed. Raised up to 50k, pretty standard opening, and as we expected, Mike McDonald has spotted the opportunity to get his chips in. As it folds around the table, everyone will be hoping he gets called here by Dan Coleman.
There's no immediate call.
No, and he kind of didn't seem happy to find out what the amount of chips was. It's not a small amount.
No, it's probably going to be mathematical. But he's got a lot of chips to play with.
That don't mean you want to throw them away, though. That is the tricky part of this stage. You were kind of thinking, oh, I was really hoping someone else would be the one in this spot.
He calls. Called. This could be it. 240k bubble. You see a wince from McDonald.
Yeah, Timax not looking to tickety-boo. Boom, boom. Ace-Queen suited plays the pocket sixes. Well, this is a classic race underway.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
And we did say that Mike McDonald flips very well in these situations. He's going to need that luck on his side.
He is vaguely ahead by a tiny proportion. We say it's a coin flip, but he is currently the mathematical winner of this. But 5 cards we have seen so many times ruin someone's evening. Straight in the door.
We're gonna need a wheel card out there. We're gonna get like a 4.
No, we don't.
We're going to need a wheel card. We're going to need a diamond.
Please no.
About a deuce of diamonds. Deuce or a 4 of diamonds. Whoa, we have 4 clubs. It's close. It's always going to be a sweat.
I'm so scared.
So scared.
I'm a jammer. Yeah.
So 6 outs on the deck. 2 sixes. And 4 deuces. And if not, Mike McDonald is going to be our bubble boy. And it's a queen. And that is it. Mike McDonald's luck finally runs out at this stage as a super high rollers on the EPT. He is our bubble boy. No 240k payday for him.
No, and that's a great sigh of relief for the rest of the players. 241,000 euros guaranteed to everybody now. This is our final table. These are the players that are going to come back tomorrow and play down to a winner that's going to walk away with 1.8 million euros.
Yeah, and unlike the PCA super high roller, when the final table bubble, the money bubble went on for a long, long time, meant the players are short coming into the final table. Tomorrow, they're going to be playing for a top prize of 1.8 million euros, and they're going to be deep stacked. There's going to be lots of play. It's going to be a phenomenal day.
Yeah, let's quickly recap how that leaves us for tomorrow then. So still short stacked as we head into level 16 tomorrow. It'll be Igor Kurganov, bottom of the stack with 261,000. So that equity there, huge for him, picking up 241 at least. All the way 1.3 for Daniel Coleman and Richard Young, all the way up to Ollie with 2.8, Daniel Cates with 2.3, and top right now 4.5 million in chips. Fantastic score. Let's just remind you what else is going on. Obviously, we're very excited about tomorrow when we bring in the final table, but we'll also remind you of the other days of coverage we have throughout the whole of this EPT 10 wrap-up with the grand final. We'll bring that to you. But as you say, at least there's lots of chips in play against these blinds for tomorrow. But here's what else we have going on. So don't forget, we've got the Super High Roller final table, the FPS final table on Sunday as well, something that will be very good to bring you. And then we will be focusing exclusively on the main event all the way through to that final table on the 2nd of May.
And guys, just a reminder, do go and check out the PokerStarsblog.com. They'll have a recap of the entire day's play up very, very shortly. And also news from all the side events, any features. And don't forget to follow at PokerStarsblog on Twitter. And then you get the alerts when you need them.
Absolutely. So there you are, boys and girls. We've got 8 fantastic players coming back playing for a massive prize. Join us tomorrow from 2 p.m. Central European Time. Joe and James are going to bring you face-up cards. Thanks for being with us. Join us again tomorrow for PokerStars.
The 10 of diamonds. Throw down both players. Good luck with the king high kicker. And we